Chapter 1 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Hours. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Aries. The Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Hours, by James Grant. Chapter 1. The Romance of a Month. Adiós, señora Paulina. Adiós, mi señora Dominga. Adiós, señor Ricardo, replied a sweet voice from the depths of the old Spanish coach. Vaya usted con Dios, y que no haya novedad, señoras, said I, making a vigorous effort with my best Castilian. And with these words, and one bright parting glance from two black Andalusian eyes, so ended my little romance of a month, as the old-fashioned coach, which was doubtless the production of some cunning workman of Seville or Jaen, rolled slowly, pompously, and heavily away towards the Spanish lines from the north gate of Gibraltar. And this farewell took place exactly this day 12 months ago. The coach, which bore away the old lady who rejoiced the euphonious cognomen of Doña Dominga de Lucena y Colmenar de Oreja, and her daughter, the pretty Paulina, was a genuine old Castilian contrivance of the true caravan species, and, though still in use, in this our age of luxury and invention, had been constructed, perhaps, before falling steps were conceived, for a three-legged stool, to facilitate ingress and egress, hung near the door. The roof was shaped like the crust of an apple pie, and the lower carriage like that portion of a triumphal car. It was drawn by a pair of fat sleek mules, which seemed to have grown old with the vehicle, and with Pedrillo, the little postillion who floundered away on a demi-pig saddle, with a gigantic cocked hat surmounting his dark visage, and his lean spindle legs lost in two gigantic jackboots, which belonged to the foresaid saddle rather than to his own person. Such was the antediluvian vehicle which bore away the pompous old Donna and her daughter, the charming Paulina, who for the past month, during which he had resided in Gibraltar, had turned all the heads of ours, and was boasted by the Spaniards as the fairest belle in Las Cuatro Reinos. Yes, in the three mighty little kingdoms of Seville, Cordova, Jaen, and Granada, which are now conglomerated in the beautiful province of Andalusia. And so, without other escort than the redoubtable Pedrillo, who wore a trabuco, or blunderbuss, slung across his back, and strong in their belief in the virtues of the Santa Faz of Jaen, a picture of which was hung in the back of their coach, these two Spanish ladies, on the conclusion of their visit, departed on their return to Seville, their native city, and from British fortifications, which frown in solid tears towards the Spanish lines. I watched the venerable carro as it rolled across the low sandy isthmus, which is known as the neutral ground, and it disappeared just as the sun began to fade upon the beautiful masses of the Serranía de Rondo, which rose in piles against the golden clouds, and as the evening gun pealed like thunder among the Moorish peaks of Jebel Tariq. And then I turned away with a sigh, as I thought of the winning smile I should never see again. "It's all over now, Rumble," said my friend Jack Slingsby, who was the subaltern of my company, and who had been my chum at Sandhurst. "It is all over, Dick," he continued with a laugh and one of those rough slaps on the shoulder, which no one ventures to give but an Englishman. And so, instead of airing your sorrows here, sighting to the evening breeze, and all that sort of thing, you may as well come with me and knock the walls about a little, or join Shafton, the colonel, and some of ours who have proposed a pull tonight, and meanwhile solace yourself with another of my very superior cabanas. Perhaps it is as well as she is gone, Jack, said I, endeavoring to imitate his light-hearted indifference. Had she remained among us another week, I would certainly have booked for her, and so have bedevilled myself, as you said yesterday. For Donna Paulina, of course, had you any doubts as to which? Why, no, I certainly did not think that you were in love with the mother. Well, said I impatiently, Paulina is very beautiful, no doubt. She has those Andalusian eyes and ankles which all the world talk about, but which all the world must see to feel the full effect of either. She has a charming manner, a glorious spieglery. Yes, that's the world, full of pretty repartee, and all that sort of thing. You understand me, Dick, or Don Ricardo, as she called you. But, Will, I assure you, I should not like to enter for a Spanish wife. Of all women in the world, no, no. What does the song say? And as we reascended to the higher parts of the fortress, these careless fellows sang aloud a scrap of a popular mess table song, somewhat to this purpose. No fair Fraulein or demoiselle, nor Donna with her smile, shall ever teach me to forget the dear ones of our isle, and when I seek a heart and hand among the fair and free, still constant in my faith, I'll say an English girl for me. That is the mark, Dick, an English girl for me. Besides, half of the young fellows in garrison here ran after Paulina, and at every mess table she was as well known as the big drum, or the regimental snuff-box, or that great ram's head with its devilish horns, with which those Highland fellows of the 92nd decorate their table, after the cloth is removed. At every jail, field day, and tertulia, at church and on the promenade, a crowd of admirers surrounded her, like flies round honey, and she seemed to be equally delighted with all. That was one of the peculiar charms of her manner, Jack, said I. Peculiar indeed, said he, letting out a cloud of smoke from his well-mustachioed lip. In public she distinguished none in particular, but was alike gay with all. And in private, who was said generally to be the happy Lothario? I made no reply, but knocked the ashes away from the very superior cabana, with which he had just favoured me. It was said to be a certain person known as Dick Rumble of ours, continued Slingsby in his bantering way, but I am deuced glad it is all over, like any other flirtation, and you are free to win and free to wed another. I don't like Spaniards, and never shall. In fact, I have hated them ever since that unpleasant adventure I had at Malaga last year, and about which I shall tell you some other time. But here comes Shafton, Morton, and some more of ours, and as soon as we leave the mess, we shall adjourn to the billiard table. What this unpleasant adventure to which Slingsby referred, and to which I had often heard him refer before, might have been, I cared not then to inquire, but walked on, more chilled than cancelled by his rattling manner and by that mess-room raillery, which I have known to laugh many a wiser man than your humble servant, out of an honest and sincere passion, while it has also been the saving of many an inflammable newcome or unfledged, but amatory ensign, from the lures of those passé garrison bells, whose feathers are beginning to moult, and whose brilliance is beginning to fade, after a long career of close flirtation, round dancing, supper crashes, cold fowl, ices, pink champagne, affectionate farewells in the grey morning, when the drowsy drum boys beat reveille, or when the rout arrived, and each lover, a lover Alice, but for the time, departed with his regiment, to return no more. Of Paulina de Lucena, such a pretty name it is. I had seen much during her short residence in Gibraltar, and had become, what shall I term it? For ours were not marrying men, charmed by her sweetness of temper and piquant manner, as well as by her acknowledged beauty. Jacques Slingsby stigmatized this under the denomination of being spoony, but as I have a proper abhorrence of all that slang phraseology which is peculiar to the university, the barrack, the club-house, and the turf, I believe I shall quote honest Jack no more, but proceed in my own fashion. She was the only daughter of Lieutenant Colonel Don Ignacio de Lucena, a knight of San Fernando, an officer of lancers in the service of the Queen of Spain, in one of whose battles he was taken prisoner by Cabrera, and shot in cold blood with 50 of his soldiers, for this ferocious Carlist behaved with such barbarity to the constitutional army, that one of his officers, who had been a prisoner, assured me that at Valencia he and his comrades were subjected to such cruelty by their captors, that after 1,000 sufferings on being denied food, they were driven to the dreadful necessity of devouring the body of a fellow captive. The profession of her father, together with the circumstance of one of her brothers being in the Spanish sea service, and another in the army of Portugal, caused her to view with a favorable eye all who have the honor to live by the sword, and my small smattering of Spanish, which I picked up in those idle hours of a garrison life that otherwise must have hung heavily over me, gave me every facility for cultivating a friendship which had in it everything that might serve to dazzle and charm a young man. For, with the idea of Andalusia and Spanish beauty, we are apt to conjure up so much of love and of romance that the imagination gets the better of the senses. Besides, those rogues of travelers and romancers have always given us such exaggerated pictures of Spanish loveliness, irregularity of feature, and fairness of complexion. Donna Paulina was inferior to many a pretty girl I have seen at home. Her most glorious attractions were her dark, glossy tresses and her black, eloquent eyes, brilliant, sad, subduing, ever varying, but ever black, and under their long, long fringes, ever melting. In beauty of form and grace of movement, she was unmatched out of her own province, and I can assure the reader that the first time her very striking figure appeared among the promenaders in the Alameda of Gibraltar, with her drapery of black lace falling from a high pearl comb, her mantilla, her close-fitting dress, her pretty feet in their cordovan slippers, and her large fan, the unhappy bones of which were ever in a state of flutter and excitement, and between which she shot her most dangerous glances, it occasioned much marvel, curiosity, and speculation at all the mess tables of Her Majesty's forces, stationed on the wreck. To such a companion, imagine the charm of acting cicerone about the fortifications of old Gibraltar. Imagine our evening rambles round Rosia Bay and along the New Mole, where the ships of the British and Yankees, the French, Spaniards, Portuguese, Italians, Turks, Greeks, Moors, Arabs, and Jews, with all their varieties of ensigns, costume, and rig, are riding at anchor, and where many a grim mortar and cannon gun frown over the new bastion. Imagine the transition from the sunny Alameda to the deep, cool galleries which are hewn in the heart of the living wreck, and which are now turned to such warlike purposes as old Pomponius Mela, who first wrote of them, could never have conceived, and where we wandered for many an hour, the pretty Donna forgetting the stretched costumes of her country, so far as to grasp my arm with both her hands at times, for the aspect of these places filled her with timidity and awe. To these subterranean batteries there is admitted but a dim and dubious light that steals through their embrasures, glinting on the damp slime of their walls and roof of wreck, and on the heavy ordnance, 68-pounders some of them, which stand on frames of metal, on piles of balls and bombs, and on doors studded with iron, that lead to other and inner vaults full of missiles and unknown terrors. On would we wander through grim batteries, gloomy magazines, and far-stretching galleries that seem to be without end, obtaining at times through the vaulted embrasures a glimpse of the town, then basking in the glare of the noonday sun, or of the sea, shining under a brilliance in which the vessels on its bosom became lost, while we heard only the sound of our own voices, the twang of a bugle, or the sharp rat-tat of a drum in the barracks, the faint boom of a breaker on the cliffs, or the fainter sound of voices in the town, far, far down below, where all the races of the world were mingling. For there, in its streets, might be seen the smart Greek in his scarlet fez and ample quilt, the hideous Afric Jew in his black and white striped cowl, the slow and solemn Turk, the bare-kneed Scottish soldier, the lively Italian sailor, and the puffing, perspiring, and grumbling John Bull. I saw Paulina daily, and garrison life became one long and enchanting dream. In the batteries of the wreck we promenaded often when the heat became too great in the sunny Alameda, and with such a companion, while wandering through the subterranean and twilight shades of St. George's Hall, or the Windsor Gallery, how was it possible to escape from loathing her? A coquettish Andalusian, who, whenever I ventured to become a little more tender than usual, would tap me over the fingers with her fan, or give me one brilliant, flashing, and fascinating glance, as she closed her screen of black lace and threatened to leave me, while she sang with the most charming grace in the world, "Pues por besarte, Minguillo," the English of which is somewhat to the following purpose: "Give me swiftly back, thou dear one, give the kiss I gave to you. Give me back the kiss, for mother is impatient. Prithee do. Give me that, and take another, for that one thou shalt have two." And where, the while, the reader may naturally inquire, was the cautious, suspicious, and lynx-eyed Spanish mother therein referred to? Now old Donna Dominga had conceived a vehement friendship for me since the first evening on which I had the pleasure of meeting her at the residence of the governor and commander-in-chief, and where I supplied her with ices when she was warm, adjusted her mantilla when she was cool, held her fan, snuff box and poodle, and brought her a cigarrillo and orange water dashed with the smallest taste of brandy, and, discovering her sympathies and antipathies, soon learned to anathematize Cabrera and the Conde de Montmolin, to express a vague belief in miracles in general, and the verity of the holy face of Jeanne in particular. I turned the old lady's flank, and established myself safely under the wing of her prejudices. She always accompanied Paulina and me in our rambles, but I generally contrived, by a little successful maneuvering, to leave her to the care of Dr. McLeachy, our senior surgeon, after Jack Slingsby had very disobligingly revolted against this duty. And as the doctor and the Donna were either somewhat pursy or disposed to prose and linger, we usually left them far in the rear and lost sight of them altogether. Now the doctor, who quoted Killard as if he had been his own father, and expatiated the old lady on geology, with mineralogy, botany, and Scottish metaphysics, was so particular in explaining the leaves, fibers, and various properties of the Iberus gibraltarica, the only plant peculiar to the rock, that the stout Donna Dominga, who deemed all this but the language of the flowers, and viewed everything through the medium of gallantry, became troubled in spirit, and would occasionally blush behind the sticks of her fan, or ogle and look unutterable things at our poor unconscious medico. She would sigh tenderly when he plucked the soft palmetto which grows in the rocky crevices, or tremble over the white polyanthus, and was ready to drop like a ripe pumpkin into his arms, when he grew eloquent upon the various species of the cacti. This was all very well while it lasted, for while the ponderous old Donna thought that our quiet canny and discreet Galilean, who signed himself M.D. of St. Andrews, and F.E.C.S. of Edinburgh, was a lover of her own, she forgot to look too narrowly after us, and believed that she had found a most agreeable mode of passing the month in Gibraltar, which, for change of air, had been recommended by some Sangrado of Seville, as her health had become somewhat impaired by ease and good living. I was so dazzled and delighted with the charming Paulina and her pretty little ways, that I had really begun to prepare my mind for repelling the banter of the mess, and for waiting with due solemnity upon Donna Dominga to confer with her alone, upon settlements and so forth, when a terrible denouement took place. Having rashly boasted of her imaginary conquest over our doctor, to a lady whom she met at the house of a rich Spanish merchant in the Alameda, there ensued between them an immediate scene, for this unlucky communication, given with all the coy triumph with which the plump old lady could invest it, was made to no other than the doctor's wife, who had just arrived from Dublin, and, as it had never entered the head of Donna Dominga to inquire whether our unsuspecting medico was a Benedict, bond or free, as they say in Australia, a storm was the consequence. Now Mrs. Leachy McLeachy, our Scotch doctor's better half, was a strong-minded Irish woman, who wore a species of turban, and was the terror of the regiment. On each of her fat wrists she wore a bracelet of blood-encrusted medals, torn, as she said, of Russian breasts, and sent to her from Sebastopol by her brother, who was "the matter, the senior matter double less, or the fighting 88. And so this lady, in her deep Galway patois, poured on the Spaniard a broadside that would have sunk the Santísima Trinidad. Finding her love affair at an end, the cruel Donna resolved to cut short mine. Within an hour after this meeting, Pedrillo was summoned. The old Spanish coast was brought forth, the baggage packed, and her farewell cards, PPC, dispatched to the governor and his military secretary, to the aides de camp and staff colonel, to the officers commanding regiments, and all the great folks of the place. The old lady and the pretty Paulina got into the depths of the ponderous carroza. The three-legged stool was strapped to the door. Pedrillo clambered into his bucket-like boots and muttered many carajos as he applied his latigo on the sleek sides of the dapple mules. And while their proprietrix was sulking and fuming at Gibraltar and all the heretics who dwelt therein, the huge conveyance crawled along the narrow causeway which forms the communication between the town and the isthmus, and for the present thus ended, as I have said, my pleasant little Spanish romance of a month. A recollection was all that remained to me of Paulina, and of that flirtation which was fast maturing into something of a better and more lasting nature. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Hours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Aries. Chapter 2. The Guarda Costa. During the 2 preceding months, we had been daily expecting orders to embark for the Crimea, and this expectation formed almost our sole topic at mess. But days became weeks, and weeks became months, yet we heard no more of it than what passed among ourselves. Transports laden with troops, horse, food, and artillery touched daily at the rack, and steamed on into the bright blue Mediterranean, with spirit-stirring tears rising from their crowded decks. Regiments junior to ours were withdrawn from the rack and dispatched to that scene of bravery and bloodshed, of mismanagement and disaster, towards which all our thoughts, our hopes, our hearts were turned. But the route never came for ours, and we grew decidedly peevish, and found the dull routine of duty among the endless batteries, bastions, curtains, magazines, and casemates of that mighty fortress which was so long boasted, before the days of steam, as the key of the great French lake, sufficiently tedious, for we felt that we were merely playing at soldiers like militiamen, while our comrades of the line were engaged in desperate work, and played the great game of war with the eyes of all the world upon them. One evening, about a week after the departure of the ladies, I was captain of the guard at the new Mole Fort, and Jack Slingsby was my subaltern. We had just finished the dinner which had been sent to us, hot and smoking, from the mess house in a conveyance for the purpose. The windows of the officers' guard room were open, and with a box of contraband cigars, a few periodicals from the garrison library, a telescope to watch the passing ships, and a bottle or two of very choice mess claret, we were dozing the sunny evening of Andalusia very comfortably away. The last dispatches from the Crimea had been read and discussed by us. The last lists of killed, wounded, frozen or missing in the trenches, had been conned over for some familiar name, which brought vividly before us some fine fellow we should never see again, but whose sudden fate was the more interesting to us, because it soon might be our own. Whether it was the result of the good dinner, the good wine, the sultry atmosphere, or our own thoughts that oppressed us, I know not. But we sat long silent, and gazing at the varied scenery and glittering waters of the bay. My thoughts were still wandering after Paulina, and I was endeavoring to image what she might be about at that precise moment. Slingsby had lost a very heavy and very absurd bet on an interesting race run at Grand Cairo between an Irish mare and an Arab horse belonging to Halim Pasha. When the former beat the latter all to nothing, as Jack phrased it, and he had to hand over £500 to Morton, our colonel, for booking on a horse which neither of them had ever seen. The same race was offered for the last 2 years against all England for 10,000 sovereigns, and as all the sporting world know, the challenge was not accepted. Blue debiled by his loss, Jack Slingsby sipped his claret in silence and made wise resolutions which he never intended to keep, with moral reflections which he never could practice, and longed for the Crimea, insensible to the charms of his delightful climate, where even in January the narcissus polyanthus hang in white clusters from the rocks, where the purple lavender flowers in large beds and parterres, where the palmetto spreads its fawn-like foliage to the sun, where the gigantic aloe puts forth its leaves, and the prickly pear expands its ponderous bunches, while the wild tulip and the Damascus tree are in full blossom under the gloom of the Salem pine, or the lighter foliage of the Cork tree, and where all is verdure, fragrance, and joy. Yet, amid all this, Jack Slingsby, like the rest of ours, sighed for the frozen camp, the battered trenches, and the misery of Sebastopol. "So, you have not got the better of your Spanish fancies, eh?" said he, for lack of something better to talk about. "The charming Paulina, that most rotund of elderly females, her mamma, and all that sort of thing?" "What leads you to think so?" I asked languidly, as I lay stretched at length on the Windsor chairs, watching the smoke which ascended from my lips to the ceiling. "It is quite plain, dear Don Ricardo." "You cannot mimic her, so don't attempt it, Jack." "But how is it plain, huh?" "As clear as when the right is in front, the left is the pivot." A technical reply. "Dick Rumble, my boy, you are quite sad about her, and there is no use in attempting to conceal it," continued Slingsby. "Not sad exactly," said I, making an effort to look brave. "Never was I fool enough to be sad about any woman yet. There are as good fish and company, and as for the Spanish girl, try another Cuba. The box is beside you." "Thanks. About this Spanish girl." "Fill your glass and push across the decanter. Has not that bottle been a little corked, think you?" "Perhaps. About this Spanish girl," continued Jack doggedly. "Well, what the deuce about her?" "You were just on the point of remarking something." "Only that her eyes were very fine, were they not?" "Very, but I prefer blue. No fair Fraulein, nor them—" "For heaven's sake, Jack, don't begin that everlasting ditty," said I, pettishly. Yes, Paulina's eyes were beautiful. They seemed, as the Spaniards say, to be in mourning for the murders they committed. A stale compliment. was Jack's retort to my interruption of a song with which he had favored the mess every night since we left Southampton. For a small amount of vocal talent will go a long way to charm a mess table. She mauded at you, however, with very little compunction, but to think of the doctor's botanicing with the mother being mistaken for love-making. Was it not glorious, Dick? I have sometimes thought of a man's leave, just between masters, said I, without joining in Jack's boisterous laugh. Leave? For what purpose? I ride into Spain, say, as far as Seville. What do you think of it? 70 miles or more to help you to continue a flirtation begun in the casemates of Gibraltar. Thank you, Ramble. I would rather hold myself excused. I had a little adventure in Spain once before, and its devilish concomitants quite cured me of all taste for another. Though, if I had not lost this unlucky £500, perhaps. Well, why the deuce did you not let Halim Pasha and his nag alone? What did the race matter to you? But lend me the telescope. What is that puff? A gun? It is a smuggler running right for the harbor, pursued by a Spanish Guarda Costa. Bang! There goes another gang from the Don. And right through the felucca's sail, too. Hello, they will be within gunshot of us ere long, said I, springing up. And this will be work for us. Sentry, call the gunner of the guard. Gunner of the guard, reiterated the sentinel, who stood bayonet in hand under a sunshade at the guard-house door. The solitary artilleryman, who was attached to my guard, appeared in an instant with his sword by his side, and a lean stack in his hand. Get ready a gun, said I, for there is a Spanish Guarda Costa in pursuit of a smuggler, and we must protect our friend. An 18-pounder or a 24, sir? Oh, give him a 24, and take a file of the guard to assist you. While the smuggler, with her long sweeps out and every stitch of canvas crowded on her long and tapering masts, and whip-like yards, was straining every nerve to escape from the Spanish cruiser, which plied away with her bow guns, and bore after her close hold, and rushing through the shining waves, till they seemed to smoke under her. It may be necessary to inform the reader that the manufacture and smuggling of tobacco and cigars at Gibraltar is a never-failing and never-ending source of angry discussion between the governments of Spain and Britain. For, by the former, tobacco has long been reckoned a royal monopoly. Now, in Gibraltar, almost every second house is a cigar shop, and more than 2,000 men are daily employed in the manufacture of these articles of luxury, without which a Spaniard would be, as someone says, like a steamer without a funnel. 3/4 of the British exports from Gibraltar to the 3 United Kingdoms are also smuggled, and to such an extent is the contraband trade carried, that the annual importation of tobacco into that fortified town, says Mr. Porter, in his Progress of the Nation, amounts to from 6 millions to 8 millions of pounds, nearly the whole of which is purchased by smugglers. The boats of the contrabandistas are generally rigged as feluccas, and painted black. They are built sharp as a pike head, and carry a heavy brass gun, which in harbor is usually concealed under a pile of old boxes and casks, with a tarpaulin thrown over it, while in cases of emergency, various pistols, pikes, and cutlasses make their appearance in the hands of the brown-visaged, black-bearded, red-shashed, and rather pictorial-looking ruffians, whose chief occupation is to sleep and lounge about their decks by day. To look out for these lads of the knife and pistol, The government of Her Most Catholic Majesty maintains a number of fast-sailing revenue craft, called Guarda Costas, commanded by brave and vigilant officers. These are the abhorrence of the contrabandistas, whose operations are greatly facilitated on land by the concurrence of the corrupt Spanish officials. And those guardacostas, in their zeal, had of late been rushed enough to pursue their prey into those waters which are under the jurisdiction of the governor and commander-in-chief of Gibraltar, and in 3 instances had boarded them with pistol and cutlass, shot the crews, or driven them overboard, and thereafter cut the feluccas out from under the very guns of Her Britannic Majesty's fortress. This, however, was not to be tolerated again, and strict orders had been issued that every guardacosta who ventured into troubled waters should be fired on. John Bull is consistently absurd and unjust in all things, and with all his boasted justice, is the most veritable bully in the world, except perhaps his thriving son Jonathan. He would, no doubt, cut his own smugglers out of any port in the world, and in the same moment would deny the poor Spaniards the right to do the same. For John is a man full of honor and liberality, or a man of neither, just as may suit his own particular purpose for the time. But, to return, on came the felucca in question, running straight for the anchorage, which was protected by the heavy guns of the new mole fort where we were on guard, and the parapet of which was lined by the soldiers, all eager to witness the result of that most exciting of all things, a chase, a struggle between a strong party and a weak one. On came the guardacosta in pursuit, plying her bow chaser, cleaving asunder the clouds of white smoke which ever and anon it rolled ahead of her, and riding over the waves, then shining in all the rosy brilliance of Spanish sunset, while astern waved the large ensign with the red and yellow horizontal bars of Castile and Leon. Suddenly the little felucca ran up British colors. A sharp putter rang over the water, and a wreath of smoke rose from her stern as the devil-may-care contrabandistas gave the cruiser a dose of small arms. Boom again! The Don gave another shot from his brass gun, and at this time an angry shout arose from our own vessels in the roadstead, for the ball had crossed the forefoot of a Newcastle collier. "Rumble, this will never do," said Slingsby. "That Spanish craft is too near by half, much nearer than our standing orders permit." "Now, gunner, is that 24-pounder ready?" said I. "All ready, sir." "Then bang at her." We all watched the shot with breathless interest, for to us the whole affair was merely a race, a game of hazard, like any other. The sullen roar of the 24-pounder shook the solid parapet of the new mole fort, and pealed in repeated echoes round all the shore to the extremity of Rosia Bay, and as the cloud of light smoke curled away from before us, we saw the shot whipping the water far astern of the Guarda Costa, and a flush of annoyance spread over the honest face of the artilleryman. For, as all our eyes were bent upon his performance, he had been most anxious to excel, and this very anxiety had probably defeated its object. A muttered exclamation of impatience escaped him. "Run back the gun," said he to the guard. Back went the carronade, and home went the sponge, as he set his teeth and, with hasty determination, proceeded to reload. "Quick, quick," said I, "for if she hauls her wind, gunner, there will barely be time to give another shot." "I'll toss you for it, Senor Capitano," said Slingsby. "Bet you a bottle of champagne that I will hit the Guarda Costa." "Done," said I. "Toss for the first fire." We tossed, and it fell to Jack. "Take care that you don't hit the felucca." "Miss the pigeon and hit the crow, Dick?" he said, while laughing. He applied his eye to the sides of the breech, and proceeded to adjust the screw, to the evident annoyance of the gunner, who, while he could not decline to relinquish his place to an officer, was piqued on being deprived of a chance to retrieving his name as a professional marksman, and now he stood by, with his watch lighted, in the earnest hope, doubtless, that Jack Slingsby would send his shot as wide of the mark as possible. Cigar in mouth, Jack glanced coolly, almost carelessly, along the gun, and, uncovering his object, cried, "Fire!" Again the lean stack fell on the thatch hole. Again the gun shot rolled along the echoing shore, and peeled away to seaward. A large white splinter was seen on the gunwale of the Guarda Costa. Her sails shivered and flopped in the wind, as the ball struck her, and suddenly bucking her mainyard, she lay to heaving like a wounded seabird on the long glassy ridges of the ground swell. Ere the burst of applause which with our soldiers greeted Slingsby had died away, for my friend Jack was one of their most favorite officers. "You did for her, there, sir," said the gunner approvingly, as he rammed home the sponge. "Yes, but as you fired when she was much farther off, remember that I have the less credit in hitting," replied Jack, as he gave the gunner a crown piece to console him. By this time the felucca, with a shout of derision rising from her deck, ran into the harbor, docking her colors thrice to us in salute, as she passed the new mole fort. I had not been looking for more than a minute through the spy glass at the Guarda Costa, when I became assured that someone on board had been wounded severely, either by the shot or its splinters. The crew, all save the man at the wheel, were grouped amidships. Many were kneeling on the deck, and once or twice clenched hands were fiercely shaken in menace towards the battery. Then we saw a man borne carefully aft between several others. "Someone has evidently been killed or wounded desperately," said I, handing the glass to Slingsby. "Good heaven! Do you say so?" cried Jack. "Well, it would seem so, poor fellow. You know, Rumble, I did not exactly anticipate such a thing. So it is. So it is. There is a man stretched on the deck," he added, passing the telescope to our soldiers. "We have only obeyed a standing garrison order," said I, "and the responsibility thereof, if any, does not lie with us, but with those who issued it. Come back to the guard room, Jack, and for my servant shall go to the mess man for that bottle of champagne you have won so well." "Oh, deuce take the champagne, and all that sort of thing," said Jack, looking still at the Guarda Costa. For a time an evident confusion and indecision seemed to reign among her crew. She lay heaving and tossing, rising and falling on the long and rigid rollers, with the setting sun glaring full upon her white mainsail, which lay flat to the mast. The light of day soon sunk in the west, behind the upper peak of the rocky mountain, from which a myriad rays shot upward and played on the masses of floating cloud. The strait was still bathed in the amber glory of evening, and each glassy billow of the slow ground swell as it rolled away from west to east rose like a bank of gold from a plain of brilliant blue, and all the amphitheatre of the town, which stretches along the base of the rock, and rises gradually from the shore in the most delightful manner, mingling in picturesque confusion the lofty and airy Spanish casa, with its flat roof, veranda, and sun-shaded windows, the close, compact English house, the solid rampart, and the flimsy wooden storehouse, all were bathed in the warmest tints, and every casement and window flanked back the gleams of radiance, as if they had been illuminated by lamps of crimson and gold. Soon after the departed sun had shed its last ray on the bare scalp of the sugar loaf, the crew of the Guarda Costa, as a protection probably, hoisted British colors, and kept past us into the harbor, and immediately on dropping her anchor, sent a boat ashore. We supposed that this visit could only be for the purpose of lodging a complaint against the officer in command at the new mole fort, to wit myself, a complaint which we knew would be unavailing. But we were mistaken, for my servant, on returning from the barracks with the bottle of champagne and other and company, requisite to enable Jack and me to pass the night on guard agreeably, brought us the unpleasant information that the shot had carried away both legs of the unfortunate Spanish lieutenant, who commanded the Guarda Costa, and that Dr. Mlichi of ours had at once gone off to the vessel to succor the patient, who, poor fellow, had died under his hands. This catastrophe proved a great damper to us, and to Jack in particular, for he was one of the best-hearted fellows in the service. So we had more champagne brought from the mess house, and we talked to the Guarda Costa and her poor lieutenant almost till the morning gun was fired. And the affair furnished me with a special paragraph for that column of remarks in the guard report which seldom contains memoranda of greater importance than a notice of the cracked pane of glass handed over to Captain O'Brien of the 88th, or the poker handed over broken by the last guard under Lieutenant Smith of the Buffs, and so forth. In the morning we found that the Guarda Costa had sailed in the night, taking her dead commander with her, and long before the end of the week we had ceased even to speak of the circumstance at mess, and I forget the affair as the image of Paulina came before me again, and thoughtless Jack Slingsby was as gay as ever. But I must mention that on being relieved from guard at the new mole fort, I found waiting me at my quarters Pedro de Urquija, a well-known contrabandista and king of the smugglers of Gibraltar, who gave me a profusion of thanks for saving his little felucca, La Buena Fortuna, from that devil of a Guarda Costa, saying it was the closest run he had ever experienced in 20 years of arduous smuggling, and he insisted upon my acceptance of several boxes of prime Cubas and some dozen yards of magnificent lace, worked by the nuns of Cadiz and the poor sisters of Santa Teresa de Estrello, and we parted the best friends in the world. But a heavy rat was in pickle for Jack and me, and the affair was destined to cost us more danger, trouble, and anxiety than we could ever have calculated on risking. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Ours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Aries. Chapter 3. Jack Slingsby. The killing of the Spanish lieutenant revived among our diplomatic people the ever-rankling quarrel about the contrabandistas, and the Captain General of Andalusia wrote an angry letter to the governor of Gibraltar, remonstrating with him on the conduct of the officer in charge of the battery at the Mole Fort, in daring to fire upon a Spanish government cruiser and requesting that the said Don Ricardo Ramble should be given up to the Spanish authorities to be sent to the galleys at Barcelona probably, or to be otherwise disposed of. This absurd demand, however, the old general commanding waived politely, but the correspondence was prolonged until the military secretary became bored to death on the subject, and lost all patience at the very mention of it. Now, as the Queen of Spain designates herself Sovereign Lady of Gibraltar, and as the Alcalde of San Roque, a little town which has sprung up within the last 150 years, still styles himself in all official documents Alcalde of San Roque and of Gibraltar, and holder of supreme authority therein, the tone assumed by the Captain General, who was on a visit to Jaen, was pompous, high, and mighty, for no explanation we could give in writing could make the irritable old Castilian hidalgo see that the lieutenant of the Guarda Costa had been in the wrong. One evening, on entering the mess room, I was startled by Colonel Morton acquainting me that by directions just arrived from the Foreign Secretary he had been requested to send the 2 officers who were on guard in the new mole fort into Spain. Without hostage or guarantee? The devil, said I, shrugging my shoulders. And to whom? To this obstinate old bore by habit, and bore by nature, the Captain General. As prisoners, Colonel, cried Slingsby, with an astonished air from the other end of the table, and pausing with his hand on a wine decanter. You don't mean to say as prisoners? Prisoners? Not at all. How could you think of such a thing? Said the colonel, laughing, for he was a hearty old soldier, at whose name stood P.W. and K.H. and C.B. in Hart's army list. You go merely to explain the late affair in person, and it is the more necessary for you both to go, as the 2 aides-de-camp of the governor are on the sick list. It is only a ride of some 70 or 80 miles into Spain. Wishing were I who had the duty to do. And where does the Captain General live? At Seville, to which place he is now returning from Jaen. Ah, indeed, Seville, said I, reviving as I filled my glass with Moselle, and Slingsby stuck his glass in his remarkably knowing eye. You'll take the good horses, but be careful of rogues, raterrillos, and footpads by the way. I can lend you a pair of pistols with spring bayonets. Thank you, Colonel. I have my revolver, said I, laughing. What, you smile, Rambo? Said the Colonel. And believe me to have the banditti-phobia. But I know Spain well, having marched over every foot of the peninsula under Lord Lindedoc, and fought my way from the Black Horse Square at Lisbon to the banks of the Nive. So I know pretty well that in peace as in war armed desperadoes, whose hands are against all men, are, as a certain traveler says, the very weeds of the Spanish soil. Right well do I know the land of los Españols, as we used to call them in the old fighting 5th Hussars. I was in the cavalry then, and had I not grown stiff in the joints, and lost our relish for adventures by day, fleas by night, and the resinous taste of vino out of a skin at all times, I would have saved you the trouble of the journey and gone myself. But my instructions from home say that Captain Ramble and Lieutenant Slingsby must go. So there is the end of it, Mayor, Mr. Vice, another bottle of wine to drink bon voyage to Ramble and Slingsby. With all my heart, Sergeant Sloper, a fresh allowance of wine. Wish I were going with you, said Shafton, the captain of our light company. A ride to Seville? The very name of the place conjures up a sunny vision of orange trees and glowing grapes, of black mantillas and tapir ankles, and different duty from trenching in the Crimea as we might have been and ought to have been by this time. Ay, quoth Mlichi the doctor, who, although married, as he knew to his cost, was dining that day with the mess. And a pleasant change after a dull routine of garrison life, during which we have, as Punch says, contentedly eat Russian beefs and muttons, contentedly drank Russian rums and waters, darned our own sacks, and sewed our own buttons, fried in summer and froze in winter quarters. A fine upon the doctor, said Shafton. Colonel, Mr. Vice, gentlemen, he violates authorizes Her Majesty's service. A bottle of champagne from the doctor. You will remember us all most affectionately to Donna Dominga and to the bewitching Paulina. You will see them, of course, said someone from the foot of the table. The doctor must prepare some of the rarest specimens of those remarkable cacti with which he subdued the heart of the plump widow, said Slingsby, taking up the course of banter. And I have them ready by tomorrow. We start tomorrow, I presume, Colonel. As early as you please, said Martin. We shall have some glorious fun in Seville, huh, Rumble? You'll envy us, gentlemen, if the Captain General does not grant you, snarled the doctor, or treat you as Don Ramon Cabrera, the Conde de Morella, treated the husband of Donna Dominga. But for that gentle sigh, doctor, I would have considered you quite a bear, said Slingsby. But pass the wine, Mlichi. If you find Seville dull, retorted the doctor, you had better play the same little prank you played at Kilkenny when you were in the 6th. What did he do when in the 6th? Inquired a dozen voices at once. What did he not do, you should ask, continued the doctor, while Jack smiled faintly and filled up his glass. Once when we marched into Kilkenny, we found there had been a quarrel between the Rapparees of the district and the 1st Battalion of Scots Royals. It was in the time of high repeal enthusiasm, and nothing was thought of but an Irish Republic. So the people looked darkly at the redcoats. Now Slingsby had never been in Ireland before, and as he received over the barrack guard from one of the royals with bayonets fixed and drum beating, he asked how the inhabitants liked the troops. Ill enough, answered the royal, since we shot some of them in a tithe business near Roscrea. They have been as cold as charity, and the devil at dinner or ball have we had since last Master Day. And you be here till you are mouldy without seeing such a thing as a waltz or white kits, ices and fowl, trifle and champagne. Whereupon Mr. Jack Slingsby, being an Englishman and knowing no better, believed he might play pranks upon the Irish, and seating himself in his quarters next day, he assumed his pen and dispatched the following card to every house in the town. Lieutenant Slingsby, of H.M. 6th Foot, presents his compliments to the ladies of Kilkenny, and takes the earliest opportunity of announcing his arrival. He begs to inform them that he can play whist, casino, and every game on cards known in Christendom, that he flirts to admiration and can poke, waltz, and dance the Varsovian ditto, that generally he can accommodate himself to every whim-wham of the charming sex, and is always to be heard of at his residence in the infantry barracks. Among others, he rashly sent one of these precious circulars to Mrs. Towler, the wife. I beg her pardon, the lady of the Major General of the district, who wickedly handed it to her husband at breakfast. So poor Jack's production brought him before a general court-martial. It went very hard with him, for the irascible general deemed that his wife and her 10 highly eligible daughters were grossly insulted. But our hero escaped with a reprimand, and the colonel was directed to watch his conduct in future. But he became thereafter the Lion of Kilkenny, and Carlow to boot, and all the district from Roscrea to Clonmel. After that, an evening party without Jack would have been like a bell without a clapper. But the general never forgave me for that prank, said Jack good-humoredly, and he was always on the watch for me afterwards. You remember how nearly he had you booked for another court-martial on a race day? And how nicely I outflanked and outwitted him. It was the day of the principal races. I had a horse to run, and more than half the regiment had made a heavy book on him, and a great amount of paper was expected to change honours on the issue. The Lord Lieutenant was to be there, and I was all anxiety to be present at the race, when, as the devil or the adjutant would have it, I found myself in orders the day before. Orders for God. Everybody was going to the cause, and not a soul for love or money would take my duty. So, with a heavy heart, I paraded in the morning, and as the time for the start drew near, I saw all our fellows bowl out of barracks in drags, and cars attired in sporting mufti and in high spirits. Then came old General Thaler, commanding the district, in his blue frocked coat, and with the sabre which he had wielded at the passage of the Bidasso. Mrs. General Thaler, several Mrs. Thaler, all demoiselles of mature age, and the A.D.C. Horatio Thaler, captain of the regiment which he never saw, for he wisely preferred his mamma's drawing-room in Kilkenny to broiling on Cape Coast. They all scampered out. Then the barracks gates were shut, and all became very quiet and still. No sound stirred in the empty parade yard, for no one was abroad. The sun was scorching, and the sentinels stood in their boxes. I thought of the buzz, the glitter, the fun and frolic, the cold fowl, the iced champagne, the brandy and soda water, the flirtation on the roof of a drag, on the rumble of the dickey, all the excitement and enthusiasm of the races, and more than all, I imagined how my nag would look when the exulting grooms drew his clothes off, the jockey in blue and white collars, and fancy painted him scouring like a whirlwind round the smooth green course, and bidding Flying Dutchman, Lady Fanny, Albert, and all the rest of them hallo. As the time of the start drew nigh, my excitement and longing increased, but I knew too well the danger of absenting myself from a god. I knew, moreover, that old Thaler, who spent half his life in laying traps for subalterns, and signs being his peculiar aversion, was daily furnished with a card, whereon were written the names of the officers on garrison duty, and he had seen me on guard as he passed out. The barracks are so empty, I'll never be missed, though I, and may steal to the cause in the crowd. So, as the distance was short, I hurried off on foot and in full uniform just as I had paraded for duty, with my sword, white belt and shako, lost amid the wilderness of tents, stalls, tumblers, and row-pulling men, carriages, gigs, cars, and vehicles of every kind. I reached the grand stand, or rather its vicinity, and was eagerly looking about for my horse as the bell had rung at the starting point, and the race had begun long since, when I heard a tremendous cheer, and saw my own jockey borne past me, shoulder high. Blue and white had won. In my excitement and confusion, I forgot all about my uniform, and was pushing, jostling, and fighting my way through the delighted mob, when the basilisk expression of two fierce grey eyes that peered from under their shaggy brows arrested me. Heavens and earth! I was close to the carriage of old General Toller, and there he sat, sullen as Jove upon his throne of thunder clouds, scanning me and his card, the fatal detail card, alternately. I am done for, was my first thought. I have won the race, but lost my commission. He has nailed me at last. And my heart sunk as I thought of the two probable consequences of a second court-martial. To the barracks, I heard him say imperiously, and I knew in a moment that he was deliberately driving off to turn off the main guard, and thus to prove me absent therefrom. I felt that I was lost, that my commission, the pride of my heart, was gone. And had not a happy thought seized me, I should not have been here tonight. Just as the carriage turned around, I sprang up behind it and stood there unseen, but stooping low because the roof was open. "You sure it is that impertinent fellow Slingsby of the 6th?" said Mrs. Towler with a smile of malicious satisfaction. "Sure as you are beside me, my love," growled the general. "Bad example to the soldiers, very. Subversive of all discipline. I'll smash him now, absent from God, a general court-martial." "A saucy jackanapes," said Miss Towler. "Gross dereliction of duty." "He was most impertinent to Maria at the last ball," said Mrs. Towler. "Violation of the Articles of War," growled the Major General. "But here we are close on the barracks. Now we shall have him." "God, turn out!" cried the sentry, presenting arms and facing his post. "Step, coachman!" cried the general, as the carriage, with wheels flashing and its steaming base at full gallop, dashed up to the guard house, where they reached back on their haunches, as the guard formed line, opened ranks, and the drum gave the single customary ruffle, just as I dropped unseen from the footboard behind, drew my sword, and took my place coolly at the head of my men. "Sergeant," roared the general, "where's the officer of the guard? Where's that infernal? Where is Mr. Slingsby?" "Here, general," said the astonished non-commissioned officer. "I'm here, sir," said I, haughtily lowering the point of my sword. "Here, you!" he exclaimed with a glance of astonishment and perplexity, as he fumbled with his confounded detail card. "What the deuce?" I thought. "That will do. However, God, turn in, sir. Coachman, drive on." And the carriage with the general and all his daughters, with their fringed parasols, rolled away. Old Towler never discovered how I circumvented him, though he assured his son, the aide-de-camp, that he could have made his affidavit on seeing me at the races, and in 10 minutes after found me at the head of my guard more than 2 miles distant. Next day Slingsby and I left the garrison in our mission to Seville. He accompanied me with some reluctance, for he disliked the Spaniards, having been frequently among them, and being one who possessed a strange facility for getting into all kinds of scrapes and broils. Before starting, we received from the military secretary all the papers connected with the affair of the Guarda Costa, and, what was of more importance to us, we received from the paymaster a necessary portion of the soul of Pedro Garcias, and taking with us only our undress uniform and grey greatcoats, our swords and revolvers, for one might as well travel without brains as without arms in Spain. Besides, Fabrique de Urquiza, a devil of a fellow, haunted the Sierra de Ronda. A valise with 6 shirts each, a box of cubas, and a Jan Murray, we crossed the isthmus, passed through the Spanish lines about an hour after the morning gun was fired, and, with the gorgeous sunrise of a beautiful Spanish day, took the wild and lonely road into Andalusia, with well-filled purses, good necks under us, light hearts and thoughtless heads, and in such a frame of mind that, in pursuit of adventure, we would have faced anything, from a black beetle to a mad bull. I thought of Donna Paulina. When did I not think of her? And as the strong ramparts of Gibraltar lessened in our rear, I hummed, "Pues por besarte, Minguillo," her coquettish little song of the kiss. Poor Paulina. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Ours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Aries. Chapter 4. The Venta. We had left the dull world of matter-of-fact behind us, and were now in the land of romance, where, save the invention of cigars and musket-lacs, all was unchanged since the days of Charles V. For while all the world moves around her, Spain alone stands still, torpid and unchanging as her unclouded sun and mighty mountain sierras. On reaching Castellar, we expected to receive an escort from the officer commanding a troop of cavalry quartered there, a necessary protection against the banditti of Fabrique de Urquiza, whose name was now a terror in Andalusia. It was a Spanish day. The air was clear, ambient, and pure as light. The sky was cloudless, and exhibited a deep immensity of blue, rendering the most distant objects visible in the blaze of the soaring sun. That whitened the rocks and the narrow horse path we pursued, while the dark pine branches and the light cork trees were unstirred by a breath of wind. We passed through San Roque, a town of some importance to Spain, since Sir George Rooke, in 1704, took Gibraltar, which was almost the only acquisition of the English arms until the union with Scotland, and consequent consolidation of the naval and military resources of the two kingdoms. After leaving it, our route lay through that beautiful forest of cork trees, which spreads over a great part of the country, and borders on the Bay of Gibraltar. At Venta, we passed several strings of galley slaves, who were chained together and at work upon the road. As we trotted past, they paused to glare at us, and their dark sparkling eyes shone through the tangled masses of their jetty hair, which was the sole covering of their heads alike under the winter rain and the scorching summer sun. At Castellar, we were disappointed in our expected escort. As the cavalry had marched to Seville, so we halted at a venta, or inn, and were strongly advised by the hostalero, or keeper, to tarry with him a while, for the approaching night at least, as several outrages had lately been committed in the neighborhood, and a band of broken Carlist soldiers and runaway galley slaves had hovered for some time in the Sierra de Ronda, making themselves the terror of all the country from Cortes to Venta Quemada. Desperate, said I. Nonsense. Sly trick to get us stay overnight, said Slingsby as he took a long draught of sherry and cold water. He renewed his attack on the boiled fowl, which was all the patron could as yet provide for us. Madre mia purissima, said the latter, turning up his glossy black eyes. May you be forgiven your incredulity, but, señores, did you not remark the number of crosses by the wayside as you came along? We did, said Jack. And what then? Each one marks the scene of some novedad. Novelty, a new term for a murder, señor patron. On the poles, with robbers' heads on them? I observed one, said I. And singular to say, a bird had built its nest in it, added Jack. It was a mere skull. One? Madre de Dios! Are there not 100? Yet, señores, you could not ride without an escort, even so far as Alcalde. The thing is not to be thought of. What think you of all this sort of thing, Rumble? Asked Slingsby. Before I could reply, a loud cracking of whips, the creaking of ill-greased wheels, and the clamor of voices were heard. On this, the hostalero cried, It is the convoy already, the convoy from Marbella to Medina. Your graces will excuse me. He hurried away, and in a minute after came breathlessly back with intelligence that it had been fired on by Don Fabrique, with at least 50,000 banditti, at Beniloria, near the foot of the Sierra, and but for a case of relics carried by Padre of Medina, every soul must have perished. But would not the noble señores come downstairs and count the bullet holes in the panels? The bullet holes? By Jove, this affair becomes interesting, said Slingsby, and we descended to the inn-yard, where we found ourselves amid a babel of tongues in dire confusion. Let the reader imagine 4 calessos, all painted in bright stripes of red and yellow, the royal colors of Spain, each with panels full of glaring flowers and absurd miraculous pictures, a body like a cabriolet, supported on a ponderous undercarriage with high wheels, all splashed with mud. Each calesso was drawn by 2 mules, the collars and bridles of which were covered with clear jangling bells. These were each driven by a Jehu who wore all the brilliant colors of the rainbow in his jacket, sash, breeches, and embroidered leggings. These 4 calessos were full of passengers. There were soap boilers and potters of Seville, sleek, well-fed, and in easy circumstances. The old Padre, José Torquequemada, the curate of Medina, in a broad hat and long black cassock buttoned to the throat. Over his shoulders he wore a broad cape, and in his hands were his beads, breviary, and the case of relics which had just been of such signal service. There were several cotton manufacturers on their way to Cadiz, but all save a military man who wore a green surtout and forage cap laced with gold, most unwarlike personages to meet a party of robbers in a Spanish sierra. The drivers, we were told, were singing merrily, the bells were jangling, the passengers all smoking, chatting, and laughing, as they entered a defile in the hills, when suddenly the rocks and trees which overhang the rough path were found to be manned. Don Fabrique de Urquija! Was the cry. Shots were fired. Maldito! And the escort, which consisted of a sergeant and 4 dragoons of the Spanish army, turned their horses and fled at full speed, leaving the convoy to the mercy of the outlaws, who captured the rear calesso, cut its springs, shot the driver, and had retained it with all its contents and passengers. The other 4 had escaped, and came thundering down the narrow path to Castellar, with all their passengers shouting with terror, the mules galloping, the bells jangling, and every vehicle plunging like a ship in a storm. Muerte de Dios, added the military personage whom they called Don Joaquim, and from whom we had this account. It was a narrow escape, for Urquijo is a very Tartar, a blood drinker. You belong to the British service, señores, I presume. Yes, said I. To the garrison in Gibraltar, of course? Of course, we have no other garrison in Spain. And you are on leave, señores? Si, señor, on leave, and going to Seville, said I, conceiving that to tell a real object to this inquisitive officer might not be conducive to the cultivation of mutual goodwill. I also am an officer, said he, bowing, and belong to the Portuguese service, major in the ancient regiment of St. Anthony. But you're a Spaniard, said I. The señor is right, but my father was tied to a post one fine morning, and shot by Don Ramon de Cabrera. It gave me a disgust at Spain, for I saw it done. So I entered the service of Portugal. Come, hombres, I am glad to meet 2 brothers of the sort. We shall have a fresh bottle of sherry, and be comfortable for the night. After this devilish piece of work, the convoy cannot proceed without an escort. It must halt till morning, so let us all be happy together. I shall be in Seville myself ere long, and hope to have the pleasure of meeting you there. Don Joaquim seemed to be about 35 years of age. In figure, he was somewhat short and punchy. His face was round and good-humored, though at times it became stern, sinister, and almost fierce, if anything excited him. His hair was shorn short, but his moustaches were long and lanky, and hung over his mouth like black leeches, imparting to his face an aspect not unlike the old portraits of Philip II. His light green military surtout, like his scarlet trousers, was edged with gold lace, and he wore an enormous sabre, which clattered in a scabbard of polished brass. At a buttonhole hung a little order of merit. The back or end of his forage cap drooped upon his right shoulder. His mouth was never without one of those paper cigaritos, of which he was constantly employed in the manufacture from a little paper book and tobacco bag. And now I hope the reader sees before him, or her, Major Don Joaquim of the Regiment of St. Anthony, otherwise styled of Lagos. The hostelero was in high spirits at the arrival of so much good company, and being assured of their detention for at least a night or 2 before the escort could join them, he bustled about, applauding, vociferating, and directing while getting their baggage, portmanteaus, and bales under cover, ever and anon pausing to count or draw attention to 7 or 8 bullet perforations, which had been made in the calesso panels, to the great perturbation of the easy-going soap boilers and well-to-do cotton merchants, who had no taste or predilection for such matters, and could not see how or why Don Joaquim considered it such a capital joke, that one had received a bullet through his head, another had received one through the collar of his coat, and that a third had his cigar, demonio, the very cigar carried out of his teeth. Soon we were all grouped together, some 30 or so of us, in the large apartment of the Venta, some seated on stools, others on chairs, but many on piles of baggage, bottles of vino tinto, and skins of common wine were set abroad, for cigars were made up from those little pouches and paper books which every Spaniard and Turk carry about with him. Don Joaquim produced his guitar and favored the company with a song. To my surprise, it was Paulina's, Pues por besarte, minguillo, and we all became merry and noisy. The soap boiler forgot the hole in his sombrero. The potter, the dangerous mode in which he had lost his cigar. Even the old Padre Jose relaxed his grim solemnity, and slightly relaxed the lower buttons of his long cassock, to make more room for supper and the purple contents of the thrice-blessed bota, while the patrona, a buxom dame in a short skirt and scarlet stockings, and wearing large silver earrings, superintended the cooking of a vast dish of ham and eggs, huevos y tocino, from which the fragrant steam went hissing up the chimney, while the drivers in their gaudy jackets sat near the glowing hearth, chewing biscuits and bacalao, or roasting the sputtering chestnuts, joining in our jokes and stories, while the happy hostalero bustled about, superintending everything and everybody. The company of the convoy soon recovered from the terror of their late adventure, and anxious speculations of terrible surmises as to the fate of their captured friends sobered down into hopes that they would soon join us. But the ruddy evening deepened on the beautiful mountains of the Ronda. The darkening peaks threw their shadows on the vine-clad plains. The stars began to gleam in the dark blue vault, and the last slice of ham and egg had sent its fragrance up the wide chimney. But no fugitive reached the now closed and barricaded gate of the Venta at Castellar. As one may easily suppose, the late occurrence caused the conversation to run very much upon robbers and their exploits. Thus we heard stories of wanton cruelty, sufficient to make the hair of a well-regulated Briton stand erect on end. But as these tales closely resembled the common stack of robber narratives, especially such as we are told by romancers, who had been smitten with what has been termed the banditti phobia, I will not attempt to rehearse them all. One or two of these relations struck me as having something peculiar in them. I was once passing through Antequera, began the venerable José Torquemada, that city so famed for robbers and picaros. Ay de mí, señor padre, said a goat-herd of Honda. It was once famed for something better. True, my child, replied the old priest approvingly, for it was there Don Fernand de Just, the valiant Infante of Castile, in the 15th century, founded the noble order of the Jar of Lilies, in honor to our blessed Lady, by whose aid his good and valiant knights stormed the city from the Moors, and slew 15,000 of those God-abandoned infidels. Ah, mi hijo, it was something to be a Spaniard then. But, to return, I was once passing through that same city of Antequera, when I had an adventure with Don Fabrique. With Fabrique de Urquija, exclaimed all, drawing nearer the padre and lowering their voices. Ave Maria, exclaimed Don Joaquim. This must indeed be something worth hearing. The more so as I realized a pretty round sum by it, continued the priest. You all know Antequera, señores, a handsome town on the plain between Granada and Seville, and situated in a land that teems with oil and wine. One night, when the hour was late and no moon had risen, I was passing through the great street which leads to the old Moorish castle, and counting ever and anon in the pocket of my cassock 3 poor pistareens, which were all I possessed, but which I was hastening to bestow upon a poor widow. Her husband, a brave guerrilla, had been taken in a skirmish at the Peña de los Enamorados, or Lover's Wreck, which stands a league from Antequera, and, after a brave resistance, had been bound with cords and shot that morning in the plaza. "By the Count of Morella?" cried Don Joaquim. "Yes, by Cabrera." "Bah, I thought so," said the mayor, grinning his teeth. "Proceed, Reverend Padre." "The little pistorines were all I had in the world, and when I thought of the poor widow and her 6 children weeping by the corpse of their unburied father, and unable to buy masses for his sinful soul, I paused to gaze at the old castle of the Moors, and sighed to know the secret of the treasures that lay hid among its ruins. And then I craved pardon of Madonna for the thought, as all the gold of the infidels is buried under the spell of such enchantment as no man may break and live. Well, señores, I was just thinking of these strange things when a hand was laid heavily upon my shoulder. I turned, and by the light of a shrine at the corner of a street, saw a dark face and a tall figure girdled by a scarlet sash full of daggers and pistols. "Who are you?" I asked fearlessly. "Fabrique the Urquiza." "Go, go," said I, feeling my heart leap at the name. "I am but a poor priest, and can give you naught but my blessing." "Your blessing be hanged, Señor Padre. Hand over all you possess, or by the holy face of Jaen." And grinding his teeth, he grasped a poniard. "As I live, I possess nothing but my cassock, and those poor little pistorines, which are for a widow and her starving children." "Then off with the cassock, and give me the pistorines to boot. Your garment I must have, for I mean to play the priest tonight, and visit a dame, whom I may make a widow too some of these days." In vain I begged him to leave me the pistorines, but this demon of avarice only laughed, and touching his pistol said, "Quick, quick, and here take my jacket and maldito, be gone without looking behind you." The exchange was soon made. With a hoarse laugh the robber thrust himself into my threadbare cassock, and with loathing I drew on his old velvet jacket, which was tattered and full of holes. He then bade me farewell with mock solemnity, and glad to escape so easily, I hastened away, but had not gone many yards when I heard the voice of the terrible Urquiza commanding me to stop, and believing that, repenting of his clemency, he only meant to poniard me, I turned and fled with all the speed of my poor old legs, fervently invoking the saints and praying to Madonna that the vision of the sacrilegious pursuer might be obscured, and that I might escape. "Come back, Padre, come back, there is a mistake," I heard him crying. "Por vida del demonio! Stop, or it will be the worse for you." But, bless the heaven, I escaped and reached the humble house of the widow, where her little ones gathered round me, and sought to clutch as usual the long skirts of my cassock. But, ay de mi, they were gone, and with them my pistorines, so that I was without the means of buying bread for the children of the dead guerrilla. "What shall I do?" thought I, and mechanically felt the pocket of the jacket. It contained something hard. "What is this?" I pulled it forth, and, Madre Maria, found the sudden cause of the robber's oaths, pursuit, and vociferations. For, by the exchange of our apparel, I had become the possessor of 100 golden pistoles. I had never held so much money in my hands before. Find for a long time I was quite bewildered how to dispose of such a treasure, First, I made the hearts of the widow and her little ones glad, and the rest I bestowed on the poor old nuns of Saint Teresa, who had just been stripped of all they possessed in the world, and were begging their bread in the public streets of Antequera, thanks to the liberal government of Spain. The idea of the robber so egregiously outwitting himself occasioned great satisfaction among all the listeners. The goatherd was so delighted that he thrice flung his hat up to the ceiling, and a loud "Viva!" greeted the old padre as he finished his little story. "I once had a more narrow escape than yours, Padre Jose," said the mayor Don Joaquim, "and but for the intervention of the blessed Saint Anthony of Portugal, whose brother officer I have the felicity to be, I had not had the happiness of addressing you all tonight, or enjoying these roasted castaños, or the most excellent vino tinto of the worthy Señor Patron. Through the intervention of San Antonio," exclaimed all present. "Do tell us, Señor Oficial, all about this." "You have heard of Saint Anthony, señores?" said the mayor to us. "One of the 7 champions of Christendom, who broke enchantments, fought with giants, and did all that sort of thing," said Slingsby. "Of course, who has not heard of him?" "Ah, who indeed?" said the mayor. His words smacked of a miracle, and everyone present became at once interested. Lighting a fresh cigar, and replenishing his wine horn from the big-bellied leathern bota, the mayor pushed his red forage cap a little more on one side, fixed his dark eyes on the glowing embers, and, with all the air of a man who is rallying his forces to tell an interesting narrative, began in the following words. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Ours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The Regiment of San Antonio. You must know, Señora Patrona, and señores, my friends, that Saint Anthony, the patron of Portugal and patriarch of monks, though born at Heraclea in Upper Egypt, on the borders of Acadia, so long ago as the 3rd century, is now a member of the battalion in which I have the honor to hold the commission of mayor, and that he has been many times visible in its ranks, mounting guard and always under fire, or engaged with the French or Spaniards. Under Wellington in the last war, he was frequently seen among our men, clad in a cloak of white wool, and wearing an inner garment of hair cloth, with a bell tied to his neck, and a pig trotting beside him, for it was his favorite animal when he was hermit near the village of Coma. When our esteemed regiment was first embodied about a century and a half ago at the city of Lagos, in the ancient kingdom of Alcalde, the blessed Saint Anthony was enrolled in the master book thereof as a private soldier, that he might be its special patron and protector, even as he is the patron of the whole Portuguese nation. He conducted himself with such fidelity, valor, and distinction that he soon passed through the ranks of corporal and sergeant, and having restored, no one exactly knows how, the colors of the regiment, after they were lost at the Battle of Almanza in 1706, he was appointed captain, and his pay, together 4 maravedis from each soldier, were devoted to buy masses for the souls of our comrades who died on service. A very pretty perquisite, Padre Jose, for Mother Church. It would be a vain task in me to attempt enumerating the miracles performed by Saint Anthony during the 187 years he has belonged to the valiant regiment of Lagos in the kingdom of Alcalde. For in danger, doubt, difficulty, or death, his comrades had never sought his aid in vain. Our colors have been thrice lost in battle, after prodigious slaughter, you may be sure, being Portuguese colors, and were thrice restored to us, being found quietly in the colonel's tent the next morning, with the naked footmarks of a man and a pig, the blessed pig, of course, impressed upon the turf. At the passage of the Guadalquivir, a drum major was swept away and would have been drowned beyond a doubt, had he not called upon Saint Anthony. And lo, an old man of most venerable aspect, clad in skins like this shepherd beside us, but with a long beard and leathern water bottle hanging at his girdle, suddenly appeared among the reeds by the river side, and stretching out his crook, fished up the ponderous Anibal Pintado lightly as a straw, though he was at that moment in heavy marching order, with knapsack, blanket, great coat, sword, and his canteen, which was full of brandy. Then to think of the wounds that have been closed, the bullets that had been extracted, the bones that had been set, the sick made whole and fit for service, by our soldiers merely thinking on, or praying to, the glorious Saint Anthony, would occupy all the paper in the kingdom of Alcalde. But his crowning miracle was the birth of a child of the regiment, for one of our soldiers' wives being in labor during the siege of Roses, and calling upon the saint in her pain, to the astonishment of the whole allied armies was delivered of a little drummer boy in the uniform of the battalion of Lagos. I hope I have now said enough to convince you that the regiment and every member of it are under the peculiar protection of the saint, and this, as I am about to have the honor of telling you, I experienced myself, although not a Portuguese, but a native of the fair city of Seville. And as a further proof of what I have adduced, I will take the liberty of reading to you from my pocket book the following certificate of the military service performed by the saint, which certificate I copied fairly from the books of the noble regiment of Lagos in the kingdom of Alcalde, being the document which was forwarded by one of my predecessors, then in command of the battalion, when recommending the blessed saint to further promotion from the ranks of captain, which he had held since the year 1706. With this long and pompous flourish, the Spaniard opened his pocket book and read a translation from the Portuguese, which ran as follows: Don Herculio Antonio Carlos Luis, José María de Alburquerque e Arajo, de Magalhães, Omem, noble of Her Majesty's household, Cavalier of the Sacred Order of St. John of Jerusalem, and of the most illustrious the Military Order of Christ, Lord of the towns and partidos of Moncarapacho and Tarragudo, hereditary Alcalde Mayor of the ancient city of Faro by the sea, and Mayor of the Regiment of Infantry of the noble city of Lagos in the kingdom of Alcalde, for Her Most Faithful Majesty Doña Maria, Francesco Isabella I, whom God and the Blessed Virgin long preserve, and company, and company, and company. I hereby attest and certify to all who shall see these presents, signed at the bottom with my sign manual, and the broad seal of my family arms a little to the left thereof, that the Lord Saint Anthony of Lisbon, commonly and most falsely called of Padua, has been enlisted, and has borne a place in this regiment since the 24th of January, ever since the year of our blessed Lord Jesus Christ, 1668. I do further certify, upon my word of honor, as a noble, a knight, and a good Catholic, what hereunder followeth, that on the said 24th of January, 1668, by order of His Majesty Don Pedro II, whom God hath in glory, then regent of the valiant kingdoms of Portugal and Algarve, for Don Alfonso VI, Saint Anthony was duly enlisted as a private soldier in this infantry regiment of Lagos, when it was first formed by command of the same illustrious prince. And of that holy enlistment there is a register extant in volume 1 of the records of the said regiment, page 143, wherein he gave as security or caution for his good conduct the Queen of Angels, who became answerable to the colonel that he would never desert his colors, but always behave as became a good Portuguese grenadier. Hence did the saint continue to serve and do duty as a private until the 12th of March, 1683, on which day the same Prince Regent became King of Portugal by the death of his brother, Don Alfonso VI, when he was graciously pleased to promote Saint Anthony to the rank of Lieutenant of Grenadiers in the said regiment, for having a short time before valiantly put himself at the head of a detachment of the regiment which was marching from Jurumena to the garrison of Olivenza, both of the province of Alentejo, and beat off 4 times their number of Castilians who had been lying in ambush for them, with the intention of carrying them all prisoners to the castle of Badajoz, the enemy having obtained information by spies of the march of the said detachment, every soldier of which saw our blessed patron visibly and to all appearance in the body, and attended by his pig. I do further certify that in all the above cities registers there is not any note of Saint Anthony being guilty of bad conduct, disorder, or drunkenness, frequenting taverns or other improper places, nor of his ever having been flogged or sent to the guard-house when a private. Thus, during the whole time he has been an officer, now about 109 years, he has constantly done his duty with the greatest alacrity, at the heads of the grenadiers, upon all occasions, in peace or war, conducting himself like an officer and a gentleman of good breeding. On all these accounts, I hold him most worthy of being promoted to the rank of aggregate mayor to our noble regiment of Lagos, with every other favor Her Majesty may be graciously pleased to bestow upon him. In testimony whereof I have hereto affixed my name at the castle of Belem, this 25th day of March in the year of our redemption, 1777. Magal Hans Homem. Thus ended this wonderful certificate, the contents of which, together with the pompous gravity of the reader, made Jack and I almost choke with suppressed laughter. The mayor then continued, Hereupon her most faithful Majesty, who reigned at that time, now 78 years old, was pleased to promote the saint to the rank prayed for, and he is now our lieutenant colonel by brevet. Once in each year it is the custom to send an officer to Lisbon to receive the pay and perquisites of St. Anthony from the royal treasury, and in the course of last year this most honorable duty devolved upon me. We were then quartered at Barbacena in the jurisdiction of Elvas, and to this place I travelled alone from Lisbon, with the pay of the saint, which was to be given to the care of our chaplain. Being in my doors, it was not very bulky, but its value was great, its sanctity greater, and after traversing in safety the whole province of Alentejo, It was with some anxiety I saw the mountain Sierra, which lay between me and my destination, rising in my front about sunset. The hope of being able to get across those rocky hills before the approaching night set fairly in never occurred to me. I found myself in a solitary spot, without shelter near, or any place where information of the right way could be gathered, and my horse was growing weary. The sunlight died away behind me, and shed its last rays on the white walls, the square campanile and tall cypresses of a convent which crowned a height on my left, and on the red round towers of an old castle that topped a rock on my right. But both were in ruins and desolate, as the wars of the infidel Moors ages ago had left the first, and the desolating retreat of Marshal Massena had left the second. The older fragments of a Roman aqueduct lay between, and half hidden among wild shrubs. The pathway was rugged, and tamed goats scrambled about, snakes hissed in the long grass, and eagles screamed in mid-air. Ave Maria! It was impossible to conceive a place more dreary and desolate. But the way became still wilder, and as I progressed into the gorge of the Sierra, even the ruined works of man and the traces of his feet disappeared. I was in a desert, and, save the faint crescent moon, without a light or guide. As I rode slowly on, thinking on the bright golden moidores of our Lord St. Anthony, with which my pouch was blessed, and reflecting on the price that they would be for any sacrilegious picaros who might be hovering in this dark wilderness, ever and anon humming a song, muttering in Ave, and feeling the percussion caps on my pistols, I suddenly met a strange figure in the dim moonlight, a goat herd as he seemed to me. He was clad in a zamarra of sheepskin, which he wore with the wool outwards. His white hair hung in tangled masses upon his shoulders. A bota was slung at his girdle, and he carried a stout Portuguese cajado, with a little cross stick nailed thereon, to give it more the aspect of a pastoral staff than a weapon of defense. "Vaya usted con Dios, señor mayor," said he. "God be with you," I reiterated, a little scared on finding that this stranger knew my name. "You have the advantage of me, señor pastor." "Hombre, do you think so? But do not be alarmed, for I am an old Christian. Without stain of Moor or Jew in my veins, I am no enchanter." "Ave Maria, I should hope not." "Yet I know that you have in your pouch the pay of St. Anthony of Lisbon, whom rogues and fools style of Padua. What the devil should he have to do with Padua? In your left breast pocket, all in fair round moidores of gold. Señor?" "Very true, pastor," said I, slipping a finger into my near holster, and keeping my horse well in hand, and beyond the reach of his cajado. "But how came you to know me?" "I know every officer and soldier in the regiment of Lagos as well as if I had made them, and you especially, señor mayor." "Well, and about the moidores?" said I uneasily. "You know of them, and what then?" "Merely this, señor Don Joaquim, that if you would arrive at Barbacena tomorrow with the pay of the patron of the regiment of Lagos." "In the kingdom of Alcalde," suggested Jack Slingsby. "Si, señor, and would hand it over safe and sound to the reverend chaplain," continued the old man, in a manner so impressive that the chill came over me, the more so as I saw his sunken eyes shining in the dim moonlight like the two bits of green glass. "You will beware, my son and comrade, how you taste the wine of Xeres tonight." "The wine of Xeres, Father Pastor?" said I, with a loud laugh. Heaven forgive you for the tempting thought. I am not likely to taste aught tonight but the chilling dew. Yet if a good cup of Xeres did come my way, avoid it as you would poison, or by the soul of Saint Anthony you will repent it. At that name I raised my hand to my cap in salute, like a good soldier of the Regiment of Lagos. While waving his hand authoritatively, the old man hobbled up the slope of the mountain pass and disappeared. As he did so, I heard the tinkle of a bell, and for the first time perceived a little pig trotting by his side as he vanished in the shadow of the mountain and its moonlit rocks. The scales fell from my eyes, por el Santo de los Santos. He was no other than our Lord Saint Anthony, whom I had seen. Who but he would have turned me son and comrade? Sinner and fool that I was, the hair of my flesh stood up, as the Scripture says, and with the prayer on my lips, I gored my poor neck with the spurs and dashed along the pass of the Sierra for 2 leagues more until the poor animal almost sank beneath me. But perceiving rest necessary for him, I reined up at the door of a lonely wayside inn, in a part of the country which was entirely unknown to me, and which seemed to be overshadowed by mountain peaks and masses of rock, the features and outlines of which were strange, and to me gloomy and fantastic. In my excitement and the holy terror under which I labored, I had evidently lost the path, and thus mistaking my way, had ridden heaven and St. Anthony alone knew whither. Solitary, dark, and desolate as this posada seemed, and it was just the kind of place we so often read of in romances as being a rendezvous for robbers, and for having a landlord in their interest, with trap doors under the beds, stains of blood upon the floors, old skeletons in the cellars, and a terrible reputation for mysterious appearances and unaccountable disappearances. It was a welcome halting place for one so weary, so thirsty and anxious as I was then, and so full of supernatural fear as I never for an instant doubted having seen the blessed patron of our regiment, and to me at that time the human countenance even of a robber had been thrice welcome. Though the hour was late, the hostalero had not gone to bed. He seemed a civil and respectable man, and smiled with good humor when he saw me, with all the care of an old traveler and the suspicion of a true Spaniard. Transferred my pistols from their holsters to my girdle, a movement which seems to fill with alarm the miserable and dravish-looking Maritornes, who seemed to be the sole assistant of the patrona. Vague fancies and a sense of alarm were floating uppermost in the current of my thoughts, and being most anxious to start betimes when day broke, I left the saddle on my horse, as I stabled him in the lower apartment of the posada. For you may know, senores, that the Portuguese inns are constructed exactly like those among us here in Spain, the lower story being entirely one vast and clay-floored chamber, appropriated to the cattle and baggage of travelers. I merely relaxed the saddle girth and curb chain, but left my Andalusian Janet all ready for marching. When the morning came, and then ascended by a wooden trap stair to the upper story, where the patrona had a steaming supper of ham and eggs, just such as we have had, well seasoned with pepper and garlic, spread for me with a bunch of raisins and a choice flask of, demonio, my heart leaped when I saw it, the wine of Jerez de la Frontera. A prayer rose to my lips. I thought of St. Anthony, but felt strong and composed. believing that I was under the peculiar care of that blessed patron of the Regiment of Lagos. I would have left the little Venta and betaken myself once more to the road. But if any snare was really laid for me, such a movement might only render me more liable to an open and deliberate attack. I will be wary, thought I. Let me watch well, even as our holy patron watches me. Xeres, oof, I would rather drink the salt lake of Fuente de la Piedra than touch a drop of it. I felt morally certain that it was poisoned or drugged for some fatal purpose, and that in the tasting of it lay the main part of my danger. I finished the rasher of ham and the fragrant huevos, and to lull all suspicion asked my host to join me in discussing the battle of Xeres, as he and Cork did. The señor would perhaps excuse me. Xeres always made him ill, maldito. Yes, and there was no doctor nearer than Elvis or Abrantes, but he would take a glass of aguardiente to my health and successful journey. Rascally picaro, thought I. You have other reasons for declining the Xeres, but I shall mar them yet. I might have forced him with my sword at his throat to drink a cupful, but I dissembled, and filling out a bumper from the leathern beta, raised it to my lips, pretending to taste. I saw then the slowly stealthy eyes of the hostalero watching me keenly. It has a peculiar flavor, said I. Flavor, señor? He asked anxiously. But not unpleasant. It is from the grapes of Puerto de Santa Maria, like those of Tribujena. As the señor caballero will perceive, they have a peculiar flavor. Sharp, is it not? Yes, but, as I said before, not unpleasant, continued I, placing my pistols on the table, and availing myself of an opportunity to pour the whole of my bumper back into the bota. And this I achieved unseen. Some grounds which remained at the bottom of the crystal glass assured me that the wine was drugged. I have a pig skin full of wine from the grapes of Don Carlos, or rather, I should say, of my lord, the Marqués de Santa Cruz, who now owns the vineyard, and if your grace— Many thanks, said I, pouring out a second bumper so that the wine frothed in the glass. But be assured, I shall content myself with this most excellent bottle of Jerez. And taking another opportunity, while the patrona was telling her beads near the fire, and the worthy patron was below pretending to groom my horse, but no doubt to appraise its furniture, which he expected to possess before morning, I repeated the maneuver, and poured the wine back into its leathern receptacle. Thus my deluded entertainers were led to believe that I had taken enough to drug a regiment of Asturians. I scrutinized my hostess. She was a swarthy and dark-skinned Portuguese. Her hair, which was coarse and thick as the mane of a steed, she had knotted in a coronet round her head, and over this she wore a yellow shawl. Her features were square, massive, and repulsive, and her arms and legs, which her scanty garments fully displayed, were disgustingly powerful and muscular. Are you not somewhat lonely here, señora? I asked when her orisons were over. Yes, but then we are never disturbed. Once, indeed, some drunken contrabandistas riding to Gibraltar made a noise at our door, but my husband shot one with his escopeta. The rest fled, and we have never been molested since. But ere long the new railway from Lisbon to Abrantes will change everything, for so the priests predict. You talk of this little shooting affair with delightful coolness, said I, and just as if that devil of a contrabandista had been a crow. Ah, and so he was shot? Yes, and buried about a mile beyond this, replied the woman, over whose dark eyes were passed a savage gleam. Perhaps, caballero, you observed the cross as you came along. You forget that I came this morning from Montemor or Novo, where I wish I had stayed with all my heart. Oh, our caza is a very poor one, senor, growled the host, with a glance at my glass and another at the bota. But not ever complain of it after they leave us. I believe you, my lad, said I, with a glance at the cuchillo in his sash. Madre mia, it was at least 12 inches long in the blade. He detected my expression and said, I am always well armed, Senor Caballero, for my little wife, our niece, and I are the only inhabitants here. They are apt to be timid at times, thus I always keep my escopeta loaded, and 6 junkets of lead in that old brass-mouthed trabuco over the mantelpiece. So with my knife and strong bolts, bars and shutters, we could stand a very good siege, even if Don Fabrique de Urquija and all his band were assailing us. 1 glass more of the sherris before you retire, senor? No? Well, how such a sober caballero belongs to the regiment of Lagos surpasses mine. 1,000 pardons, senor. I meant no offense, but a poor man must have his little joke as well as a rich one, and I am sure a noble caballero will excuse it. So you won't take 1 glass more of the sherris before retiring? Well, this way, senor. Up this stair. Take care of the step. And now, senor, buenas noches, and may all good attend you. I was alone. I was in my sleeping apartment, a miserable loft, to which I had ascended by means of a trap door and trap stair. The bed was poor and shabby. 1,000 discolorations, the combined result of damp and dirt, covered the ill-plastered walls and bare wooden floor. A small and ill-glazed window opened to the dark mountains, behind which the moon, a pale crescent, was just sinking, and to the deep black gorge which yawned between their peaks like some vast Titan's grave. There was not a sound upon those solemn hills, or in that savage pass through which the roadway wound. There was no sound of the posada below me, and as I set down the candle and listened, I heard only its sputtering and the beating of my own heart. I knelt down, and drawing forth my beads and crucifix, said my prayers like a good Catholic, and solemnly invoked the protection of Saint Anthony. After this, apprehension almost vanished. If any attempt was made upon me in the night, I had but 1 man to oppose, the hostalero, and surely I was a match for him. But then there was his wife, a powerful Asturian termagant, who had doubtless the cunning of a fox, with the strength of a bull. I looked about for something wherewith to secure the trapdoor, but found nothing. My bedstead was the only piece of furniture, and it was too weighty for removal. I might have lain down and slept above the trap, but the idea did not then occur to me, and at times, as my candle burned low, such is the weakness of the human heart, that I began to mistrust even the protection of my Lord St. Anthony, and think I was unwise in not quitting this unblessed posada, instead of retiring to a bedchamber, as the hostalero might be joined by others more ruffianly than himself, and thus overpower me. No, thought I, no others will come. The rascal trusts in his Jerez, and I shall soon see the sequel. I drew off my boots and flung them heavily on the floor, as one might do who was undressing, and having thus, as I supposed, deceived anyone who was listening, drew them carefully on again, tightened the buckle of my waist belt, and loosened my good Toledo saber in its sheath. I then examined my pistols. Ay de me, what were my emotions on finding the percussion caps removed, and that my pouch, with the remainder, was in my holsters below. My heart stood still on beholding this, and an emotion of rage took my heart, for I now remembered having laid them on the table beside me in case of accident. For I once had a friend who was killed by a pistol exploding in his belt. The patrona, while laying the supper table or bustling about me, had adroitly, but the saints alone know how, removed the caps. 20 times I searched every packet, in the faint and desperate hope of finding a stray one. Not one. They were all below my holsters. Ass that I am, thought I, replacing them with a sigh in my belt. This will be a lesson of prudence that may cost me dear. At that moment the candle end sank down in the iron holder. It shed one red flask upwards on the cobwebbed ceiling and damped the discolored walls. On the ill-jointed trap-door which led to the lower story, and expired, I was in darkness at last, with no companions but my Toledo and my own thoughts. The first was silent, the second sufficiently uncomfortable. Sleepless and watchful, I lay on the miserable pallet for more than an hour, till the silence began to oppress me, and, in spite of myself, my eyes were closing. Could it be the drug? Could it be the wine that slowly was sealing them up? Nonsense. I had but put it to my lips, and I struggled to shake off the coming sleep. Yet I must have closed my eyes for a moment, for I started suddenly, like one who dreams he is on the brink of a precipice. A strange shivering, a minute pricking sensation ran all over me from head to foot, and from a state of drowsiness, sprang all at once to the sharpest wakefulness, and grasped the hilt of my drawn saber. A dim light was now ascending from the floor of the apartment, and I perceived the trap-door was lifted up, and the round bullet head of the hostalero appeared, with his deep-set stealthy eyes, scanning the bed and its occupant, myself, who affected to be sound asleep. Up he came, step by step, until he stood by my side, with one hand grasping his long cuchillo, and a finger on his coarse, blubber-like lips, as if he would impose silence on himself, and still his very breathing. Mueran del demonio! What a moment it was! I would not endure it again for 1,000,000 of reals. He came close to the bed. He stooped over me. The knife was lifted up, and I saw its baleful gleam. But at the same instant there was an upward flash, as I swept my saber round me, and one stroke cut off 3 of the robber's fingers, and cleft a fair slice off his right temple, a stroke which stretched him without a cry at my feet. Desperate and furious as a wild beast, half blinded with his own blood, he sprung upon me, and we grappled in the dark. But as his wife, that diabolical Asturian, rushed up the trap stair, armed with a ponderous cajado to his aid, I flung him on the bed, for he was weak as a child now, seeing a figure struggling on the miserable pallet. The woman, who was as furious as an enraged tigress, and who, in the uncertain light, believed that figure to be mine, whirled round her head the cajado, which is the favorite staff of the Portuguese, and is usually 7 feet long, with a leaden knob at one end of it, and by one blow dashed out her husband's brains as completely as a cannonball would have done. Madre mia, some of that frightful mess flew over me, and that blow ended the matter, for I uttered a cry of horror, and plunging down the trap stair, threw myself on my horse, and galloped away. On I rode, with no wish but to leave that scene of crime behind me, and at the very place where I was met by that venerable shepherd, whom, until my dying hour, I will maintain to be no other than our blessed Saint Anthony, but for whose warning I had drunk that poisoned Jerez, and perished. I overtook a troop of the Carabineros of Alentejo, to whom I told my late adventure. A party was sent to the little inn, where they found the hostalero brained, as I have said, in that miserable loft, and the hostess almost bereft of her senses, such as they were. But the dragoons placed her on a troop horse, and brought her before the Alcalde of Vimiero, which is the nearest town, and before the next day's noon she had been garroted and buried by the wayside, and you may still see her grave 1 mile beyond the gates, on the side of the way that leads towards Estremoz and the mountains. 2 days after, I reached Barbacena, our headquarters, in safety, and paid over to our father chaplain the purse of moidores containing the pay of our extra lieutenant colonel, the blessed Saint Anthony. Only a month ago we marched through the pass of the Sierra, and I found the old posada roofless by the roadside, for it is shunned like that place of horror, the Rio De Muerte. The grass has grown on its floor, and the wild wine overtaps its chimney. The merriest muleteer becomes silent as he passes the place, and whips his lagging team down the mountain side without looking once behind him. The mayor of the noble regiment of Lagos now paused, and looked round with the air of a man who thinks his story has rather made an impression, for he had told it well, and with much gesture and spirit, and completely succeeded in arresting the attention of all in the Venta, but of none more than any matter-of-fact friend Jack Slingsby, who had listened to the narrative with a degree of attention which I thought unusual in one so volatile and heedless. Your story, Mayor, has had a peculiar interest for me by its striking and close resemblance to an adventure of my own, said Jack. An adventure to which I can never recall without an emotion of horror. Is this the Spanish story you so often refer to, Jack? Said I. The story our mess could never get out of me? Yes. And shall we hear it now? With pleasure, because it will interest all here, whereas among our own bantering fellows at Gibraltar it would only have subjected me, perhaps, to jibes and jokes, and all that sort of thing, from those who were perhaps more thoughtless than myself. Senora Patrona, please to have the wine replenished, give us more cigars, and stir up the fire. Rumble, while I'll prepare to tell you a story. I, a marvel of a story, in which I had the misfortune to be a principal actor not very long ago. Bravo! Muttered everyone. All were provided with a fresh supply of wine. New cigars were lighted, and Jack found himself the center of a circle of dark, gleaming, and intelligent eyes, while every ear was waiting for the promised narrative. For among the romantic, adventurous, and marvel-loving Spaniards, as among the wandering Arabs, storyteller is at all times the principal person in company. It would be scarcely possible to find a scene more remarkable, or a group more picturesque, than the great apartment presented, in which we were all congregated. A large fire blazed on its broad hearth, and shed a ruddy glow upon the rough architecture and ill-squared beams of the chamber, from the roof of which hung innumerable bunches of raisins, strings of the garlic onion, pig skins of wine, hams, baskets, and other etc. The flood of steady red light that gushed from the earth glared on the striking forms and foreign faces of the listening group, among whom were the well-conditioned potters and soap boilers of Seville in their black velvet jackets and gaudy sashes. Our patrona, a plump and pretty paisana of Valverde, in her provincial costume, a dark blue skirt, the scantiness of which displayed her well-turned legs and handsome feet encased in little shoes of untanned leather, while the gathered masses of her smooth black hair shone in the glow of light. There, too, sat the old Padre Jose of Medina, in his sable cape and long cassock, and the grizzly goat herd of the Honda clad from neck to knee in sheepskins, with a weather-beaten sombrero slouched over his sallow visage, a knife and bota, castanets and flute at his girdle, to which descended his snow-white beard, giving him the aspect of St. Anthony in the mayor's story. Then there was the mayor himself in his light green frock coat, scarlet cap and trousers, with a cigar glowing like a hot coal in the center of his heavy, thick mustache. Then there was an old unhoused Franciscan, begging for that subsistence of which the new government had deprived his order, a charming young gitana, tall and beautiful in form, with a clear olive complexion and magnificent eyes, and by her side sat a free, jolly Catalan reaper, whom, in defiance of all gipsy rule and in memorial custom, she had taken as her spouse. So it must be acknowledged that if Jack's audience was not select, it had at least the merit of being so remarkable in costume and character, that a painter or novelist would have been delighted with the whole group, its background, and accessories. In many of its features, said Slingsby, my story is so similar to the one just related by the mayor, that I am sure you cannot fail to be struck with the resemblance. The adventure made a deep impression upon me, and though several months have passed since it occurred, the whole affair is as fresh in my mind as if it had happened only yesterday, on leaving the 6th Regiment. Continued Jack, turning to me. I went for a few months into the Highlanders, but being an Englishman, I never felt at home in the kilt. So I exchanged into our present corps, which will account for my being in the Mediterranean at the time referred to. So now for the story. Bravo, senor, said the mayor of the regiment of Lagos. You speak Spanish like a good Christian. We're all attention. Jack bowed, stuck his glass in his eye, tipped the ashes of his cigar with the nail of his forefinger, and began the following story, which deserves an entire chapter devoted to itself. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Hours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Aries. Chapter 6. La Posada del Cavallo. In the summer of last year, I was proceeding home to Britain on leave of absence from my regiment, the Highlanders, which were then, and are still, lying in garrison at Malta. Favored by the friendship of her commander, and my good friend and old schoolfellow, John Hall, I had a passage given to me in Her Majesty's sloop Blonde of 26 guns, and after a pleasant run for a few days, smart breeze, which we encountered off Almunica, when sailing along the coast of Spain, brought down some of our top hamper, and we ran into Malaga to repair the damage. It was a beautiful and sunny evening when our anchor plunged into the shining waters of that deep bay which presents so superb a line of coast, and the background of which is formed by the undulating line of the Sierra de Mija, towering into the pure blue sky of Spain, and bounding in the distance the flat and fertile Vega. From the quarter-deck of the Blonde we had a magnificent prospect of Malaga, with its stately mansions, its domes, its spires and snowy kiosks, bathed in a warm yellow tint, as the sun's rays faded along the Vega, and the shadows deepened on its hills, clothed with vineyards and plantations of orange, almond, lemon, and olive trees. The gaudy Spanish flag descended from the dark ramparts of the old Moorish fortress of Gibraltar as the evening gun was fired from the guardship, and then, as the sun set behind the mountains, the bells tolled for vespers in the lofty steeple of the square cathedral, and a red lambent light began to glimmer on the tall brick chimneys of that extensive iron foundry, which, alas for romance, a thoroughly practical Scotsman has built in Malaga, where it finds food and work for hundreds, in smelting the ore of the adjacent hills, while it pollutes the cerulean sky of Granada. Bent upon a ramble or adventure, the second lieutenant, Jack Hall, and I took our fowling pieces, and, leaving our swords behind us, at least I took only my regimental dirk, were pulled ashore in the dinghy, which landed us at one of those piers that project from the city into the sea, forming part of that noble mole which measures 700 yards in length. Leaving our guns and shooting apparatus at our hotel, we wandered about the town, visited the Alcalde, which must once have been a fortress of vast strength, then the old Roman cathedral and bishop's palace, but we lingered longest in the Alameda, that beautiful promenade, which is 80 feet wide and is bordered by rows of orange and oleander trees, and in the center of which a magnificent marble fountain was tossing its sparkling waters into the starry sky. Here we saw some bright-eyed Spanish women in their dark mantillas and veils, and not a few in the homely and assuredly less graceful bonnet and shawl of London and Paris, whose fashions are gradually, and, I think, unfortunately superseding the more captivating dress of old Spain. We saw two ferocious-looking soldiers in dark dresses, waving yellow sashes, red forage caps, and enormous moustaches. Old priests gliding stealthily along, with an aspect of meekness, and apparently crushed in spirit, for the government presses with a heavy hand on the ecclesiastics, citizens clad in light stuffs of bright colors, with red sashes and low-crowned hats, having black silk tufts at each side, queer-looking caballeros in large brown cloaks like that of Don Diego de Mendoza's poor Hidalgo, and wearing hats a la cachette, as every man was smoking as if his salvation depended upon his doings so with vigor. The whole air was redolent of cigars. I had on my undress a forage cap and plain red jacket, with tartan through my chasse and dirk, for I have found that the British uniform always ensures the wearer attention and respect in every part of the globe. We wandered long in that lovely Alameda until the lust of its fair promenaders had withdrawn, and then we returned to our hotel rather disappointed. That of all the black eyes we had seen flashing under veils of Madeira lace, not one had given us a glance of encouragement. That of all the pretty lips which had been lisping dulcet Spanish mixed with the Arabic of Granada, none had invited us to follow. That of all the Samba cavaliers, not one appeared to be an assassin or a grand inquisitor, and that of all the hideous old duennas whom we had seen cruising about us, not one had approached, and with finger on her lip, and an impressive glance in her eye, placed a mysterious note into either of our hands, and disappeared in the crowd. Nothing remarkable happened, save that Hall had his pocket picked of his handkerchief and cigar case, and we returned like other men to our hotel, where we supped on deviled turkey and the wine of the district, Tierno and Malaga, after which we turned into bed, warning the waiter to summon us early, and have a guide to lead us toward the neighboring hills, where we intended to make some havoc among the game next day. Punctually at 5 o'clock in the morning, the mozo de café roused us, and after coffee we shouldered our double-barreled rifles, and accompanied by a young gamin named Pedrillo, for whose fidelity the waiter pledged his honor, we departed on our ramble. If ever you saw the Spanish beggar boys, as depicted by Murillo in his famous picture, which is now in Dulwich College, they will know perfectly the aspect of Pedrillo, our little guide. He was about 12 years old, but hardened by indigence and sharpened by privation. His perceptive faculties were keener than those of many a man. His sallow little visage was stamped with more of the animal than the intellectual being. His eyes were black, glassy, and glittered alternately with cunning and intelligence. His sole attire consisted of a dilapidated shirt, a pair of knee breeches, and a cowl, which confined his luxuriant black hair. He had zinc rings in his ears, and bore altogether the aspect of a little lazzarone. He was intelligent withal, and he told us a vast number of anecdotes, which increased in wonder and ferocity as we paid him one peseta after another. But he dwelt particularly on the achievements of a certain Juan Roa, otherwise styled the Antequera, who was then prowling in that savage range of mountains, from whence he descended sometimes alone, sometimes with many followers, especially when the Solano blew from Africa, to commit outrages among the quiet quintas and villages of the fertile Vega, where he was said to be in league with every posada keeper for 40 miles around Malaga. About midday we rested under the cool shadow of a cork wood, about 10 miles from the city. It was a beautiful place, where the sward was soft as velvet, and where a thick border of blushing rose trees and wild hydrangeas flourished near us. Here we shared our provisions with a paisano and 2 armed contrabandistas, whom we met, and who shared with us the wine in return. The 2 smugglers had strong and active horses, and carried blunderbusses and pistols to guard the bales of chocolate, soap, tobacco, and cigars. They were fine, merry fellows, gaudily dressed, and full of fun and anecdote, for in Spain the contrabandista is a species of travelling newspaper, Now all the news were of the last fit or outrage of Juan Roa. I would give a guinea to meet this interesting vagabond. The interview would tell famously in some of the monthlies, said Hall with a hideous laugh. I think I should know him, said I, for we saw at least 20 colored prints of him in the shops of the Alameda last night. He is a ferocious-looking dog. The contrabandistas looked around with alarm and then laughed immoderately. Ferocious, indeed, senor, said the paisano. I beg to differ from you, having myself seen Juan of Antequera face to face, and so think him quite like other men. I gazed at the speaker, whom, by his green velvet jacket, adorned by 4 dozen of brass buttons, his sombrero, with his broad yellow riband, his black plush breeches, red scarf, and shoe buckles, I supposed to be the substantial farmer of one of the adjacent quintas. He had a fine dark face, a powerful figure, and 2 black eyes that seemed to be always looking through me. Over one eyebrow he had a large black patch. He carried a riding switch, had a knife in his girdle, and altogether, as he lolled on the sward, smoking a paper cigar and sipping red wine, I thought he would make a fine and striking sketch, and equal to any by Pinelli. Juan Roa, said he, has committed great outrages in the Vega of Granada. The Duke of Wellington has there an estate, having on it about 300 tenants, who yield some $15,000 of rental. But Juan has thrice drawn every duro of it from the old abogado, who acts as steward to the Duke. The contrabandistas again laughed at this immoderately. You have seen this Juan of Antequera, have you not? Said I. Face to face, often, senor. And so have I, said little Pedrillo. You, and when was this, my little fellow? Said Jack Hall. On the night old Barradas, the muleteer, was murdered. The Spaniard with the patch knit his brows. Caramba, said he. Ah, I remember that. Tell us about this murder, said Hall. You must know, senores, said Pedrillo, that at the foot of the Sierra de Mija, about 5 miles from this, there stands a wayside inn called La Posada del Cavallo, for the keeper, Martin Sacco, had a great horse painted on its signboard. This man is the uncle of Juan Roa, or of Antequera. He has a wife and had 2 daughters. The place is lonely, and it often happens that those who put up there for the night forget the right path, for they are lost among the mountains or fall into the sand pits. At least they are seldom heard of after. You understand, senores? The Spaniard with the patch smiled grimly and played with his knife. One night last year I guided Pedro Barradas, the Cordovan muleteer, to the Posada. When it was dark as pitch, Pedro was very old and half blind and had never been that way before. A storm came on, and he desired me to remain with him, saying he would pay me well. Old Barradas was rich. He had made money in the War of Independence and in the last civil war between the Carlists and Cristinas, and had given 3 silver images to the church of his native pueblo in Jaén. We supped on bacalao, raisins, and plain bread, for the season was Lent. While we were at supper in the common hall of the Posada, I heard the rain pattering on the wooden shutters. There is not a glass window in the house. I heard the thunder grumbling among the hills, and the wind howling as it swept over the fields and vineyards of the Vega. It was a lonely place for a poor boy who had neither father or mother, senores. But then I was not worth killing, though many fears flitted through my mind, for Martin's wife, an ugly and wicked-looking Basque provincial, put some very alarming questions to old Pedro Barradas. She told him that the neighborhood was infested by bandidos and contrabandistas, and asked if he was a heavy sleeper. "No," said Barradas. "In the war against Joseph Bonaparte, I learned the art of sleeping lightly." "But what will you do if attacked?" "That is as may be, but I have only 20 duros, and so shall sleep soundly enough." These questions alarmed me very much. Visions of murder and slaughter came before me. I crept close to Barradas, who, as I have said, was very old and very frail, but his presence seemed a protection to me for a time. When the hour for bed arrived, we, who were the only guests, were somewhat imperatively requested to retire to our rooms by the wife of Martin Secco. Barradas saw perhaps his danger, and said that I should sleep in the same room with him. But Inez Secco told him roughly that he must be content to sleep alone. Then the poor old man was half led and half dragged away. As for me, I was but a boy. So they thrust me into a dark closet, where some straw lay on the floor, and, desiring me to sleep there and be thankful, left me. I lay down on the straw, and finding it wet, aroused in horror, fearing that it was blood, and so I remained in the dark, praying to Our Lady of the Seven Sorrows, and trembling and listening to the howling of the storm for more than an hour, when all the other sounds in that terrible posada died away. I was just beginning to doze when a ray of light streamed through the keyhole of my door. I had it opened, and lo, Martin's wife, Inez Secco, appeared with a long and sharp cuchillo in her hand. A man accompanied her. He was Juan Roa de Antequera. Terror paralyzed me, and she believed me to be asleep, for she felt all over my clothes, that is, my poor shirt and breeches packets, from which she took 2/4 duros, all I possessed in this world, and then passing the light thrice across my face, to assure herself that I slept, the hag went away muttering, "Caramba, only a half duro. This little wretch is neither worth lodging nor killing." Immediately after this I heard them whispering with Martin Secco, and then they knocked at the door of old Pedro Barradas, who, like a cautious man, had fastened it on the inside. "Get up," said they. "Señor Barradas, get up, you're wanted." But old Barradas either slept like a top, or he was too weary to open, for he heeded them not. Then I heard Juan and Martin muttering curses as they deliberately forced open the door. Next door came a terrible cry of, "Help, Pedrillo, help! Ayuda, por amor de Nuestra Señora Santísima!" This was followed by sounds like those made by a ship when the knife of the carnicero is in its throat, and in the meantime Martin's 2 daughters were singing as loud as they could, and dancing a bolero in the passage, to conceal those terrible sounds, which froze the blood within me. Here Pedrillo paused. "Go on," said Jack Hall impatiently. "And how did you escape?" "If the noble señores would help me to refresh my memory." "Ah, I comprehend," said I, tossing a peseta to him. "Now fire away, Pedrillo." "You should not encourage this young picaro, Señor Caballero," said the Spaniard, whose face was now darkened by a terrible frown, "for it is my belief that he was the mere decoy, who led the poor old Pedro Baradas to that villainous posada. Instead of being angry, Pedrillo lifted up his hands and prayed that heaven and our Lord Lady of the Seven Sorrows would forgive his speaker for his vile suspicions. I never closed an eye that night. In the morning, I was told by Inez the Patrona that old Baradas had departed across the hills of Antequera without me. Martin Sacco asked me how I had slept. I said, like a dormouse, and as soon as I was free, I ran like a hare back to Malaga, and, to make up for the loss of my last night's rest, slept like a torpedo under the trees of the Alameda. You acquainted the magistrates, the alguazils, of course, said Hall, knocking the ashes from his third cigar. I was only a poor, ragged little picaro, replied Pedrillo in a whining voice. And who would believe me? Besides, old Baradas was a stranger from Cordova or Jaén, and a man, more or less, is nothing in Granada. But since that time Martin's 2 daughters have been sent to the galleys at Barcelona by the Captain General of the kingdom for intriguing in many ways with the contrabandistas of Jaén. Now, señores, the noon is past, and if it please you, it's time we were moving. If you wish to reach the Sierra. While we were placing fresh caps on our rifles and preparing to start, the Spaniard with the patch, who had listened to Pedrillo's story with great impatience, now seized that young gameman by the arm, and grasping it like a vice, gave him a savage scowl, and said something in Spanish, but so rapidly that I could only make out that he was reprehending him severely for telling us a succession of falsehoods. So I thought at that time. Afterwards I was enabled to put a different construction upon his indignation, at which Pedrillo seemed to be considerably alarmed. Bidding adieu to him and the contrabandistas, we departed under Pedrillo's guidance, and, sans leave, shot all along the sides of the mountain range, on the slope of which stands the small but ancient city of Antequera, so noted for the revolt of the Moors in the 16th century, and had some narrow escapes from falling into these remarkable pits, where the water settles in the low places, and is formed into salt by the mere heat of the sun. We did not see much game, but knocked over a few brace of birds, and with these and 2 red foxes, a little guide Pedrillo was quite laden. So he seemed to think, for, taking advantage of the concealment afforded him by some olive groves, in the scattered remnants of an abandoned vineyard, among which we had become entangled, the young rogue slipped away with our game and made off, either towards Malaga or Antequera. At least we saw no more of him, or of his burden at that time. This was just about the close of the day, when Hall and I were draining the last drop of our flasks, and surveying from the mountain slope the magnificent prospect of the verdant Vega, spreading at our feet like a brightly tinted map, having that warm and roseate glow which well might win it the name of Tierra Caliente. Malaga, the ancient bulwark of Spain against Africa, was shining in the distance, with its towers and gates, its flat-roofed houses and vast cathedral, its Moorish castles and Gothic spires, all bathed in a warm and sunny yellow, while beyond lay the broad blue Mediterranean, dotted by sails, and changing from gold to purple and to blue. This was all very fine, but our pleasure was lessened by the conviction that our little rascal Pedrillo was absconding with our game, and we knew that it would never do to relate to the gun-room mess how we had been outwitted, on returning to the Blonde next day. The foreground of this beautiful panorama was broken by innumerable small hillocks and clumps of wood of many kinds, but principally olive, pine, and cork trees that grew on the slope of the Great Sierra, and though the sky and landscape darkened fast after the sun set, we instituted a strict and angry search for Pedrillo, shouting and whistling as we stumbled on. We knew not very well whither, looking for lost spoils, 2 foxes with gallant brushes, and 8 brace of birds. No moon had risen. The wind began to whistle among the groves and hollows. The night was very dark. "What if we should meet Master Juan of Antequera?" said I. "If he had our game, I should be very well pleased," replied Hall. "But I wish that Pedrillo had been with Old Scratch when we hired him yesterday. If I had the little lubber on board the Blonde, I would show him the maintop." "Spain is a land of mishaps and events," said I. "Yesterday we were wishing for an adventure." "And tonight we have one with a vengeance," said I. "Belay, I see someone moving in that hollow. Let us jump down. Ahoy, below there!" "But we may lose the track," I urged. "True. So do you remain where you are, while I go down into the hollow. Hallo now and then to let me know your whereabouts." With his rifle in his hand, Hall, who was a fine active fellow, sprang down into a ravine that suddenly yawned before us, and I remained with my rifle cocked, and stooped low to watch what might follow. Hall disappeared in the obscurity below. I hallooed, but the night wind tossed back my own shout upon me. Then I thought I heard his voice, and sprang after him, but fell upon a point of rock, and sunk completely stunned to the earth. There I lay for nearly a quarter of an hour, unable to move or rally my senses. When I arose, I found myself at the bottom of the hollow, and upon a narrow mule track. The moon was rising brightly at the south end of the ravine, silvering the masses of rocks, tufts of laurel trees, and wild vines that grew in the clefts of the basalt. I shouted, but received no reply, and after a long and fruitless search could discover no trace of Hall in any direction. Considerably alarmed for his safety as well as my own, for to lie at night upon those hills of Antequera, with the devilish stories of Pedrillo and the contrabandistas haunting one's memory, was anything but pleasant. I tried the charges of my rifle, looked again to the percussion caps, and set off in that direction where, by the rising of the moon, I knew that Malaga must lie, but frequently paused to hallo for Jack Hall, and received no reply save the echoes of the rocks. The ravine descended and grew more open. Again I saw the Vega sloping at my feet in the haze, and, on turning an angle of the road, found myself close to an inn or taberna, which I approached with joy, concluding that my friend Jack must have gone that way, and would probably be there. Like all Spanish inns, it was a large and misshapen edifice, the lower story of which was nothing better than a great open shed for mules and vehicles, and, ascending from thence by a stair, I reached a gallery, at the door of which I was received by the host, who carried in his hand a stable lantern. "Entre," said he, bowing profoundly. "Entre, señor." "I have been shooting on the mountains," said I, "and have lost my companion, a British naval officer. Has he passed this way?" "No, señor," replied the host, whose face I could not yet see, as he led me up another stair. "Then get supper prepared, for he must soon be here, as I have no doubt he knows pretty well the direction of Malaga. And now, said I, drawing a long breath as I seated myself, what place is this? La Posada del Cavallo. And you? I asked in a thick voice. Martin Seco, at your service, Señor Caballero. Here was a denouement. Good heavens, thought I, mechanically resuming my rifle, if the stories of Pedrillo should be true. I scrutinized my host and hostess. Martin had a broad and open visage, with keen eyes and a black beard as thick as a horse brush, a wide mouth that frequently expanded in grins. But in those grins no radiance ever lit up his glassy eyes. The mouth laughed, but they remained immovable, invariably a bad sign. His forehead receded, and his ears were placed high upon his head. At the first glance, I concluded that my Señor Patron was an unmitigated brute. His figure was somewhat portly, and encased in a brown jacket, brown knee breeches, and black stockings. He wore his hair confined in a caul, and had a yellow sash round his waist. His wife was, as Pedrillo had described Inés Seco, a Basque, for her Spanish was almost unintelligible, and her coarse black hair was plaited in one thick tail, which reached to her heels. Her gown was of rough red cloth, with tight sleeves and a short skirt, displaying a pair of yellow worsted stockings and leather sandals, fastened by thongs above the ankle. Her face was coarse and bloated, but the expression of her eye was terrible. It hovered between the bright ferocious glare of a snake and the glazed orb of an errant sot. She scanned me closely, and I thought the old devil, she was Spanish woman and past 40, was accurately appraising the value of all I had on. "Well, Señora Patrona," said I, "what can I have for supper?" "The Señor has come at a bad time, for we have little or no provisions in our larder. The larder of every Spanish inn has been in the same condition since the day of Cervantes and Góngora. For now this road between Malaga and Antequera is but little frequented after noonday, owing to the terrible robberies and the 4 assassinations committed by Juan Roa during the last Solano. Caramba, it's very hard that we should suffer for him. What can I have then?" "A roasted gallina, dressed with a few beans," said the Patrona. "And a glass of good aguardiente," added the host. "Our tierno has soured in the wineskins." "It is poor fare this for hungry men. I have said that I expect my friend's arrival momently." The host gave a cold smile and said, "We have had nothing ourselves for a week past, but Indian corn and boiled garbanzos, beans. But the best we have is at the disposal of the Señor Caballero." The inn was old and crazy. The wind came in at one cranny and whistled out by another. The roof, walls, and floor of the large apartment in which we 3 were seated consisted of a multitude of beams and boards, placed horizontally and diagonally, without skill and without regard of design or appearance. There was but one candle in the house, as the host assured me, and it was rapidly guttering down in the currents of air. The Patrona transferred it from the lantern to an iron holder, and it was placed on the table to light the room and my supper. An ostler, or nondescript servant, wearing fustian knee breeches without braces, with a muleteer's embroidered shirt, and having a yellow handkerchief tied round his head, spread, and not over clean clothes on the table. Knives, forks, and covers were laid for two, with a cold fowl, a loaf of white bread, a dish of beans, garlic, and a bottle of aguardiente. I observed this wild-looking waiter frequently glancing at my rifle, and the jeweled dirk that dangled at my waist belt. I became suspicious of everything. "You are well armed, senor," said he. "It is natural, for arms are my profession," said I. I looked at my watch. The hands indicated 11 o'clock. 2 hours had elapsed since Hall and I had separated. Still there was no appearance of him. 20 times I opened the shutters of the unglazed windows, and listened intently. But the night wind that swept down the dark ravine in the Sierra brought neither shout nor footstep, so I resolved to sup, go to bed, and trust to daylight for discovering Jack, if he did not arrive at the Posada before morning. I had just concluded supper when the last remains of the last candle in this solitary inn sunk into its iron socket, and left us in darkness, at least with no other light than the red wavering glow that came from the hut, where a few roots of pine and corkwood smouldered beside the brown puchero, in which the amiable patrona had boiled the beans for my repast. "Here is a pretty piece of business," said Martin Secco. "We have no other candle whereat to light a blessed altar, and the Señor Caballero must go to bed in the dark." "Heed not that, Señor Patron," said I, "for I am a soldier, as you may see, and I am used to discomfort." "It is well, for I am sure that the Señor has experienced nothing but discomfort in our poor posada. When I am rich enough, Señor, I hope to have a hotel in the Alameda, and then should the Caballero ever come to Malaga again, he will remember Martin Secco." At this remark I heard the patrona utter a low chuckling laugh, but whether the prospect of a fine hotel or the doubtful chances of my ever again visiting Malaga, I could not say. "Now, Señor Patron," said I, rising and taking up my rifle, "I should like to reach the town betimes tomorrow. So show me to my chamber, and should my friend arrive, fail not to call me." "Will you not leave your gun here?" suggested the host. "Thank you, no," said I, while my undefined suspicions grew stronger with me. "Do you lead the way, Señor, and I shall follow. Good night, Señora Patrona." "Buenas noches, Señor," said she, stirring up the embers as we separated. To follow Martin was perhaps the most unpleasant part that I had yet acted, for I had to grope my way after him along a dark passage, about 40 feet long, at the end of which he ushered me into a room, where there was no other light than that given by the moon, which shone through a small window glazed with little panes of coarse glass. Here he bade me buenas noches, and after many apologies for my miserable accommodation, left me. The apartment was small. In one corner stood a French bed, having light-colored curtains. This, with a basin stand, 2 chairs, and a mirror, made up the furniture. Like a true soldier, I turned to secure the door. Destitute of lock or bolt, it had only a small thumb latch. Dismounting the ewer and basin, I placed the stand endwise between the bed and the door, firmly fixing it, and thus forming a barricade, which none could force without awaking me. To make all sure, I again dropped the ramrod into each barrel of my rifle, passed a finger over the caps, unbuckled the belt at which my dog dangled, and, without undressing, for every moment I expected to hear Jack Hall hallooing outside the house. In short, to be prepared for anything, I threw myself down on the coverlet, and, weary and worn by a long day's ramble among the mountains, prepared to sleep. For a long time a species of painful wakefulness possessed me. The moans of the passing wind, the flapping of a loose board in the external gallery, the wavering shadow thrown by the moonlight on the damp and discolored walls, even the ticking of my watch disturbed me, and kept me constantly thinking of poor Hall's unaccountable absence, with many a fear that he might have fallen into the hands of Juan of Antequera, and not a few reproaches for my having perhaps too easily relinquished my search for him. These thoughts completely obliterated any sense of my own immediate danger, but I was about to drop asleep when something moist that oozed over my neck and face aroused me. I started, fully awake in a moment, and, passing a hand across my cheek, looked at it in the moonlight. "Blood," said I, springing off the bed, while a thrill ran through me. I had not been wounded or cut by my fall. Then, from whence came this terrible moisture? I examined the pillow, and found the lower part of it quite wet. I turned it, and lo, it was saturated with blood. This was the reason that Martin Sacco had declined to give me a candle. My heart beat thick and fast. Apprehension of something horrible came over me, and I remembered the stories of Pedrillo. I also recollected that I had some excellent Spanish cigar fuses, and tearing 3 or 4 blank leaves from my notebook, I twisted them together, lit them, and surveyed the dingy chamber. The boards in front of the bed were marked by recent spots of blood. I raised the little fringe or curtain, and, guided by some terrible instinct, looked below and saw what? Poor Jack Hall lying there in his naval uniform, with his epaulette torn off, and his throat literally cut from ear to ear. He had found his way here before me, and been assassinated. Almost paralyzed, I continued for half a minute to gaze at this terrible spectacle, till the paper burned down to my fingers and expired. I heard my heart beating, and my head spun round as I tightened my belt and grasped my loaded rifle. Before I could adapt any plan of operations, I heard a rustling and whispering in the passage near my door, and, looking through a crack in the panels, saw, within a yard of me, Martin Sacco, bearing in one hand the rifle of my poor friend, and in the other a lighted candle, although he had made to me so many apologies, about 2 hours before, for not having another in the house. As he approached, he handed it to a boy, in whom I discovered Pedrillo, and then the light flashed upon 2 other men, in one of whom I recognized the ostler, and in the other our acquaintance of the noon, with the patch on his face, and wearing the green velvet jacket and sombrero. This worthy had a pistol in one hand and a knife in the other. The patrona was also there, with her wolfish eyes and enormous bass queue. Outrage and assassination were impressed on the hard lines of all their cruel and savage visages, and I perceived at once that without a vigorous effort I was lost, that my life was forfeited, and all the anticipations of newspaper paragraphs, a mysterious disappearance in the Times and Military Gazette flashed upon my mind. I had youth, a noble profession, many kind friends, my regiment, and home, with the best of expectations. As old dodgers say, on one hand, a horrible and sudden death, a lonely scene of unknown battery on the other. I cocked the locks on my rifle and resolutely removed the barricade from the door. "Take time, Juan Roa," said the patrona. "Hold your tongue, old perra. I know well enough what I'm doing," growled the personage in green, whom I now knew to be that terrible outlaw who since the Carlist War had laughed at the carabineros and alguacils, and kept all Malaga, the Sierra de Mija, and the Vega of Granada astir and in terror. Including the patrona and the treacherous young rascal Pedrillo, I had 5 desperate enemies, and only 2 bullets at their service. "Let us prove whether the Inglés is asleep before we enter," said the patron, knocking at the door gently and placing the candle behind him. "No answer. He's certainly asleep," whispered the patrona. "Knock again," growled Juan Roa. A smart blow was then given, but still I made no reply. Then the patron applied his hand to the latch, but before he could open the door, I fired right through the slender panels and shot him dead by 1 bullet, knocking over the ostler by the other, which he received through his neck and shoulder. Clubbing my rifle, I then rushed out, and charging them into smoke and confusion, dealt Juan Roa a tremendous blow with the butt end, which leveled him beside the 2 ruffians who lay bleeding in the narrow passage, escaping a pistol shot from Juan, but receiving 2 desperate cuts from the termagant patrona and the wasp Pedrillo. I reached the end of the passage, sprung through the common hall, and found the outer door fastened. By main strength I tore it open and reached the external gallery, over which I dropped, though it was fully 12 feet from the ground, and just as I did so the boy Pedrillo fired one of Juan's pistols after me. But I escaped it and ran down the mountain slope, loading my rifle as I went, and driving a bullet home into each barrel. Grey morning was spreading along the east, and the red flash of the coming sun was brightening behind the dark towers of Gibraltar, and sparkling on the lattices of Malaga. The aromatic plants were putting forth their sweetest perfume, and the light foliage of the sugar cane, the cotton plant, and the citron tree was shaking off the heavy dews of night. The air was clear and cool, after the toils of the past day, the sleepless night and its terrors. The fresh dewy atmosphere revived me, and dashing down the lonely mountain side, I reached a little pueblo, and reported the whole affair to the officer who there commanded a party of the carabineros of Antequera. A sergeant and 20 troopers galloped away to the Posada, which they found completely deserted by all its living tenants, but they hung the body of the patron upon a tree, burned the house to the ground, and conveyed the mangled remains of poor Jack Hall to Malaga, where they were interred next day, with all the honors of war, in that corner of the Campo Santo which is appropriated for the burial of strangers. And there the Marines of the Blonde fired 3 volleys over the grave, where as noble a heart as Her Majesty's service possessed was committed to the earth of Spain. An hour's examination before a magistrate, who saw to me across my sword as to the particulars, was all the judicial inquiry ever made. We sailed next day, and reached Portsmouth after a fine run and without any other mishaps. But I shall never forget that terrible night among the mountains of Antequera, Martin Secco, his wife's tale, and the horrors of La Posada del Cavallo. Jack's adventure elicited a burst of applause, and was voted the story of the evening, notwithstanding the great spice of the miraculous and holy, which had seasoned the narrative of the mayor Don Joaquim. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Hours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Aries. Chapter 7. The Halt in a Corkwood. Next morning, betimes we left the Venta of Castellar, where overnight we had spent so many pleasant hours. The mayor, Don Joaquim, was very curious to know the object of our mission to Seville, of which he announced himself a well-known citizen, but we declined to state the reason of our visit in uniform to that far-famed city. Neither did we mention that our business lay with no less a personage than the Captain General of Los Cuatro Reinos. In a country like Spain, where the people are so jealous of their national honor and so revengeful, we did not conceive that it would be conducive to our safety to state that we were the identical officers whose affair with the Guarda Costa had caused so much heart-burning for some weeks past, and so much correspondence between our governor and the minister Espartero. So, somewhat piqued by our reserve, the mayor gave us a formal bow, and clambered into the vehicle which was to convey him to Medina. We separated. The convoy of calasses got into motion after much noise and vociferation on the part of the drivers. The stable boys, the hostalero, and the passengers, who were all gabbling at once in full-toned Spanish, as they rolled away under the escort of a party of very ill-appointed dragoons in the service of Doña Isabel la Católica, while we rode off in the opposite direction towards Alcalá de los Gazules, a small town which lies on the Seville road, and through which we passed soon after. "Let us push on," said I to interrupt Jack, who had been rallying me pretty smartly about Doña Paulina, and vowing that all this affair of a trip to Seville had been foreseen and preconcerted by me for the purpose of meeting her again and continuing a flirtation which was a source of great merriment to the regiment. "Let us push on, Jack, for I feel very anxious." "To reach Seville, of course, but it won't run away. We shall find it in its proper place on the left bank of the Guadalquivir." "You mistake me. I was thinking how awkward it would be for us if the Himalaya was to come round during our absence, and if on our return we should find the whole regiment embarked and steaming away for the Crimea." "Awkward? I should think so, rather. But it is not likely they can decamp in such a hurry. After all, we heard last night about the restless habits of the good people in these mountains, and their vague or peculiar ideas regarding property, together with the eccentricities of this Don Fabrique. We do not run a little risk in proceeding without an escort?" "There is a risk, certainly, but our return is not to be thought of till the duty is done." "Of course not. What would the regiment say?" "And what should we think of ourselves?" "We are, I hope, a match for any 6 Spaniards, with our swords and revolvers, in fighting. And with these good nags under us, I should think we are more than a match for them in flying. But the noon is becoming so hot that I propose we should halt under that grove of cork trees, and take there a siesta." We halted accordingly to the base of a steep mountain chain, between the cleft peaks of which a noonday flood of yellow light was gushing. Sterile, abrupt, and bare above us rose the ridgy rocks, The little valley at the base was teeming with verdure and fertility, but it was silent and solitary, for not a sound was heard save the murmur of a stream which babbled from a fissure in a vine-covered cliff. It meandered between meadows of aromatic plants, and sought deep pools over which the oleander and the bay threw their branches, and the cool shady thickets of the dark wood of olive and cork trees. Just where we dismounted, we found a personage lounging on the grass. He was smoking a cigar, and had a long gun beside him. Without rising for a minute nearly, he scrutinized us and our horses with marked curiosity. His costume was somewhat gay, being in the highest style of the bull ring, of that of a Mayo or dandified Spanish ladron, whose free aspect and gallant air make him the admiration of the dark-eyed paisanas and the envy of their more peaceful male relatives. For the Majo is the bravo of our own time. This personage wore an ample brown cloak, which hung loosely about his shoulders, a black velvet sombrero, with a large tuft of black plush on one side thereof, and under its deep rim his coal-black hair fell in heavy locks, and his flashing eyes watched all our motions, with an indescribable expression of stealth and suspicion. A long knife and a pair of brass-butted pistols were in his gaudy sash. He wore leathern gaiters, and was playing with the blade of a navaja, or clasp knife, about 10 inches long, a deadly instrument, which the Spaniard is never without. For therewith he cuts his carne and bread, of his bacalao in Lent, slices his melon in summer, and slashes the face of any person with whom he may chance to differ in opinion. Indeed, the visage of this lounger bore the very unmistakable mark of a long slash, which had once laid it open from eye to chin. Beside him stood a beautiful Andalusian Janet, high of head and bald in chest. Its gaily fringed bridle was thrown over the branch of an olive tree, and it was accoutred with a high-peaked saddle of antique form, covered by a piece of white sheepskin, which was spread also over a pair of holsters. "Buenos dias, señor," said I. "A good morning. I fear we are disturbing you." "Not at all, señores. The greensward, the shadow of those trees, and the waters of this stream, flowing from yonder sierra, belong to us all in common. Sit down, señores, and halter your horses, as you see I have haltered mine. You belong to the Gibraltar garrison, I presume, right? You are Ingleses." "No, Britannicus," said I, with a smile. "And whither go you?" "To Seville." "Ah, would I were going with you! It is a place of joy and merriment, Seville. The sun shines on it once every day of the year, yet I go there but seldom. Allow me to make you each a cigarrillo." "With pleasure." To have declined would have been an affront as great as to refuse a proffered snuff mull in the country of the clans. Our Spaniard produced one of those little books of soft blank paper, almost the only volumes used in Spain, and tore out 3 leaves. He then took tobacco from his silk pouch and made up 3 little cigars very neatly and adroitly. But twice during the operation I detected his stealthy eyes scanning us from under his bushy eyebrows. My little box of patent lights excited his wonder and admiration, as he was about to exert his patience by having recourse to the antiquated flint and steel. Then Jack Slingsby produced his travelling flask. I brought forth mine, and the Spaniard had a capacious boda of wine, a drinking cap of leather, a piece of bacalao and biscuits, and we were just proceeding to lunch when his Andalusian Janet pricked up its ears and neighed uneasily. "Maldito!" said our companion, as a scowl came over his visage and his hand fell mechanically on the lock of his gun. "Someone approaches." "An old woman on a donkey, and nothing more," said Slingsby carelessly. "Amigo mio, you look as much alarmed as if you expected the terrible Fabrique de Urquija or Juan Roa of Antiquera." The keen eyes of the Spaniard flashed, and he looked at Jack as if he would have pierced him through. "I fear neither Don Fabrique nor any other man," said he gruffly. "A woman on a burro! Oh, it must be poor Sister Santa Veronica of Estrella, a town about a league distant." "How is she named so?" I asked. "After the blessed Santa Veronica, who wiped the pale face of our Lord when dying upon his cross," replied the Spaniard, lowering his head. "And as she did so, on her kerchief there became impressed the most wondrous of religious miracles, the Santa Faz, the holy countenance of Jaén, where it is still preserved in our cathedral, and from which the portraits of our Saviour are all taken. Hence it is that his sad and upturned face, with its crown of bloody thorns and curling hair, and the long yellow hair parted over the smooth pale brow, are so well known over all the Christian world." As he spoke, an elderly woman, habitated like a nun, in a coarse and well-patched dress of black serge, with a hood of spotless white linen folded across her brow and chin, and having its long ends drooping lappet-wise down her withered cheeks, rode up to us on a donkey which displayed what one seldom sees in Spanish ass, evident signs of being ill-fed and ill-groomed. The nun, who had a careworn, grave, and, though stern, not unpleasant expression of face, carried a covered basket on her arm. Our companion sprang to his feet, and doffing his sombrero, hastened to meet her and to hold the bridle of her animal. She was abroad, as she told us, begging alms and food for the sisters of her convent. 10 ladies, all of whom were of noble rank, but the most of whose kinsmen had fallen in battle under Don Ramon de Cabrera, and thus left them friendless. They were now, by the confiscation of the ecclesiastical revenues, and the seizure of those sums which they had paid as a dowry into the convent treasury, reduced to extreme penury in their old age, and were driven from their pleasant convent in the beautiful Vega of Jaén. Since then they had endeavored to perform the duties of their order, and to serve God in a poor and half-ruined house, which belonged to a noble, charitable, and religious lady, Donna Dominga de Lucena y Colmenar de Oreja, at Estrello. And now would not the noble caballeros give something to the poor ladies of Santa Teresa, however small, for the love of God and of blessed charity? All this, which she prettily told, was addressed to us rather than to the stranger, at whom she glanced uneasily from time to time, although he stood bareheaded, with the deepest respect, and holding her burro by the bridle. The circumstance of the sisterhood being befriended by the mother of Donna Paulina would have sufficed to interest us, if the wrong done them by the present government of Spain had failed to do so. Our purses were at once produced, and we respectfully raised our caps on presenting the poor Nan with a few pillared dollars. which no doubt she little expected from true heretical Britannicus. They had been robbed of everything, she continued, at least all save their cases of relics and the bones of Santa Teresa, which they had borne on their shoulders in sad procession from Jaén to Estrello. And moreover, they had lost the wonderful portrait of their patroness, which had been seized and sold by those hijos de Luis Philip, the men of the new administration. But it was no fault of the present Queen of Spain, for poor Isabella la Católica had wept her eyes out in the cause of the poor monks and nuns. The señores had, no doubt, heard of the wonderful portraits of the blessed Teresa. In great sorrow we professed our ignorance thereof. Madre mia! It was said to be an Alonso Cano, and had narrowly escaped the clutches of the marshals Soult and Massena, when they swept away the golden moidores of the Portuguese and the divine Murillos of the Spaniards. It belonged to the chapel in which the saint was baptized, and was quite as veritable and wonderful as the holy countenance of Jaén, and was usually placed over the great altar. But one day, when the chapel was undergoing repair, it was placed at the porch, where it was seen by a certain ruined gamester, a savage and desperate fellow, worse than Juan Roa or Don Fabrique. As he came past that way in a fit of mad despair, having just lost everything, he struck his dagger into the bosom of the picture, from which there immediately gushed out a torrent of blood in the sight of the terrified people, while a faint cry was heard in the air, as of one in pain afar off. And the gamester went raving mad and died, chained like a wild beast in the Casa de Locos of Jaén. To our gift our companion added a doubloon, a present so valuable that it excited our surprise and kindled the fear of the poor Nan, who accepted it with reluctance, and, with abundance of genuflect ions and thanks, whipped up her burro, which trotted away. "Shall I not have the honor of escorting you to Estrello, reverend señora?" cried our friend, hurrying after her. "Muchas gracias. No, no. 1,000 thanks, señor," she replied hurriedly. "No one will molest a poor sister of Santa Teresa." Her ill-concealed repugnance to receive his alms evidently impressed the Spaniard, who seated himself in silence, and smoked with a sullen expression, as if somewhat depressed by the whole affair. But Jack Slingsby, who hated silence more than anything in the world, began to make some casual inquiries as to whether or not the famous Urquija had been heard of hereabout, and where he was generally to be found. "Found?" reiterated the Spaniard with a frown of surprise. "He is often found by those who least like such a discovery." "So it seems," replied Jack. "And by the accounts we heard of him at the, how do you name it, the Venta last night, he seems to be ripe fruit for the gallows." "Indeed," said the Spaniard, quietly making up another cigarrillo. "You are very loud, señor viajador," traveler, "in condemning this poor son of Andalusia, this Don Fabrique, but you do so simply because you know nothing about him, being like most Englishmen, totally ignorant of every country except your own portion of Britain, and believing that whatever is not English must be radically, physically, and morally wrong. You must have come among us predisposed to ridicule and to condemn." "The deuce," said Jack with an air of pique. "I beg to assure you, my fine fellow, that I could tell you a story of a posada." "Enough, señor," replied the other, waving his hand with great dignity of manner. while a savage gleam shot over his stealthy eyes. "But allow me to inform you that a bandit, I do not mean a pitiful picaro who steals purses and pocket handkerchief on the Prado, or a swindling Raterrillo who cheats at cards, but an armed robber," and here his hand struck the butt of his escopeta, "is a modern Spanish hero, and the pretty paisana and the bluff muleteer sing of his exploits in the same breath with those of Rodrigo de Vivar, the Cid Campeador, Hernando de Córdoba, and the chiefs of the War of Independence, when we saw the fields of Vimiero, of Talavera, and Rorica, lend a new luster to the names of Mina, of Murillo, and of Wellington. Very likely, but this Don Fabrique commits such devilish atrocities, and all that sort of thing," urged Jack, closing with his incessant phrase. "Do you know why poor Fabrique took his gun and stiletto and went to the mountains?" "Shall I tell you?" "If you please." "Listen, there was an abogado, a lawyer of Jaén, named Jacob el Escribano, who married the aunt of Fabrique, an aunt who had been a mother to him after his own died, or rather was murdered by the chapel gories. She tended him, reared him, loved and educated him at Alcalde, and he was to be her heir. For she was rich, and had mines of quicksilver and cinnabar on the confines of Murcia, and her heir he had every right to be, for other kindred she had none. Well, this good aunt fell sick. Those who were more than usually acute, or more than usually evil-minded, said that the abogado had poisoned her mentally and bodily. At all events, he wrote out her will, which bequeathed all her property to himself, whom failing to a certain Gil Jacob, his son by a former marriage, and to poor Fabrique, the son of her dead brother, not a peseta, not a pisterine. This limb of Satan and the law, succeeding in all his ends and objects, poisoned her ears against the poor student of Alcalde. Well, the aunt died. Full of sorrow, Fabrique hastened to his home to find the door of it shut in his face, and the malicious abogado in possession of everything, even to his aunt's snuff-box and armed chair. Our poor student rushed to the Alcalde, who heard him with a smile of incredulity. Why? Because he was the cousin of the abogado, and he, too, shut his door in the face of Fabrique. Bursting with indignation, he sought the corregidor to pour out anew the story of his wrongs. But, ay de mi, the corregidor, a commander of the Knights of Calatrava, was to dine that day with the abogado, who had invited half the city to feast, and weekly gave a magnificent tertulia in the house of the dead woman. Fabrique lost all patience and swore a dreadful vow of vengeance. So the wise, just, and most illustrious corregidor expelled him from the city, and by the alguazils he was driven forth by the Audujar gate. His last money was in his pocket, so he bought a dagger and musket, and shaking the dust off his feet at the Puerta de Audujar, he gathered together a band of gallant spirits who had followed Juan Roa, and betook himself to the mountains, leaving the abogado in possession of his aunt's house and her mines upon the Murcian frontier. "And did he enjoy them long?" I asked. The Spaniard smiled grimly and took a long quaff of the bota. "You wish to know, senor?" "Exceedingly." "Listen, a few weeks after these events, our abogado disappeared from Jaén, and no man knew whence he had gone, and few cared. A month after, a poor wretch, half crazed and in rags, emaciated, pale, and hollow-cheeked by hunger, illness, agony, and wandering, and whose vision had been destroyed by the simple application of a red-hot ramrod, was found near a village of the Sierra de Ronda. It was Jacob el Escribano, whose scribbling was at an end, and whose eyes were closed on the world forever. And his son, Gil Jacob, was found shot one fine morning at the corner of that road, just where you see a rough wooden cross, erected by the curate in memory of the affair, and to beg a prayer of every passer-by for the dead man's sinful soul. The corregidor has thrice been robbed of all he possessed, his rents, fees, and the revenue of his commandery, and the alcalde has quite as often been beaten to the very verge of death. Evil-disposed people lay those things to the church of Don Fabrique, but I say nothing, having no opinion on the subject. "Then you are afraid of him," said Jack, laughing. "Afraid? Ha ha!" said the Spaniard, taking up his long gun. "No, not so much as you were afraid of Juan Roa and Martin Seco on that night in the Posada del Cavallo at Malaga." "How know you of that affair?" asked Jack, starting to his feet. "Did I not hear it told at full length last night in the Venta at Castellar?" "Were you there?" I inquired with surprise. "You saw a goatherd present, an old fellow with a sheepskin dress, a long beard, a crook, and bota." "Yes." "It was I. Last night I was goatherd because it suited my purpose to appear so, and to laugh at the terror of those miserable soap boilers on hearing the whistle of bullets in the Sierra. Today I am Fabrique de Urquija, the friend of poor Juan Roa, and had you been less kind to that poor Nan than you were, it was my intention to have shot and robbed you both, which I could easily have done, despite your swords and revolvers, your English impudence and cool assurance. Vaya usted con Dios, and may you have a pleasant ride to Seville, but attend more to the rules of common politeness when next you speak of Urquija beyond the security of your own lines at Gibraltar. I am not a bad fellow, señores, at times, though more apt to take the advice of a curer of fish than a curer of souls in Lent." With these words he leaped on his horse, and slinging his long gun by his right leg, galloped into the Cork wood and disappeared. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Hours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ares. Chapter 8. The Alcalde. This reencounter, by illustrating the danger of lingering and of making chance acquaintance, dangers for which no credit could be given by the horse guards, and against which we found no hints afforded by our Jan Murray, caused us to hasten through Estrella without paying a visit to the nuns of Santa Teresa, which, on the base of our acquaintance with Sister Veronica, we had proposed to do, and a ride of 10 miles further through a fruitful and beautiful district brought us to the ancient ducal town of Medina Sidonia, where the Spanish commandant invited us to dinner, and where, finding ourselves in safe quarters, we spent a pleasant evening, and with cigars and Ciudad Real, Tresillo and Monte, whiled away the hours until we retired to our posada, where we slept undisturbed by rats or robbers, as quietly as if we had been in the best hotel in London. We crossed stream next day, and arrived at Arcos de la Frontera, a picturesque little town situated upon a lofty rock, almost insulated by the Guadalete, and so difficult of access on the south and west that we had some trouble in discovering an entrance to it anywhere. The aspect of the place, with all its flat-roofed or red-tiled houses clustering in the summit of a steep and abrupt rock, its two large parish churches, with the square campanile of Santa Maria, and the facade of the palace of the Reverend of the Vicar General of the Metropolitan of Seville, all lit up by the flush of a Spanish setting sun, and throwing a huge broad shadow across the girdling Guadalete, and that rich undulating country which stretches far away beyond it, pleased me so much that, dismounting at the foot of the eminence, I seated myself among some fallen walls and prostrate columns, doubtless fragments of the ancient Arcobriga, to make a little sketch of the place. Reclined against a mass of vine-covered ruin, Slingsby of ours had fallen fast asleep with his horse's bridle buckled over his left arm, and both he and the nag occupied a prominent place in the foreground of my view, and a wayside cross, covered with rich creepers, and having a sulky-looking raven seated on its summit, was in the middle distance. My labors proceeded rapidly and greatly to my own satisfaction when they were suddenly interrupted by a heavy hand being roughly laid on my shoulder. I looked up. 4 men muffled in the inevitable, invariable, and eternal dirty brown cloak, in which we always see the mysterious characters stride, swagger, and swell on the boards of minor theaters, and which a Spaniard is never without, under any circumstances, appeared beside me. 2 had drawn swords, and 2 cocked blunderbusses. "The señores will understand that they are our prisoners," said one. "Who the deuce are you? Comrades of Don Fabrique, I suppose?" "Heaven forbid! We are honest men, alguacils of Arcos, and the caballeros must both come before the señor alcalde." "For what purpose?" I demanded hastily. "The señor will soon be informed," said one. "To his cost, perhaps," added a second. "Vaya, come along," growled a third, "or it may be the worse for you." Finding expostulation vain, I roused Jack, who, after revolving in his own mind whether or not he ought to revolve them, for his pistol had 6 barrels, we took our horses by their bridles, and accompanied the bravo-like alguazils, whose goodwill we sought to cultivate by being liberal with our cases of cheroots. The alcalde, a bustling little manufacturer of Cordovan leather, received us in his office, stuck his barnacles on his nose, summoned his escribano, and opened the case with an air of awful pomp and chilling consequence. But he seemed to be about as well qualified for the office of lawgiver as Mr. Justice Shallow. "The señores, who seem to be British officers belonging to the garrison of Gibraltar, of which Her Most Catholic Majesty Doña Isabel is sovereign, whether Queen Victoria may assert to the contrary, were found making a military sketch, no doubt, of her ancient city of Arcos, in the province of Andalusia. And the señores, of course, knew the law framed by the Cortes at that point." "Of sketching the city of Arcos?" "No." "What then?" "Any city," returned the fussy little alcalde. "But this is not a fortified town." "But it might be fortified." "No doubt. but it is not fortified at the present moment. Tonto de me! What does that matter? Why, you stupid old... Jack Slingsby was beginning, but I placed a hand upon his mouth, and the irritable little alcalde continued. For that purpose was the sketch. This sketch made? Answer me that, senor. To please myself and to show my friends. Of course, a likely story truly. He sneered as he deliberately tore my poor production into several pieces, threw them into the brasero of charcoal which glowed in the center of the apartment, and watched until every fragment was entirely consumed. I gazed at him in silence, but feeling an emotion of considerable disgust, for although well aware that to sketch any fortified place or garrison town, barrack, or citadel was strictly forbidden, it never occurred to me that the restriction could apply to the miserable conglomeration of Spanish huts and crumbling Moorish hovels, which clustered round the churches of the Rock of Arcos. But in their ignorance of the arts, the Spaniards, like the Turks, cannot see a difference between a little artistic sketch and a regular plan drawn for the most desperate military purposes. So we are suspected of being spies, said Slingsby. I am glad that sketching was omitted in my education, and that I never could draw art but a cock or a bill in my life. But this may prove no matter for laughter, Jack, said I as the alcalde, with awful gravity, after duly entering our names and designations in a huge tome, turned to another part thereof, wiped his spectacles, and addressed us. I must own to feeling some uneasiness, having once had a brother officer who went on sick leave to Cadiz, where he was shed as a Christian priest. He was our senior lieutenant, poor Bob Rasper, and was as much a priest as the great Mogul. I had an uncle who was very near being strangled by an alcalde, who was persuaded he was Don Carlos, and we all know that Lord Carnarvon was well nigh murdered in mistake for Don Miguel, while Captain Whittington was about to be garroted by another official, who thought he might be an agent of Marshal Baldomero Espartero, now first minister of Donna Isabella II. These instances of Spanish justice, clearness, and legal acumen were floating before me when the little ruffian of an alcalde curled up his mustachios and said, "The senores will have passports, no doubt?" "No passports," I replied. "Demonio!" ejaculated this Andalusian salon, while the alguazils, having finished their cheroots, began to clunk their sabres and cock their ominous-looking trabucos. "Then you must both be sent to prison in irons, and kept under guard until we communicate with Espartero." We lost alike our patience and temper at this piece of intelligence. "Beware, Señor Alcalde," said I, "for the very person you have named may send you to the galleys for this insolent interference. We are two British officers going on public duty to Seville, and being passed through the Spanish lines by the officer commanding there, require no other passport than our swords and our uniform, which you had better respect, or we may play a mischief with you, our ambassador at Madrid." "Vaya usted a los infiernos!" exclaimed the alcalde in a towering fit of official indignation. "I shall show you how we treat those who enter our city of Arcos without proper credentials, and I verily believe you to be a couple of pitiful Raterrillos. Search and secure them." How this affair might have ended, I have no means of knowing, But nothing saved us from much trouble and perhaps danger, but the sudden discovery of a letter, which was found by one of the alguazils who rudely plunged a hand into one of my packets. It was addressed in high-flowing terms to the most illustrious Señor, the Captain General of Andalusia, and bore the great official seal of the Governor of Her Britannic Majesty's garrison of Gibraltar. On beholding this, the countenance of the Alcalde fell. This human bladder, which was inflated by so much wrath and jacked enough his pride, suddenly collapsed. His manner changed at once. He was profuse in his apologies, and on a wave of his hand, those alguazils who, a moment before, were ready to drag us to some foul prison, and rudely too, like ruffians as they doubtless were, slunk aside and withdrew, and in 5 minutes after we were mounted, clear of Arcos, and trotting along the road which ascended from the banks of the Guadalete. "Those Spaniards will never change," said Jack. "They will ever be bullies or cravens. So cudgels or cannon shot are the only means of argument with them." We then laughed at the whole affair, at the absurd pomposity of the Alcalde, and the idea of our being arrested as spies. At a trot we traversed the little town of Alcantarilla. It lies not far from the Guadalquivir, a stream that wanders through a fertile hollow, which in the days of the Caesars was a hopeless march. We crossed the bridge which was built by the hands of the Romans, who placed a tower at each end for defense. Slingsby, with a waggish smile, recommended me to make a sketch of these interesting remains, but a wholesome terror of the Alcalde of Arcos was yet too fresh in my mind, so we pushed on towards Los Palacios, in company with a long train of mules from the seaport of Sanlúcar de Barrameda. Their drivers were gaily attired, and were all sturdy and hearty fellows, who beguiled the way with stories, laughter, and songs of love and wine, or legends of the Avalos, the Moors of Ronda, and of Bravonel, the Moor of Zaragoza, and his lady-love Guadalajara, while they sang to the cracking of their whips, the merry jangle of the mule bells, and the thrum of a guitar. With all this, they were prepared for every emergency, having poniards, blunderbusses, and other weapons, being armed to the teeth, in fact, and with them we travelled until Seville rose before us, with the fretted spires and Gothic pinnacles of its cathedral and alcázar, and the gigantic tower of La Giralda, rising above the domes of Mohammedan times and the belfries of the Christians, and all steeped in the unclouded blaze of an Andalusian sunset, with the Guadalquivir winding through a low valley in the foreground, bordered by groves of the orange and citron, and the green undulating ridges of the Sierra towering in the distance, with a golden vapor resting on the mellowed peaks, which bound a landscape that, in the days of Alfonso the Wise, was studded by 100,000 cottages and oil mills. But the Guadalquivir seemed as muddy as the Thames, where it approaches the ancient fane of St. John of Alfarache, and there its turgid tide was lashed and beaten by the streamers from Sanlúcar, and we could see them ploughing their way, with red lights hanging in their four-cross trees, into the evening haze that settled over Seville. Our passports were demanded by the officer commanding an ill-accoutred guard at the gate, but our letter addressed to the Captain General freed us from further question, and he politely directed us to an hotel. We rode through the grass-grown streets of the lazy Sevillanos, I reflecting on the stories of Pedro the Cruel and the past glories of the Arab city. Jack Slingsby reflecting on the thoroughfares, which he said were remarkably dingy, devilish dirty, and all that sort of thing, until we discovered the Hotel de la Reina near the Lonja, or Exchange, and close to the far-famed Cathedral Church. There we took up our quarters for the night. "At last we are in Seville," said I, as I threw myself into a down fauteuil after tossing off a glass of iced Valdepeñas, and flung aside the last week's Madrid papers, the Heraldo and España. In Seville, where Trajan, Adrian, and Theodosius were born, and where "You shall flirt with the pretty Paulina tomorrow," said Jack. "Pass over the decanter. Thanks. I can take you off your slits in a twinkling, my boy." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Hours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Aries. Chapter 9. The Tertulia. In the morning, after coffee, a deviled bone, and a cigar, we sallied forth to deliver the dispatch of our governor to the Captain General, and resolved soon after to bid farewell to Seville, for Jack was full of fears that the whole corps would be off, bag and baggage, to fight the Russians before we could return. The hour was somewhat early, so we rambled about the beautiful city, but I do not mean to inflict upon the reader a description of all we saw, of the gay crowds who thronged the Plaza de Toros and the Alameda, with fawn and mantilla, sombrero and mantle, of the Cathedral of Santa Maria, with its carved buttresses and stupendous spires, of the Alcázar or palace of the Moorish kings, with all its arabesques and oval arches, of the Lonja and the huge tobacco factory. I beg my reader to imagine them all, for I could easily devote 5 several chapters to describing these 5 several edifices. It is enough that the Sevillanos have an ancient proverb, that he who never saw Seville has never seen a wonder, to wit, "Quien no ha visto Sevilla, no ha visto maravilla." As we issued from the cathedral, Jack's loquacity was somewhat stilled by the grandeur of that stupendous pile and its dark murillos, the chief of which is the Adoration of the Saviour by Saint Anthony of Padua, of Lisbon and of Lagos, and full of thoughts which were rather solemn for such fellows as we are. We walked slowly on, with our eyes fixed on the far-famed tower of the weathercock, the Giralda, which rises at the northeast angle of the church, when a personage whose eyes were raised to the same altitude came somewhat violently against us, and then we poured forth mutual apologies. "Maldito, ¿cómo están, señores? Well met." "¿Cómo está, señor mayor? Who would have thought of meeting you here?" "Why so?" asked Don Joaquim, for he proved to be our friend of the noble regiment of Lagos. "I think that I mentioned Seville as my native city. So, you have reached the end of your journey?" "Yes, and mean to leave this tomorrow," said Jack. "So early, maldita, a short visit. Is your business so soon concluded?" "It is not yet begun. We have a dispatch for the Captain General." "Indeed," said he, with wonder in his face. Where is his palace? We were just about to inquire the way. You must pass the Lonja, our famous exchange, a triumph of the genius of Juan de Herrera, the architect of the Escorial. Well, you must pass it and cross the Plaza de Toros, but allow me to have the pleasure of escorting you. Many thanks. None are necessary, senores. But this dispatch for the Captain General, maldita. I am bursting with irrepressible curiosity to know what it is about. Are we going to war with Russia too? Then, senor, said I, we may as well inform you that it concerns the killing of a man on board of a Spanish government Guarda Costa by a chance shot from the mole fort at Gibraltar. He was in pursuit of a contrabandista, I presume. Exactly so. Those rascally contrabandistas. It is too bad of your government to protect them. Quite as bad as making war on the Chinese because they would not poison themselves with opium. I heard that some of your people had shot at a Guarda Costa and killed someone on board. It has excited considerable animosity and been much spoken of. He led us through several dark and narrow streets, so narrow indeed that people could easily have shaken hands from the windows on each side of these quaint old Moorish thoroughfares, issuing suddenly into the full haze of the scorching Spanish sunshine. We found ourselves before a handsome palace decorated by Corinthian pilasters, and having its lofty windows covered by external shades of brilliant red and white striped stuff. Two sentinels of the line stood at the portal under sunshades, with their muskets ordered, and they stared at our uniform with black and lackluster eyes. The palace of the Captain General, said Don Joaquin, bowing. He has just returned from Jaén, having gone on a pilgrimage to the Holy Face. We must have the pleasure of meeting you again, said I. Our hotel is the Queen's de la Reina, near the Exchange, added Slingsby. Oh, I know the place very well, replied Don, producing his card, a token of civilization little known in Spain. My mother gives a tertulia tonight, and we shall be delighted to see you. Her reception hour is 8. Doña Dominga de Lucena, Calle del Alcázar. You are the son of Doña Dominga, whom we had the pleasure of knowing in Gibraltar? The same, señoras. Are you the gentlemen who were so kind and attentive to her? It is quite a little romance, this meeting. How odd to think that we sat a whole night in the Venta of Castellar and knew nothing about this. Then doubtless one of you must be that accomplished cavalier, Don Leja Magleja, concerning whom she wrote me so many letters when I was at Lagos. With some laughter, we professed that neither of us was the portly Lichi Maclichi, to whose name the Donna had given somewhat of a Castilian character in her epistles to the mayor. But about the Tertulia, we have no full uniform, urged Jack. Full uniform, bagatella. Staff, come just as you are. But as your business here is about that unlucky Guarda Costa, this, as well my brother Hernan, has not arrived, for he is in our naval service, and might feel piqued on the subject. Well, adios. I shall see you at 8 tonight. Don't forget the street of the Alcázar. And with a salute he left us. The sentinels at the door handled their arms as we ascended the flight of marble steps which led to the door of the Captain General's palace. The last general officer with whom I had the honor of an interview was old Towler of the Kilkenny district, said Slingsby. I have no idea what manner of man our Spaniard may be. As the interview with the Captain General and all the various pros and cons thereanent, as a Scotsman would say, may have appeared already among the public intelligence of our own correspondent, who most likely was not in Seville and knew nothing about the matter. I will only state that we were received with great urbanity and politeness by the Spanish officer who held the important post of governor of the Four Kingdoms. He was a fine old cavalier, and in early years had served in the Peninsular War. He told us that he had commanded a regiment under Cuesta, a brigade of cazadores under Hill, and a division under Murillo, that he had been wounded at Vitoria in attacking the heights of La Puebla, and had received the Grand Cross of the Bath from the hand of the Duke of Wellington, and latterly the Order of Carlos III, which devoted him to the pure conception of the Blessed Virgin Mary, from the Queen and the Patriarch of the Indies, and the solemn chapter held in 1853. The old fellow's eyes kindled with pleasure as he invited us to lunch, and to share with him a bottle of choice Valdepeñas, saying that he loved the sight of the red coat for the memory of the olden time that would never come again. The poor red coats! He had often seen them lying thick enough on many a Spanish plain, and in many a crumbling breach and trench, at Badajoz, at Ciudad Rodrigo, San Sebastian, and Tarifa. Here at least was one noble old Spanish soldier, one true cavalier, whose lively recollection of those great campaigns, which are second to none the world has seen, and whose sense of what his country owed to ours, formed strong contrast to that cold ingratitude which desecrated the tomb of the Scottish hero of Coruña, and ploughed up the graves of our brave men, who were buried in the little field beneath the ramparts of Tarifa, and for the repose of whose bones our government had to pay a sum to Spain. We received from him a letter to the governor of Gibraltar, stating that our explanations of the affair of the Guarda Costa had perfectly satisfied him, and on our rising to retire he made us an offer of a cavalry escort as far as San Roque, which lies within a few miles of our garrison, but being aware that we should be obliged to maintain both the horses and the men, and to make them a handsome donation at parting, I declined, saying that we had an idea of returning by Sanlúcar de Barrameda, and would there take the steamer for Gibraltar. But remember, there is that restless gentleman, Don Fabrique de Urquija, said the general, smiling. He makes the roads very unsafe, and does not hesitate to commit such outrages as have not been known in the land since Marshal Massena marched through it. We assured him of our being without fear in the matter, on which he laughed, saying that he knew Los Britannicos of old, and that, like our fathers who fought under Wellington, Hill, and Graham, we also were without fear. And we parted highly flattered and delighted by our interview with this old Castilian hidalgo. We lounged long in the Alameda, where the notice our uniform attracted was rather an annoyance. After dining at the hotel and making the most of our costume that our light marching order would admit, we appeared at the door of Dona Dominguez's residence in the Calle del Alcázar, just as the cathedral clock struck 8, for the Spaniards are too well bred to esteem anyone the more for being late at a conversazione. For such is a tertulia in fact and in effect. A number of sedans borne by servants in livery were standing about the steps of the mansion, and the links and torches flared on the coats of arms that decorated the panels and the colors of Santiago and Calatrava which surrounded them. Various long-visaged and spindle-shanked representatives of the pure dead blood of Los Cuatro Reinos, untainted by the stain of Moor or Jew or heretic, were stalking through the vestibule with due gravity and grandeur. We were ushered forward by one servant, and were announced by another on entering the saloon, where old friend Donna Dominga sat with fan and snuff-box in hand, receiving her guests. And as her son had prepared her for our visit, she was in a prodigious flutter, with her fat round face forming the apex of a pyramid of black satin and black Cadiz lace, for her veil, which was on the finest texture, fell over all her person. By her side sat the pretty Paulina on a rich low taburet, gracefully as a Spanish lady sits at mass, or a Moorish maiden on her little carpet, for it is from the Arabian conquerors that the low seats of the Spanish dames are borrowed. The mayor, who wore the blue uniform and massive silver epaulets of the noble Regiment of St. Anthony, and who had the Order of St. John of Portugal in his breast, hurried forward to meet and to present us. Then the younger Donna blushed crimson, while the elder wished very much to do so too, and dropping her eyelids, fanned herself, and affected to be much agitated. We bowed very low, and then stepped back, as it is not the custom in Spain to shake hands. After a few of those complimentary remarks and those commonplaces, which are customary in every country, we should have withdrawn a little to make way for other tertulianos, had not Donna Dominga especially invited us to remain beside her, and while the presentation continued, and all that were noble, being rich or beautiful, went for naught in Seville, appeared in succession, and while caballeros and grave and solemn hidalgos, with the red cross of Calatrava and the little sword of Santiago dangling at their buttonholes, advanced slowly, and with a faint smile and courtly bow laid a hand on their heart, and lisped the usual and invariable, "A los pies de usted, señoras. I am at your feet, ladies," and then retired. I was chatting gaily with Paulina, who had now become more assured, and who overwhelmed me with 1,000 inquiries about Gibraltar and her friends. Meantime, that rogue, Jack Slingsby, poured into her mother's ear pretended messages from Maclici, our doctor, messages so tender and so pitiful that the old lady relented and forgave him being married, saying it was his misfortune, not his fault, poor man. Jack asserted his belief that the doctor was quite of her opinion. And then the bulbous-shaped fair one made a vigorous use of her fan and snuff-box, as she conjured up the image of the gay deceiver. The saloon was a large apartment. The floor was of polished oak, and was varnished until it shone like glass. The ceiling was of cedar, and divided into deep dark panels. The walls were painted white, and were hung with several dusky pictures, principally of religious subjects. One of these was by Rolles, another by Murillo, and both had narrowly escaped abstraction by the French during the War of Independence, for Messrs. So, Chauchet, and Company made everything march over the Pyrenees that was neither too hot nor too heavy. Our garrison evening parties in Gibraltar had shown Donna Dominga that considerable improvements might be made upon the solemn gravity of the Spanish Tertulia. Thus, in the company, were pressed to stay longer than usual in honor of us. We had a few airs on the piano, a very antique instrument said to have been found among Joseph's baggage at Vittoria, and in no way calculated to give full effect of the compositions of Donizetti, Verdi, or Orsini, which Paulina and her companions attempted to give us. But then they had their guitars and the lively songs of old Spain, and legendary ballads of the brave Abelos of the Ronda, which, if destitute of science, had at least the merit of being full of music and melody. Every sound was hushed as Paulina sang the song which was wont to turn the heads of half her Majesty's garrison. Since for kissing thee, Minguillo, mother's ever is calling me. Give me swiftly back, O dear one, give the kiss I gave to thee. Either by chance or an irresistible inclination, our eyes met just as she sung these very tender and pointed words, and a show of tinge shot over her pure white cheek. My own heart filled with a tumult of emotion for the aspect of this noble Spanish girl, as she sat on the low taburet, in an attitude full of grace, with her high proud head and the long veil of black lace that fell from it over her back and shoulders, was so bewildering that I felt convinced my peace of mind would require an explanation with her before my bantering mentor, and I turned our horses' heads once more towards Gibraltar. We had now a little waltzing, and a quadrille or two, with plenty of groseille and fleur d'orange. I had 1,000 things to tell Paulina, but when she was the center of almost every eye in the room, it was no easy matter to be tender. Besides, whenever I looked around, the comical eye of Jack Slingsby, with a glass stack in it, was sure to meet mine, for whatever he was about in the waltz, the quadrille in a quiet two-handed flirtation, which, by the way, made the old hidalgos of Seville, who are not wont to tolerate such things, shrug their shoulders and elevate their eyebrows. In the middle of a tender speech, when handing fleur d'orange, restoring a fallen fan, or reclasping a bracelet, he seemed to watch all my proceedings with a species of amused interest, so that nothing passed between Paulina and me but the merest commonplaces. The moment so ardently wished for has arrived at last, thought I. She is beside me, and I have not one word of interest for her. "And you leave Seville tomorrow?" said she, to break an awkward pause. "No, senora, in 2 days." "A short visit. There are so many things to see here. There is the great tower of Cabildo, with its enchanted weathercock, a palace with a standard which always indicates the quarter from which an enemy is approaching Seville." "Ah, yes, I remember in the adventure of Don Quixote with the Knight of the Wood. The latter boasts that among other deeds done in honor of his mistress, he had challenged the famous fighting giantess, La Giralda of Seville, who is strong and undaunted as one who is made of brass. and who without changing place is the most inconstant woman in the world. Oh, Don Quixote, he is charming. And then in Seville we have the letters of Francisco Pizarro, of Columbus, and the valiant Hernan Cortes. And more than all, we have the cathedral with its Puerta de Perdón, which was the work of a Moorish necromancer, and was all built by spell between the night and morning. In 2 days you can never see all these things. Your own presence, Donna Paulina, is more than enough to detain me here forever. Then, why go so soon? She asked, with her pretty Spanish lisp, while her long lashes drooped. Go I must, señora, for being a soldier, I have nothing to urge, but what? The stern necessity of obedience. Ay de me, said she, gazing fully and honestly at me. I am so sorry to hear all this. I am full of gratitude to hear you say so, señora, but there is no remedy. Señor, said she, smiling, para todo hay remedio, sino para la muerte. True, there is a remedy for everything but death. It is a good old Spanish proverb, said I, but it is not absence from those we love, but a living death. So when I am far from Seville, I shall have but the memory of one most beautiful face, and one bright happy night. Take this rose, said she, disengaging one from her bouquet. It will be a memento, though a small one. Thanks, señora, but the rose will wither and fade. So will the memory of the beautiful face and the one happy night, said she with a winning smile. Never, never, Paulina. You are so charming, so gentle, and so good, that— Hush, Dios mío, the people are observing us, but, Ave Maria Purísima, what is the matter with my mother? During this brief conversation, the servant Pedrillo had delivered a note to Donna Dominga, who, unhurriedly glancing at its contents, uttered a faint cry and fell upon the sofa, where all the ladies crowded in an excited manner round her. Don Joaquim snatched up the letter and read it with flaming eyes. What in heaven's name is the matter? I asked, pressing forward. A letter has come from the captain of the Guarda Costa, stating that the son of Donna Dominga, his lieutenant, had been killed by a shot from the garrison of Gibraltar, said Slingsby in a rapid whisper. The absence of the captain general at hand prevented the Sevillanos from learning that the person slain was a townsman. I find we are in a mess here. I think we had better be off, my boy. Though Spain had a post office in those days when James III of Scotland was fighting the battles of the people against his traitorous nobility, and when the brutal Henry of England was murdering his wives and burning Catholics and Protestants together at Smithfield, she was so far receded in the arts of peace that his unfortunate letter had been all these many weeks in fighting its way from the seaport of Malaga to Seville. Don Joaquim now said something to Paulina, who turned upon us with eyes full of grief and dismay. "It is my brother, Hernan, you have slain!" she exclaimed in tones that went through me like a sword. "Oh, madre mia! Madre mia! They have murdered our dear, dear Hernan!" And she threw herself beside her mother. "Yes, señores," said Don Joaquim, folding up the letter with an air of somber ferocity. "Her accusation is right. You have heard her. It's my brother, Don Hernan, who was killed by your accursed shot from the mole fort of Gibraltar. Hernan, lieutenant of the Guarda Costa, and this letter is from his captain, detailing the circumstances of that outrage in the Spanish flag, an outrage of which I have heard so many since I left Portugal, but which I little thought, oh Dios mío, how little indeed, that it would bring such sorrow to my own house, and to hearts to me so dear. My poor boy brother Hernan. So, señores, you it is, who were the perpetrators of this foul act? Fit men you were, and proper too, to detail it to our blackhead of a captain general, who was worshipping an old rag at hand, when he should have been seeking vengeance at Madrid. But look you, señores, I'll have it, sure and deep, and as certainly as there is a saint in heaven, sure as my name is Joaquim de Lucena of the Regiment of Lagos. Mueran los gabachos! Death to the miscreants! Growled a number of voices, and I laid a hand on my sword. It was a natural impulse. The ladies clustered like a brood of terrified doves round Donna Dominga and her daughter. The gentleman drew round her son. Slingsby and I were left together in the middle of the large saloon. A pleasant predicament this, said Jack, shrugging his shoulders. Rumble, I think we had better retire. To remain is useless, for these people are alike past listening to explanation or apology. I replied, and with an emotion of mortification and sorrow, which the reader may easily imagine, we took up our swords, made a profound bow to this ungracious company, none of whom responded, and quitted the house. Awful business this, said Jack. It is not, Dick Rumble. Speak. Have you lost your tongue? A strange combination of unfortunate circumstances to find ourselves the honored guests of the very woman whose son we slew. And what light will Paulina view us, and Don Joaquim too? As an officer, we ought to be aware that we did but our duty, urged poor Jack, who felt himself the most guilty party. But I did not half like the expression of his eyes as we left the saloon. How? I read in them more of hatred and malice than of horror for the event or natural grief for his brother's fate. You think so? I am sure of it. Well, the man is a Spaniard, and being so, will not let us off easily. We shall have a message from him in the morning, challenging us both to fight, you think? Said I. Not at all. Your Spaniards don't fight duels. He will lay some desperate snare for us between this and San Roque. So depend upon it, the sooner we make ourselves scarce in Seville, the better. But here is the hotel. For heaven's sake, let us have some iced champagne, for this horrid business has made me as thirsty as if I had crossed a whole county in the hottest hunting season. I must own that thought I was pretty well assured of the truth of Jack's surmises and suspicions. Fear for my own safety was quite a secondary emotion to my sincere sorrow for the bereavement we have occasioned to poor old Donna Dominga and the lively Paulina. As for that stormy fellow Joaquim, I felt no compunction for him in the least. His grief was too noisy, and his southern hostility too deep to leave much room for natural sorrow. And so, while surmising, considering, revolving, and taking the matter threadbare, we finished several bottles of champagne. Though the medium of these, we easily came to the conclusion that we were the most injured parties, that we had been grossly insulted somehow, overnight, that the usual satisfaction was necessary, and then we retired to bed in a state of just and proper indignation at the malevolent threats of Don Joaquim and his friends, to whom the affair formed a notable subject for discussion at those morning meetings, which are so dearly prized by the Spaniards, who then debate everything from a ballet girl's ankle to a rising in Catalonia. And for these gossips, the place of rendezvous in Seville is the Plaza de San Domingo. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Ours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Aries. Chapter 10. Don Fabrique. We were awake betimes in the morning, and breakfasted early, in the true Spanish style, on good stiff chocolate with fried eggs, purple wine, and snow-white bread. But no hostile message came from Don Joaquim. The hours stole on, and the sunlit streets threw the shadows of their picturesque facades against each other. The events of last night and their probable consequences had given us a decided distaste for prowling about the streets of Seville. We were both somewhat thoughtful, and said little, or conferred only on the nearest route by which we could reach Gibraltar, in coming from which we had made somewhat a detour, and Jack hinted that we should probably have some more brawls with alcaldes, rows at posadas, skirmishes with bandidos, and other pleasant adventures before we reported ourselves as just arrived at headquarters. "A letter for el señor Capitán Don Ricardo," said the waiter, approaching. "A letter for you, Dick," said Slingsby. "So it has come at last," said I, breaking the seal. "Will it be an affair of knives or pistols?" "Hush," said I, as the waiter retired. "Slugs in a saw-pit, and all that sort of thing. A triangular deal, huh? But an officer should have brought it." "Yes, had it been that for which you seem so very anxious." "Anxious, not I, believe me." "Well, this is from a lady." "The deuce, you quite interest me. I can perceive that it is penned on pink paper. A little flourished, but without signature. It is from Paulina. Poor girl! I can't imagine her writing it, and as Byron says, how tremulously gentle her small hand." "How can you run on that?" I asked imploringly. "Fie upon you, Jack, after all the misery we have brought to these poor people." "Well, perhaps you're right and I'm wrong. I beg pardon. But the letter, what is it about?" "Only the safety of our lives." "Our lives, indeed? How so?" "Read it." The note ran thus: "Señor Don Ricardo, in the name of the blessed Mother of God, I implore you and your friend to leave Seville on receipt of this, and to take the nearest road for Sanlúcar de Barrameda, where you can reach a steamer which sails direct for Gibraltar. Don Joaquim vows to have a terrible revenge for the death of our dear brother Hernan, and last night was seen in conference with Fabrique de Urquiza on the old Alameda. The road you came will be beset. His bands are, doubtless, now in hire to waylay you. El Santo de los Santos forgive you the misery you have caused to those who never wronged you, and may deliver you from the snares of death that lie in your homeward path." "More melodramatic than pleasant," said Jack. "It is from Paulina, no doubt. How considerate." "Kind and gentle too," added Jack. "Well, all things duly considered, I think we should take her advice, mount, and be off." Poor Paulina." "Deuce take it, Dick, don't be faint-hearted. It will be all one when the route comes for the creamy. and sell or sail is the word. Not among ours, I hope. The San Luca road be it. Then the sooner we leave the better, for we have much to lose and nothing to gain by lingering here. For there is neither law, justice, nor honor among these Spaniards, said Slingsby, making a smart application to the bell rope. What? You say so in the face of this charming letter? Charming, indeed, to be told that a captain of robbers, a picturesque ruffian in a steeple-crowned hat and red garters, has been bribed to cut your throat, to do for you in the flower of your youth for 100 pistols. The letter raised a glow of sad, of kind, and regretful emotions within me, but I stifled them all, and, calling for the bill, settled with the landlord in person. What manner of magistrates have you here in Seville? Asked the unwary Jack. How, senor? When they permit thieves to prowl about your streets at night. Thieves, senor? Ave Maria. Yes, thieves, senor patron. Fabrique de Urquiza was on the old Alameda last night with a well-known bravo from Portugal. Don Fabrique, reiterated our host, aghast at the name. Ah, he is too great a man to be easily arrested, senor. Is he not a mere ladrón? True, caballero, but then his band is numerous. Yes, senor, Ave Maria Purísima. Tiene un ejército de 10,000 hombres, all determined men and armed to the teeth. 10,000 men? Nonsense. 100, more probably. The host felt his veracity impugned, and he called upon all the saints in the calendar to witness the truth of his assertions. And while we had a decanter of wine before starting, he told us a vast number of anecdotes, descriptive of the cruel and unscrupulous character of the so-called Dame Fabrique. 2 of those occurred to me as being peculiarly diabolical in their nature. On one occasion he plundered the house of a wealthy merchant near Stepana, a town on the Grenada coast, and because the unfortunate proprietor would not yield up the alleged treasures of his strong box, and sign bills on his bankers in Seville, Fabrique snatched up a campaign lamp from a marble side table, and, with a dreadful oath, poured the contents over the hair and whiskers of his prisoner. He then deliberately applied a lighted candle thereto, and in a moment the whole face and head of the miserable man were enveloped in flames. His skull was roasted like a large castaño, and he died in great misery, his head being literally burned off. Another amiable little trait of Don Fabrique was the strange way he took to remove his predecessor from the command of the troop. This was a rough old guerrilla, who in his youth had fought in the campaigns of Wellington under Don Julian Sanchez, the famous Captain Herlip, as our soldiers named him, and latterly in the service of the Carlists under the vanished Conde de Morella. The robber captain, Gomez el Guerrilla, having incurred the animosity of Fabrique, that worthy procured some gun cotton, which our patron believed to be a preparation for the devil himself, from a drug chest when investigating the shop of a boticario, apothecary, at Castellar, and some of these he placed on the fold of Gomez's neckcloth in the night, and for 3 days the old and unsuspecting sinner wore this dreadful thing under his well-bearded chin. On the 3rd, Fabrique, who began to lose patience, and vowed to have vengeance on the boticario, said, "Come, senor, let us make up a little cigar." So the cigar was made, and they proceeded to smoke, until some sparks fell on the breast of the old gorilla. And then, Madre de Dios, there was a dreadful flash and explosion like that of a cannon, and to the consternation of all his band, the head of Gomez was blown right off his shoulders, and not a vestige of it was ever seen again. The noble caballeros, continued our host, have no doubt heard of the great robber chief, Manuel de Córdoba, who in January 1853 killed the commandant of the civic guard of Butte? No. He was betrayed by Don Fabrique and shot to death by a platoon of infantry in the plaza of Córdoba. Oh, senor, the saints deliver us from the devil and Don Fabrique. So say I, added Jack as the landlord left us, and thus, being impressed alike by these communications and that of Donna Paulina, we resolved to change our route and avoid this formidable personage who took such an interest in our proceedings. To deceive any person who might be watching about the hotel, or be bribed by Fabrique or the mayor, we made particular inquiries of the patron, the waiters, and stable boys concerning the road to Gibraltar by the way of Puerto Serrano, and having, as Jack said, completely thrown dust in their eyes, we took the route to Sanlúcar and left Seville at a rapid trot about an hour after noon, pausing only to give a peseta to a poor Franciscan who begged from us at the city gate. I looked back at Seville as we galloped away. The tower of La Giralda and all its spires were sinking in the sunny haze and lessening in the distance. So ends an intimacy that might have ripened into something better, thought I. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Ours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Aries. Chapter 11. The Raterrillo. Passing Coria del Rio, a little province and partido, after a 20 miles ride, we halted to dine at Lebrija, which is so famed for its oil of olives, and there we got some prime Jerez, which bore the private mark of the Señores González and Dubose, these famous wine merchants. And now we enjoy the hope of our acquaintance Fabrique d'Urquija and his 10,000 hombres, or whatever their number might be, were sunning themselves on the mountains and laying in wait for us on the dusty road by Puerto Serrano, and any anxiety we might have felt to reach the coast unmolested began to lessen when we set forth again, while the evening sun was verging towards the western sierras of the province, and pursuing an old and narrow path, so old that perhaps Christian knights of King Ferdinand might have traversed it to battle with the armors of Granada, of Seville, and Córdoba. We rode on amid varied scenery, where luxuriant creepers almost veiled the granite rocks like natural curtains, where large fields of maize surrounded ancient villages left ruined and roofless in the late civil wars, where herds of half-wild cattle browsed on the green mountain slope, where the Dead Man's Cross, the wayside chapel, the groves of Cork, of olive or orange trees, bordered the devious path, and the shuttered atalaya that whilom watched the frontiers of Muhammad of Cadiz, towered over all, a landmark to the Guadalquivir. Charmed by the scenery, we allowed the reins to fall on the necks of our horses, and careless as to whether or not we found quarters for the night in an olive wood or in Trojana, which we were now approaching, and the little spire of which we saw peeping above its bright green groves and tipped with a fiery gleam. We rode on slowly until near a well which flowed into a stone basin, under a rude representation of Our Lady of Assistance. A wayside chapel, in fact. A turn of the path brought us suddenly upon two armed Spaniards, who were seated on the sward playing with cards in the twilight, for the time was evening now. One of these, by his gay attire, his embroidered jacket with its silver clasps, his sash of red and yellow stripes, and his velvet hat, as well as by the horse which stood near him, well laden with packages, and having a long gun slung at its demi-peak saddle, I perceived to be a professed smuggler, and on our nearer approach we both recognized our old friend Pedro the Contrabandista, who supplied our mess with cigars, and whose unlucky pursuit by the Guarda Costa had been the source of many much traveling, turmoil, and inquiry to Slingsby and to myself. There was no mistaking the other as a Raterrillo, that is, a little rat, or pickpocket, on whose cloth the regular armed bandit, who robs convoys, fights the carabineros, and burns a village occasionally, looks down as the line to do on the militia, or as the militia do on the yeomanry. The only weapon of the Raterrillo is his knife, and perhaps a concealed pistol, polite almost to servility to the armed man. The Raterrillo is usually a bully to the peaceable, and to those who are too poor to carry that long musket which is the constant companion of the provincial Spaniard. He doffed his threadbare sombrero and bowed with great humility as we reined up beside them to greet honest Pedro, who received us with a hearty shout of welcome. "Well, amigo mio," said I, "we were not aware that you did business by land as well as by sea." "True, senor, I should have been a woman, for I am never constant to anything. I am glad to meet two noble cavaliers of the garrison traveling here. But why so far from Gibraltar, and without an escort?" "All owing to you, Pedro, my valiant contrabandista, and your troublesome affairs." "Pardon, senor, I do not comprehend." "That devilish shot from the mole fort." "Oh, yes, it cut in two halves Don Hernan de Lucena, and enabled me to run my little fellaca safe into Gibraltar, eh?" "Yes, but we had to visit the Captain General at Seville, and to explain the affair to him in person. So we are here." "On your way back?" "Exactly so." "I owe you 1,000 thanks for that little piece of attention from the mole fort, senores. But for that, I should now, perhaps, have been chained to an oar in the Queen's galleys at Barcelona, for I was as sure of being taken as there is a saint in heaven. Well, senores, we shall sup together tonight at Trujana. See, yonder is its spire shining like a red star in the sunset. I have my guitar, and shall sing to you the newest seguidilla, and some jovial romances about the Grenadine Moors, the Castilian caballeros, or the Carlists and enchanters. But, meantime, I must finish a game to which I was challenged by this traveler, on whom I shall have proper revenge, for he has already won from me 40 duros, and you the while will do me the favor to accept some of my best cigars." There was no resisting this jolly contrabandista, so, as we had before arranged to halt for a night at Trujana, we were the better for the companionship of another man, who knew the country and was doubtless a favorite with the people, and who, moreover, was well armed, stout, and determined. We watched the game between him and the Raterrillo, who won dollar after dollar with a facility that soon left no doubt whatever in our minds that he was cheating poor Pedro, so Jack and I exchanged frequent glances. "Whose cards are these?" I asked. "The Señor Traballero's," said Pedro, "and I begin to think he knows the backs better than the fronts of them." The Raterrillo, whose quick eyes rolled in a restless manner, laughed as he pocketed 3 other duros of Pedro, who began to lose all patience and to flash, while a dark gleam shot over his eyes, and on detecting in his adversary some real or suspected piece of foul play, he dashed the cards full in his face, crying, "You are a rogue and a thief, a pitiful little rat, and if you do not yield back every peseta you have won, por el nombre de Dios, I will be at you with my Albacete knife." "Then the knife be it," retorted the Raterrillo, crushing his well-worn hat over his eyebrows. "Shall we have our feet tied together?" "No, we shall fight it out on the grass, and I will have your black blood on my hard-won dollars together," cried Pedro, who was choking with sudden passion. And quick almost as thought, they confronted each other, their dark faces contorted by ferocity, their eyes flashing fire, their feet planted on the turf, their bodies bent forward, ready to spring, and their cuchillos held firmly in their right hand, the thumb being pressed upon the blade in such a manner as to enable them to stab or to cut with equal facility. Several blows had been given and skillfully eluded before Jack and I, who had drawn our swords, could dismount and interfere. But just as we pressed in between them, at the peril of our lives, we heard a cheer like a yell ringing in the hollow, and saw a crowd of armed men rushing down the sloping banks which bordered the roadway. "Ladrones! Ladrones! Fly, señores!" cried Pedro as he leaped on his horse and dashed at full speed towards Trojana, followed by several musket bullets, while the Raterrillo vanished in the twilight as if the earth had swallowed him up. In a moment we were surrounded by a crowd of armed banditti. Oh, there was no mistaking them. I was collared and pinioned just as my foot was in the stirrup, and poor Jack Slingsby was knocked off his horse by the butt end of a long Spanish gun. Our swords and revolvers, our watches, rings, purses, and cigar cases, our horses and valises, all in a moment became the spoil of the Egyptians, and we found ourselves prisoners at the mercy of Fabrique the Horquija. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Ours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ares. Chapter 12. El Rio de la Muerte. Dark-visaged and black-bearded, with long sable hair hanging over their collars from under their battered sombreros, or gathered up in network colls, the robbers presented every picturesque variety of Spanish costume. Some wore jackets of black or olive-colored velvet, richly covered with needlework on the breast and seams. Their waists were girt by bright-colored sashes, and their legs encased in velvet small clothes and leathern gaiters, while others wore sans shirts and sans shoes, scantily attired in rough zamarras of sheepskin, with tattered breeches, their brawny legs and muscular chests being bare. All were well armed with muskets, albacete knives, and pistols, and all were ferocious, resolute and reckless alike in spirit and in aspect. A glance showed me all this as we were dragged by them through an alley of thicket, where upon the prostrate column of some old Roman temple we found their leader seated. The moon had now risen brightly above the mountains, and in the sashed and armed figure before me, with a jacket glittering with embroidery, his carbine resting in the hollow of his right arm, I recognized our former acquaintance, whom we had met by the wayside between Castellar and Estrello, and with whom we were having a nabbing over a cigar and boda, when poor Sister Saint Veronica came to ask alms of us, the cruelties of which on that occasion he had so freely avowed himself guilty, and those other traits of character, such as the affairs of the compine lamp and the neckcloth, so pleasantly padded with gaunt cotton, occurred to us, and I must own that when we found ourselves bound as prisoners and confronting the cold, stern and impassible visage of this celebrated Spanish outlaw, a restless anxiety made our hearts throb with new and undefined emotions. In all things his bearing and disposition were similar to those of his friend, whom he betrayed in 1853, and whose atrocities have been published, like his own, at length in the columns of the Heraldo de Madrid. Neither Slingsby nor I had ever been in such a desperate predicament before, as the reader may easily conceive. Thus we could scarcely realize it, and naturally enough, indignation was uppermost in our minds. The intellectual part of Fabrique's face, though exceedingly handsome, was immovable as that of a statue. His two black eyes remained fixedly regarding us, and even when his bearded mouth relaxed into a grim smile, one half of his face remained unmoved. He seemed calm and pale in the white moonlight, but the cicatrized wound which traversed his cheek was of a deep and dusky red. "Well, senor," said I briskly, "are you fully prepared to answer for the attack you have made upon us?" "Answer," he reiterated, with something between a frown and disdainful smile. "To whom?" "The Captain General of Andalusia." "I have so many things to answer for already to that illustrious caballero of Seville, that he will be very apt to forget your little affair among others." "But the governor of His Britannic Majesty's garrison at Gibraltar will refresh both his memory and yours, rascal," said poor Slingsby, whose face was streaming with blood. "Staff, senores. Our Lady Doña Isabel II alone is Queen of Gibraltar, whatever you may believe to the contrary." "Then there is our ambassador at Madrid," said I, swelling with passion. "Let the Señor Embajador come hither to see you, if he chooses," replied Fabrique with a scowl, while his band made the wooded hollow ring with their laughter. "For that reason, and with that purpose, is this outrage committed upon us?" asked Jack more calmly. "The reason is here," said Fabrique, throwing up a heavy purse. "From the noble Don Joaquim, mayor in the service of the young king Don Pedro V, I have received 1,000 duros to intercept you." "And the purpose?" "To avenge his brother's death." "In what manner?" "By taking your lives. That is all. Blood for blood, you know. An eye for an eye, a limb for a limb, and a life for a life are law and justice all the world over. If my friend the blind abogado of Jaén were here, we could not explain the law better. Zumalacárregui, when giving a light from his own cigar to the Carlist prisoners he was just about to shoot, could not have spoken more coolly. "And so, fellow, you have received 1,000 duros to murder us," said Jack abruptly. 1,000, senor, was the quiet reply. "Conduct us to the hovel of San Luca, and I will give you my word of honor that 2,000 shall be sent to you." "You would not break your plighted word." "I would rather die." "Then bear in mind that I have pledged mine, and that I also would rather die than break it. No, senores, all the gold in Madrid would not save you." After a pause, "How came you to discover us so readily on this road?" I asked. "Easily. I had spies planted at every gate of Seville. A Franciscan begged alms of you at the Puerto of the Sanlúcar road." "To whom I gave a peseta." "It was I." "You, I wish that I had recognized you then." "Muchas gracias, senor. My own mother would not have known me. I took care of that, and now I shall take care of you." It is incredible that a companion so jovial as the Mayor de Lucena could contemplate this intended atrocity, exclaimed Slingsby. "Have you not his sister's letter here?" asked Fabrique, displaying that little document of which his searchers had deprived me. "You Ingleses would doubt the holy face of Han, even if it were placed before you. I received $1,000 to shoot you down like dogs or wild pigs, and here we are chattering away like so many magpies. Vamos allá, to the mountains, camaradas, basta." "We are not then to be shot?" I asked as a gleam of hope brightened before me. "No," said he with an icy smile, as his dark fierce face came close to mine, like that of a handsome spectre in the moonlight, and as the whole band began to move. "We will give you to drink of the Rio de Muerte." The river of death. Our blood ran cold at these words, but no time was left us for expostulation, as we were hurried up the hills, over wild and furzy banks, where the laurel, the vine, and the fair yellow paunch of the gourd grew together in luxuriance, and among rocks where the nimble goat browsed, and the untamed porker flew before us, squeaking from his lair among the aromatic plants, the long reedy grass, the giant fern, and the broad-leaved dock. Up we went, alternately clambering, or being pushed and dragged, until we gained the brow of a steep hill, from which we saw beneath us, in the broad, clear, liquid moonlight, the waters of the Guadalquivir winding away between groves of the orange and the olive to Sanlúcar, and in the middle distance, but far down below us, the white houses of Trujana clustered round their little church. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Ours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Aries. Chapter 13. Pedro The Contrabandista. After a painful and anxious hour elapsed, and we had traversed about 2 miles of steep and craggy ascent, until we reached a part of the mountain range which was entirely covered by a little forest of laurels. Above us, in the dark blue sky, the moon was hanging like a large silver globe, and the flood of clear cold light it diffused over the distant landscape enabled us to distinguish objects with great minuteness. Thus I could trace the gleaming course of the Guadalquivir as it wound down from Seville past Berminos, the mouth of the Guadamar, and the hills that overhang Dos Hermanos, while other sierras in the distance undulated afar off, like the waves of a petrified sea, if such smile may be allowed me. Light glinted at times upon the river. It came from a passing steamer. Down there in the valley was the civilization of our time. Yet we were about to perish by the hands of outlaws, whose bearing and character were worthy of the Middle Ages, or the mistier time that lies beyond them. Jack Slingsby and I scarcely spoken during our steep and rapid clamber, but our thoughts were the same: anxiety, intense anxiety for our fate, repugnance for our captors, and the natural horror of dying a barbarous death at their hands, on those remote and lonely mountains, far from help, far from justice and from civilization, a death of which our friends, our relations, and our comrades would never hear, would never know, for our fate would become a mystery which all the Captain General, the ambassadors, the charges d'affaires, and even the correspondents of the Times would be unable to clear up or unravel, as it was the purpose of these wretches, whose prey we had become, to hide forever our remains, and the very means of our death, as completely as if we had been flung into Mount Etna, in this sequestered part of the mountain chain, hidden among the thickly twined laurels, the wild and straggling vines, and the densely matted jungle of gourds, and other luxuriant creepers. There suddenly yawned a chasm in the granite rocks, a black profundity of unknown depth. The gaping rent was about 20 feet broad by some 100 in length, but its mouth was greatly diminished by the bordering foliage and wild plants that overhang it. Far down, perhaps 500 feet below, for the bottom was unseen, there rolled with a deep, hoarse, roaring sound the Rio De Muerte, the river of death, a subterranean tributary of the Guadalquivir, and its strange and hollow voice as it gurgled, surged, and bellowed through the clefts and fissures in the heart of the mountains, filled me with a pang of horror. Here we paused, and our captors muttered one to another under their thick beards, smoked their paper cigarritos, and leaned leisurely on their short escopetas, or long-barreled muskets, and seemed to await the approach of Fabrique the Urquija, who was some yards behind us, and came up very much at his ease. "My God," said my friend, "if it be the purpose to throw us down there, you would say, my dear Slingsby, such seems indeed to be their dreadful purpose, and I see here but little hope of mercy or of charity, where bribes greater than those of that infamous mayor have failed before a savage idea of honor and the fulfillment of a villainous trust. Heaven help us!" "If these are not your prayers, señores," said one fellow in Spanish, with a slight Murcian accent, "you had better betake yourselves to them, for in less than 10 minutes you will be at the bottom of this terrible place, and be swept through the bowels of the mountain towards the Guadalquivir." The man spoke gently and with some emotion. It was evident that his dreadful life had not yet obliterated every remnant of civilization and humanity. There was, moreover, something terribly impressive in his words, when heard amid the hoarse rush of that deep and subterranean torrent, whose waters came we knew not from where, and traversed depths and caverns, of which we could have no conception in their way to the valley below. There was a refined cruelty in bringing us to such a place, and to die such a death, for the mind shrunk back upon itself and trembled, when contemplating the dark profundity through which this mysterious torrent poured. "Pray, good senores, pray," said this man kindly again, as he touched me on the shoulder. "Down upon your knees, for here comes the Capitan, and he never tarries with his prisoners on the brink of the Rio De La Muerte, or the Cima de Cabra." "What does the fellow say?" asked poor Slingsby, who looked a little pale, and whose nether lip was tightly clenched. "He bids us lose no time but to pray." "Pray?" reiterated Jack fiercely. "I pray to heaven only that my hands were loose for one moment, that I might strike a blow for life or for revenge." "Threats are absurd, senor," said Fabrique d'Urquija, throwing the end of his cigar with perfect deliberation into the chasm that yawned before us. "And bribes are like useless." "Can it be, brave Spaniards?" said I, becoming desperate, and encouraged by the evident sympathy of one to endeavor to soften the rest. "Can it be that you will prove so cruel and so merciless to two unoffending strangers who—" "Silence, senores!" exclaimed Fabrique in a voice of thunder, while drawing a pistol from his belt. "In attempting to tamper with my followers, you but anticipate your fate. Iago Pineda, Stefano el Corcovado, over with them! Don't you hear me? Presto! Or by the Mother of God, these bullets shall see the brains of some of you." He ground his teeth, his eyes shot fire, and his broad nostrils seemed to dilate as he gave this savage order. Stefano, the ham-backed, and the other, who was named Iago Pineda, and who was no other than our sympathetic friend, threw down their escopetas and grasped me. They were powerful and muscular men, men of iron frames and iron hearts, and a sickening emotion rose within me as their hands were roughly laid upon my pinioned arms. The moonlit mountains and the far-stretching vega swam around me. The forms of our murderers were multiplied 1,000-fold. The perspiration fell heavily from my brow, and a half-arrested cry to heaven for that pity which men denied us here arose to my lips as they were about to hurl me downward, when lo, Pineda paused, looked back, and listening relinquished my right arm. "Do you dare to disobey?" cried Fabrique, as he leveled a brass-barreled pistol full at his head. "To work at once, vile mutineer, or por la vida del demonio!" "Hold! Para! Deteneros!" cried a breathless voice, and a man mounted on horseback, and armed with a long gun, dashed his genet at full speed through the laurel bushes into the midst of the free company. "Who cries hold?" demanded Fabrique, almost choking with passion, while turning his pistol against the intruder, and all his people cocked or clapped their muskets in high alarm. "I do! I, your brother Pedro the Contrabandista." "Oho! And what seek you here?" "The safety of these two caballeros, who at Gibraltar saved me from the Guarda Costa of Hernan de Lucena in the first place, and from the chain and the scourge in Her Majesty's galleys in the second place." "How? Was it you, brother Pedro, whose fellaca was concerned in this business?" asked Fabrique with an altered voice. "Yes, Fabrique, it was my little craft, La Buena Fortuna, which the Lieutenant de Lucena pursued till a shot from the mole fort shortened him by 2 feet. I claim their lives, for they are my friends and patrons, and would have supped with me tonight at Truana, had not your devilish fellows came upon us like a herd of wild cats, just when I was kicking and cuffing yonder rascally Raterrillo, who has made off with all my dollars. So I fled from the wayside well, for I knew not whose free company your lads had the honor to be, and feared they might relieve me alike of life and all care for my packages. Jack and I now began to breathe a little more freely, for as all this took place in less time than I have taken to write it, there was some difficulty in realizing the conviction that we had been waylaid, doomed to death, and saved with such rapidity. Yet so it was, and so ended the scene of that night, to which I can never recur without a chill of awe and horror, blended with a very decided sensation of anger and just indignation. Notwithstanding the alleged solemnity in which his word was plighted by the malevolent mayor of the sainted regiment of Lagos, in the kingdom of Alcalde, Fabrique relinquished his cruel purpose, and bound us at his brother's request, and restored to us our arms, horses, and little baggage. Everything, in short, not even expecting the letter of poor Paulina. He gave us cigars, a hearty quaff from his boda, and then a bow so low that his black velvet sombrero almost swept the dewy sward. He then drew off with all his band towards the Sierra de Honda, and in 2 hours afterwards we were comfortably seated by the kitchen fire in the Posada of Truana, at supper with his brother the Contrabandista, who was en route for San Lucar. For some time after, throughout the night in which these startling events occurred, in fancy I saw before me the cold, stern visage and fierce glaring eyes of Urquiza, and above all other sounds I seemed to hear the deep hoarse rush of the subterranean Rio De La Muerte. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Ours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Aries. Chapter 14. The Spanish Steamer. Whatever may have been the emotions with which we regarded the formidable relative of our contrabandista, we spared him the humiliation of listening to the just appreciation we had of the character of Fabrique, and enlivened by those songs and stories with which the honest fellow endeavored to raise our spirits and efface the terrible recollection of that hour upon the hills of Truana. We supped upon a guisado and bottle of Valdepeñas. Now I may inform the uninitiated that the aforesaid guisado was a stew, such as can only be made in a real Spanish pipkin. It consisted of 2 chickens, a plump partridge, and a hare, well seasoned with oil, garlic, pepper, and saffron, all simmered together. When hot and steaming, the giblets and company are fished up from the depths of the savory pipkin, with just such a wooden spoon as paunchy Sancho used when diving therewith into his beloved flesh pots at the wedding of Camacho. Supper over, and the fresh boda ordered, Pedro assumed his guitar, and while we cleaned and examined our swords and pistols, and all the people of the posada, the patron and patrona, the waitresses, the stabler, and the little half-naked muchacha who cleaned the boots and turned the spit, crowded near, he, the jovial contrabandista, turned his dark eyes and well-bearded visage towards the dusky wooden ceiling, and while his swarthy cheek glowed in the light of the chicken fire, struck up one of those lively seguidillas which are the delight of the Spaniards, and skillfully he brushed the strings with his finger points in a manner which I believe is peculiar to the Andalusians. A very amorous love ditty succeeded, and when the roguish eyes of Pedro wandered knowingly from one person to another, the Petrona blushed with pleasure, and all the waitresses simpered and spread out their short but full-flounced skirts, or displayed their handsome red stockings, to let their well-shaped legs be seen, as well as their pretty zapatas. For the roving and romantic contrabandista, whose habits are so full of life and energy, is ever a welcome guest at the wayside inns of Spain, and to none more than their fairer inmates. Now Pedro's gaudy brown jacket, all covered with silver bell buttons, bright silken lace, and spangles, his ample breeches of gay velveteen, his brilliant sash and broad hat placed a little over the right eye, made him a welcome visitor to all the women, while the stories, news, or fibs which his incessant perambulations afforded him ample means of collecting, made him equally acceptable to the men. Thus, like other bold contrabandistas, who by sea and land set the laws of the Cortes at defiance, Pedro was always sure of the brightest smiles, the oldest wine in the cellar, the best fowl in the larder, the warmest corner by the kitchen fire, and the most snug cama in the posada, while pretty hands stroked his dazzled Janet, and readier ones removed his corded packages, and placed his guitar and loaded gun by his bedside for the night. Pedro's songs and the stories he told during the single night we spent with him would fill a volume, but the time passed rapidly away. We were up betimes, mounted and armed to ride, and with something of real satisfaction. Jack and I turned our backs on those hated mountains, where a thicket of green laurels, diminished to a black speck by the distance, indicated the locality of the Rio De Muerte. Trotting pleasantly, we passed Isla Mayor, which lies about 12 miles from the mouth of the Guadalquivir, and abounds in fruit trees, which were then in full blossom. By this time, Paulina, her dark eyes, and her witchery were alike forgotten, and her little note on pink paper had been smoked away in cigarritos. The keen interest taken in our affairs by the mayor had completely cured me. So much for Spanish romance contrasted with Spanish reality. "And you have decided on taking the steamer at San Lucas, señores?" said Pedro. "Yes, and happy shall we be to find ourselves safe on board of her," said I. "We have had too many devilish scrapes among you Spaniards to wish for more traveling in the saddle. It is no joke to escape being hanged as a spy by a blundering alcalde one day, and a terrible death the next by drowning, at the hands of my brother Fabrique," said he good-humoredly, closing a sentence, the termination of which might have proved unpleasant. "Well, señores, my little falaca, the Buena Fortuna, you know her, with her long brass gan and lateen sails, is lying concealed in a solitary creek near Carbonera. I have run her in there because a fleet, yes, maldito, a whole fleet of Guarda Costas are at anchor in the harbor of San Lucas. But we must put to sea tomorrow night, and if you will so far honor me, caballeros, as to accept a passage with me to Gibraltar, the best Valdepeñas and the noblest Jerez that ever came out of a madre bat shall be at your service. Ah, you shake your head, Señor Don Ricardo, and think you have had enough of me and my poor little craft." right, Pedro, and wish to have no more affairs with the Guarda Costa, said Slingsby. Besides, if you were attacked and taken at sea after a fight, you would fight, of course. To the death, senor. Guerra al cuchillo, as the old guerrilla said. Well, what would be our fate? True, senor. If not killed, you would be sent to the galleys at Barcelona, and so might as well have taken a dip in the Rio De Muerte. Well, I will cease to urge you. Here is the gate of Bonanza, which may be termed the port of Seville, though the city is 15 leagues distant. Yonder is its castle, with the Spanish flag flying, and here is the quay, where all large vessels laden with goods discharge their cargoes, as the swallownets of the Guadalquivir will not permit them to ascend higher. You understand, senores? Here at this small town we bade farewell to Pedro, who promised to visit us as soon as he came round to Gibraltar. And pushing on, after a trot of a mile or two over a dreary and sandy waste, we found ourselves amid the sunny and bustling streets of Sanlúcar de Barrameda, where we sought at once its harbor, the quays of which were as usual piled chin deep with boxes of oranges, of raisins, and of prunes, casks of salt, of wine, and of brandy, while the flags of all nations, the stars and stripes of North America, the eagles and tricolors of the South, the Union Jack and the crosses of Scandinavia, were waving among a forest of masts. In short, we found ourselves amid all the noise and lively stir of a Spanish seaport, where the splosh of a screw propeller furrowed the waters of the Guadalquivir, and the steam, as it escaped at times, was like music to us, who had just eluded the fangs of Fabrique's mountain's wolves. We soon found the boat for Gibraltar, Nuestra Señora de Asistencia, and embarked ourselves and our hopes, which were taken on board in stalls that were slung from a whip at the yard arm, and in an hour after, muffled in our cloaks, with choice cubes to solace us. We launched on the paddle gangway as the vessel steamed out of the harbor between the two castles of Sanlúcar, the same fortresses which saluted the little fleet of Columbus when departing in search of a western world, and passed the roadstead and the dangerous entrance, where the wild waves are ever beating in tumult. And thus we left the port enveloped in a golden haze and diminishing astern, as the sun set behind the mountain peaks of Seville. The Bay of Cadiz soon opened on a larboard bow, and the city itself, with all its lights and spires, and then the Isla de Leon arose before us, white and glimmering in the moonlight. The silver waves seemed to toy with the golden sand, as their coy riplets shaved the beach, but in other places the moonlight sea dashed its spray like showers of diamonds and prisms against the abutting rocks. Overhead, the dark blue sky was clear and cloudless, save where a long black pennon of wavy smoke streamed far astern from the glowing funnel of Our Lady of Assistance, and all was still, save the ceaseless and monotonous dashing of the paddle wheels, and the measured clank of the engines, as we plowed along the lovely Spanish shore, and towards midnight saw that point of land on which no Briton can gaze without an emotion of pride, the Cape of Trafalgar. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Ours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Aries. Chapter 15. The Circassian Captain. On board the steamer, our attention had been repeatedly attracted, and our interest, mine at least, excited by a fellow passenger whose manner, costume, and bearing were too remarkable to escape notice. His figure was tall and handsomely formed. His features, pale and like marble, were cast in the most pure and severe model of classic beauty. His nose was long and straight. His black eyebrows nearly met over it in one unbroken line. A fierce moustache stuck out on each side, giving great expression to a mouth, the lips on which were generally compressed and in expression stern. Altogether, his face had in it more of pure intellect and pictorial manly beauty than any I had ever seen. His costume was a scarlet forage cap, the tassel of which drooped on his right shoulder, and a loose tunic of dark green cloth, the cuffs, collar, and skirts of which were trimmed with sables. But this peculiar garment, like his long military boots, seemed well worn, or, as Jack said, decidedly shabby. He remained very much aloof from the passengers, and either sat or walked apart, communing apparently with himself, and smoking a huge pipe, the aspect of which was as foreign as his own. A figure so melodramatic on board of a steamer, even a Spanish one, was too remarkable in the present day to escape notice, and I repeatedly drew Slingsby's attention to him. But honest Jack had not quite recovered the effect of the start given him last night on the hills of Truana, and replied briefly, "An interesting foreigner, huh? That will sound very well to the ears of a novel-reading miss at home, but such personages excite a very different feeling in me. A city shopper, I am sick, rumble, and your interesting foreigners, they are invariably swindlers, refugees, and all that sort of thing, unless we expect the poor monkeys in the zoological gardens." And so Jack assumed a sulky air of reserve, while our voyager in the furs and long boots smoked his huge meerschaum to leeward, and all unconscious that he was an object of remark or interest to anyone. On visiting our horses in the stalls, we found that our fellow traveler had also a nag, and that this animal seemed the object of all his cares, for he was by its side almost every half hour, stroking its sleek coat and slender legs, tickling its square nostrils and pointed ears, or wiping its fine liquid eyes with his white handkerchief, and feeding it from the palm of his hands, which were white and muscular, while he spoke caressingly in a barbarous language, which the horse, a noble Arab steed, with a magnificent head and limbs as slender as a girl's wrist, seemed to understand. There was something so peculiar in all this, and especially in the man's strong and tender regard for his horse, that Slingsby's John Bullism began to relax, for the proverbial crustiness of his country little became a frank fellow like him. So he ventured a few remarks in English on horses in general, and this fine Barb in particular. The foreigner shook his head and smiled pleasantly as he articulated with difficulty that he scarcely knew a word of English, whereupon Jack turned his remarks into very choice Spanish. Again the stranger smiled and bowed, showing under his close and thick moustache that he had a set of teeth our brightest belles might envy, as he said in the language of our allies, "I beg your pardon, sir, but I speak only French with my native language, and it may be a little less." "Ras indeed," said I with fresh interest. Are you a Cossack? No, said he, with a sudden air of haughty reserve. Do I look like one? I cannot say, said Jack, as I never saw one. He was about to withdraw, as if our notice was displeasing to him, when it chanced that a puff of wind opened my cloak, and below it he perceived the scarlet shell jacket, which was the undress of ours. Then his bold dark eye lightened up with new animation, and raising his forage cap, he said smilingly in French, which he spoke with great fluency and a good accent, Officers, I perceive, and better than all British officers. Would that I had known this sooner. We might have had a pleasant evening together. But now our voyage is nearly half over, as the captain has just told me. I am so glad to meet you, gentlemen, for I, too, have had the honor to wear a sword. May I ask in what service? Said Jack. The Russian, latterly. Indeed. You are surprised, he said with a sigh. Rather. It was the result of fate, or rather the fortune of war, that placed me in the ranks. I was taken in battle, and had no alternative but to serve in the imperial cavalry, or draw a chain over the snows of Siberia, and thus I accepted the former, resolving to escape to my own dear mountains on the first opportunity. I am a Circassian, and fought under the heroic Shamil, though latterly I held the rank of captain in the Tenginski Hussars. But tyranny and misfortune drove me from the Russian ranks before a proper opportunity to escape had come, and I have wandered over many lands with no companion save my horse, my dear Zupi. He continued caressing the Arab, which rubbed its fine head upon his cheek, as if understanding the reference its master had just made. My beloved Zupi, who was shared with me many a day of peril, and has twice saved my life from Russian bullets and from drowning, for there is no horse like thee, Zupi, between the Cuban and the Caspian Sea. He is quite a Mazeppa, this, said Jack in English. And you are now going to Gibraltar? I asked. Yes, gentlemen, but I merely make a visit there, and at Malta on my way home through Turkey, as I have a letter of introduction to an officer of your garrison. May I ask his name? It is here, John Slingsby, ESQ Lieutenant H.M. Th. Foot, perhaps you know him. The deuce, it is for me. I am Slingsby, of the... said Jack in astonishment, for he was puzzled to remember what friends he had among the Tenginski Hussars, or on the shores of the Caspian Sea. Devilish odd, sir. I really don't know anyone in Circassia, or anyone who ever was there, or likely to be so. I received this letter in London, said the stranger, with a soft smile. At a clubhouse of the Guards, for the officers of the household brigade were more than kind, being indeed as fathers to me, and treating me as if I had been their own son, instead of what I am, a poor waif floating on the current of events. I am the man, said Jack, tearing open the letter which the Circassian produced from his breast pocket, and delivered, but with the slightest possible shade of anxiety on his fine but saddened face. Poor fellow, he had doubtless been so often deceived and misused, that he was learning to mistrust everyone, and his eyes were riveted on the face of Slingsby, who suddenly shook him by the hand, saying, This meeting is most remarkable. Your letter of introduction to me and to our mess is from my brother. Bismillah, Is it possible? From my brother, Sir Harry Slingsby of the Grenadier Guards. I am most happy to meet you, Captain Rioni, and with my friend Captain Rumble of ours, will do all in my power to assist you. Jack handed his brother's letter to me. It ran thus: My dear Jack, allow me to introduce to you and to your brother officers of the old, the Captain Osman Rioni, late of the, I am sorry to say it, Russian service, who has been for some time in London teaching our lifeguards the lance exercise, and who for the last 3 months has been the lion of the club houses. He arrived among us a staid and respectable Mohammedan, very prone to sit cross-legged on the floor, to dip his fingers in the gravy, and to grasp his knife if you gave him a slice of ham with his fowl. But he lives as much addicted to bowls, went on champagne suppers, the polka, and the waltz. In short, in one season we have polished him up in good style, and completed an education which had been somewhat neglected during his rural life among the Caucasus. You perhaps know the history of himself and his horse, for the morning papers get hold of everything. Conyers of the Blues offered him £500 for the nag, but he won't sell it for any known amount of the ready. Look at its legs and chest. I never saw such an animal. The captain has been an honorary member of our mess while in London. A hint this, for your fellows. He is now on his way home to the Cuban, wherever the devil that may be. And so you gentlemen of the line in Gibraltar must look to the state of his exchequer, and pass him on the next station, as Conyers has given him letters to some of the rifles at Malta. I could easily have procured him a troop in our new Turkish contingent, but home he must and shall go, he says, and his own story will best let you know why. Tomorrow our battalion will change its quarters, and commence the arduous march from St. John's Wood Barracks to those in Portman Street, and from thence to Trafalgar Square, and I shall follow in my cab. But you may see me ere long, for I am to sail with the next draught of ours for the Crimea, where the shining splendor will be taken out of our Brahmins in the muddy trenches. Oh, give my remembrance to Dick Rumble. Ask him what his next book is to be about. And so, my dear Jack, I remain, and company. The wishes of Sir Henry and the efforts he and his brother officers of the Grenadier Guards, most of whom will remember the affair I allude to, made it imperative upon ours not to be behind them in kindness to this stranger. Jack and I promised to leave nothing undone to serve him on our arrival at Gibraltar, and assured him that we would see sufficient funds raised to send him either to Malta or by steamer straight to Constantinople. His ignorance of English and Spanish had sadly puzzled the brain of our poor Circassian, who had landed with his horse and baggage at Sanlúcar, believing it to be Gibraltar, and had thus lost several days, and, what was more consequence, much of his money, so that his mind was full of anxiety as to the future, and how his horse, his Zupi, for days seemed one, like a centaur, were to reach that mighty mountain range that lies between the Euxine and the Cape of Alpcharon, and which, with all its black forests, wild rocks, and snowy peaks was his beloved home, the altar of Oriental independence, the barrier of the Eastern world against the encroaching Kuos. We supped together in the cabin, and while the Spanish passengers were all smoking or sleep on the benches and lockers. We prevailed upon the Circassian, over a bottle of good wine, to inform us how he came to serve in the Russian cavalry, and why he declined Sir Harry's apparently advantageous offer of a captain's commission in our Turkish contingent, a service for which he seemed so admirably fitted, and in which he might have won honor and distinction, at least such distinction as John Bull awards to those who are not on the staff and have no ministerial interest. He shook his head sadly as I said something to his purpose, and bowing gave me a pleasant smile. "When you have heard me, you will understand more fully that the only place for me is my native land, that home which is now so far off that when I trace upon a map the extent of sea and shore that lie between its hills and me, my heart grows faint and sick. But patience yet a while, and one day I shall stand again at the black rugged mountains of Kushar, and see at my feet far down below the fertile plains of Georgia and Mingrelaya. Zupi will snuff the pure air of these alpine peaks, and toss his proud mane in the wind. Strong warriors, in their shirts of mail, will be riding by my side. The Albanian masquerade and the Tartar bow will be there, as we survey the long dark lines that mark upon the green summer fields, or it may be the winter snow, the columns of the Russian emperor, columns that advance but to defeat and death, for in thousands, yea, hundreds of thousands, have they come to war against us, and to perish on the Circassian hills until the very soil hath been drenched in their blood, and fattened by the bones of men and horses. But my emotions carry me away, gentlemen, and I am forgetting my own story." "Ah, yes, the story," said Jack, refilling the stranger's glass and pushing the decanters towards me, while our new friend began, as nearly as I can remember, in the following words. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of the Phantom Regiment, or Stories of Hours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Osman Rioni. Bismillah, there is but one God, and Muhammad is his prophet, and on earth he is the powerful hand of him who moveth the stars, who giveth light to the sun, and throweth darkness on the souls of the Russian unbelievers. I am a Circassian and consequently a Mohammedan, being a native of those districts of the Caucasus which have waged a ceaseless war with Russia. I mean that portion of our mountains which lies between Tamruk and the strong fortress of the Napa, whose ramparts are washed by the waves of the Euxine Sea. We are all soldiers from our birth. Thus, out of a population of 300,000 souls, our tribe can at any time muster 50,000 warriors, well mounted on fleet Caucasian horses, and well armed after our own fashion, in coats of mail, with musket, bow, and pistol, sabre, dagger, and cartridge box, men brave and handsome, and stubborn as their native rocks, men to whom danger is a pastime, and death but the door to paradise. Thus the mountaineers of the Caucasus, though mustering only about 2 millions of souls, have never stooped before a conqueror, but in the face of all the world have hurled back the legions of the Russian Empire, and maintained against it the struggle for 50 years, a struggle which, when our valor and disparity of numbers on one side are contrasted with the ferocity and overwhelming force on the other, has no parallel in the history of the modern world. The Russians name us the Cherkesses, which means literally those who bar the way, for never did a foreign host leave their cursed footprints on the summits of the Caucasus. Our mountains have become the ramparts of Turkey and of Persia, as our Declaration of Independence asserts, but they will become, unless we are supported by Western Europe, the avenue to both. We voluntarily submitted to the Khans of the Crimea and afterwards to the Sultans of Constantinople, but alas, we have lost the chiefs whose banners could have summoned 100,000 warriors. Yet now are we all as one man united in a deep and undying hatred of Russia. She has built forts on our territory, but dare her soldiers venture a foot beyond their cannon? In short, sirs, Circassia is free and independent, for neither the lying maps of Russia, which are spread throughout the world, and which mark the Caucasus as her territory, nor words nor arts can enslave us. Arms may do it, but the steel has never yet been forged, nor the cannon cast, that will make the proud Circassian stoop his crest before the barbarous Rus. Bismillah, the wild Cherkesses are still free as the stormy wind that sweeps from Azov down the Euxine. My father Mustafa was a chief, the head of one of those princely houses which are of Kabardian descent. His will was a law to his people, and the booty he took in his wars with the fierce Tartars and faithless Muscovites was the reward of their fidelity. We were Christians once, many ages ago, but it pleased God to open our eyes to the blessed precepts of Islam, and now we turn our faces to the Kaaba when we pray. Many nobles followed the banner of my father, whose territories extended along the base of the mountain steppes from Marinskoye to the banks of the Kiselbaj River. But one night in the year 1807, the Russian general Gudovich, with 10,000 cavalry, burst among us, stormed Anapa, and gave our men to the sword, our roofs to the flames, and our children to the wolf and the eagle. My father fought long and nobly. The war was desperate. The Russians impaled their prisoners, and my father roasted his. But the tide of battle turned against us. All our possessions became a prey to the Rus, and our most beautiful damsels were given as wives or handmaidens to those brutal Cossacks whom the merciless Gudovich had brought from the banks of the Don. Azrael spread his dusky wings over our beautiful country. All the land was burned up and black as night, being waste as a garden whose fruits have been gathered. Then the new chain of forts was built along the Kuban. These marked the extended boundary of the Russian territory, and the land of my father was lost forever. His bones lay unburied where he had fallen, sword in hand, on the threshold of his own door, pierced by the same bayonets that slew his faithful wife and their 3 children, myself and 2 brothers, sole heirs to his hopes and his harvest of vengeance, received the bread of charity from another Circassian tribe, the friendly Abyssinians, who dwell between the mountains and the Euxine. Time rolled on, and from tending the flocks of the Abyssinians as shepherd boys, my brothers Salim and Karoli grew strong and hardy men. The Abyssinians told us of our father's fate, and we longed to avenge it and to recover our lost patrimony. Day after day we spent our time in acquiring the perfect use of arms, in talking of our hopes, our projects and desires, and often we looked with kindling eyes towards those mountains from whose summits the Muscovite outposts were visible by the waters of the Kuban, for dear as war and vengeance are, the honor of his racing country to the proud and free Cherkess. We could soon ride the wildest Arab steeds and gallop them without bridle or saddle along giddy rocks and through the untrodden forest. None surpassed us in the use of the sabre, the poniard, or the pistol. Few equal Salim in handling the heavy Albanian musket, while Karoli was matchless in the use of the Circassian sling, and in my hands the bow was as unerring as the best Frankish rifle. I was older than my brave brothers by a few years, and thus became in some wise their preceptor. We were poor but ardent and full of enthusiasm. We worked, begged, and bartered. We were never satisfied until each of us was possessor of a fleet and active barb, a bright steel coat of mail, a helmet of tempered iron, such as our warriors wear, and which covers all the face except the eyes and nose, a curved sabre of keen Damascus steel, and Albanian musket, breast cases to receive our cartridges, a sharp Circassian dagger, and a Tartar bow. And when thus accoutred, our hearts would swell with fierce emotion as we reined up our steeds upon the hills above Anapa and shook our lances in defiance at the Russian steamers and frigates in the Euxine, while we longed for the time when the war cry of Islam would ring among the hills, and we should behold the Sangiak Sharif, the green banner of our confederated princes, with its 3 golden arrows and 12 white stars unfurled against the barbarous Emperor Nicholas Romanov. We loved each other strongly, dearly, and devotedly, my 2 brothers and I, for we were alone in the world, the last of all our race. Being the eldest, they frequently importuned me to marry, that I might have children and perpetuate our family. But I told them to remember that it was the custom of our people for a prince to wed the daughter of a prince, a noble to wed the daughter of a noble, a tokar to wed the daughter of a tokar, and the poorest serf to wed the daughter of a serf, that I was neither prince nor tokar, noble nor serf, and could not marry, being too poor to wed one in the rank of my father, and too proud to stoop to a maiden beneath it. Besides, I told them, we have other duties to perform than espousing wives, which are ever a barrier to freedom of thought in peace, and bravery of action in war. For the blessed prophet said that wives and children were barriers to the performance of great deeds. God knoweth all things, and will direct the heart of Osman. I will not marry yet awhile, my brothers, for it is written that marriage disturbs a man from his duty. The wedded care for the things of this world, even as the unwedded care of those of heaven, and so we must watch and pray for our country, to defend her from the infidel Russians who, like accursed locusts, blacken all the shores of the Kaban. Then my brothers Salim and Karoli kissed me on both cheeks, applauding my resolution, and once more we shook our gauntleted hands in fierce menace towards the ramparts of Anapa. But ere long there occurred circumstances which altered my resolution, for before the eyes of a beautiful woman the strongest heart is weak as water. One evening I was riding on the mountain slopes that overlooked the waters of the Euxine. The last rays of evening were lingering on their peaks and shedding a golden tint upon the waves that rolled away towards the cliffs of the Crimea. At my feet lay Sunjik Bay, glittering in the blaze of light that steeped sea, sky, and shore. The snow-white walls of Anapa, which crowned rocks 100 feet in height, were gleaming in the yellow sunshine, and grimly the black iron cannon peered through the stone embrasures or over the ramparts of smoothly shorn grass. The flat-capped Russian sentinels, muffled in their grey greatcoats, walked to and fro upon their posts, and each time they turned I saw their bayonets flash above the 2 square towers that guard the great arched entrance. Over all was the white flag with the Muscovite cross, but there was no wind to spread its folds upon the evening sky, and it hung about the staff listlessly and still. Not a blade of grass stirred on the mighty plain of the Kaban, which spread far away towards the north, silent as a land of the dead. Under my iron helmet grimly I surveyed Anapa and the rocks of Teman, and panted for the time when the standard of the 12 confederated princes of Circassia would be planted there, and when the black cross of the god-abandoned Rus would be torn down and steeped in the blood of its defenders. My heart was full of fierce and fiery thoughts, when suddenly the cry of a woman, ringing upon the clear air of the hot summer eve, fell on my ear, and I reined up my horse, the same winch I have now on board with me, my noble Zui, to listen. "Yani, Yani," cried a despairing voice, which in our language means, "Mother, mother." I spurred Zupi over a hillock and perceived 4 Russian soldiers of the Tenginski infantry then garrisoning Anapa, dragging along a Circassian woman who made no resistance but cried piteously for mercy. Uttering a shout of anger and defiance, I lowered my lance and rushed upon them without a moment of hesitation. They immediately relinquished their prey, who sank senseless on the ground, while they betook them to their muskets, crying, "Death to the Cherkess! Down with the unbeliever!" And all 4 fired upon me at once. But God, the common father of all mankind, except the Russians, protected me. 1 bullet tore the plume from my helmet, another was turned by the fluted pockets which, in lieu of cartridge boxes, we wear across our breasts. The others whistled harmlessly past me, and before one of these soldiers could reload or club his weapon, I was upon them. The first 2 I speared and hurled to the earth like ripe pumpkins. A third I trampled under the hoofs of Zupi, and afterwards slew at my leisure. The 4th sprung over a ruined wall and escaped me, but for a few minutes only, as I pinned him to the earth by an arrow, but he rose and staggered away. This man was named Archif Osipov, of whom more anon. I now dismounted, and throwing the bridle over the neck of my docile Zupi, approached the insensible female I had rescued. She was attired in the richest fashion of our Circassian damsels, a robe of costly silk open in front, and confined at her slender waist by a glittering girdle of silver, trousers of the finest pink muslin, and the red slippers on her pretty feet were embroidered with gold. A turban composed of the most delicate shawl fell in graceful folds over her small and beautiful neck, and a large veil of lace, entwined with silver, enveloped her whole person, and floated like a white mist about her. This I dared to draw aside, that the air might play upon her face, and so revive her. O Mahmud Rasul Allah, the beauty of our women is proverbial, and as you know, gentlemen, the world acknowledges it. But how shall I describe the loveliness of this Circassian damsel, who proved to be the flower of the Apician maids? Her complexion was of the purest white, the result of excessive delicacy, and perhaps of that seclusion which was necessary to conceal her from the prying eyes of the Russian soldiers or of the trading Turks, and this paleness of skin, when contrasted with the blackness of her massive braids of hair, was almost startling. Her eyes were also dark, but beautiful and dove-like in expression, for a languishing gentleness was in every feature and over all her form. She was but a girl, yet so full, round, and tall, that for the house of the Sultan I had seen many thousand piastres paid for an odalisque, who was unfit to kiss even her slipper. But Basilia was among the most beautiful of our Circassian maids, or as Scammell calls them, the daughters of the rocks and streams. She soon recovered on perceiving that she was free, and that the protecting arm of a Circassian was around her, but she tremblingly drew the veil over her face, as I led her by the hand from the spot where her late captors lay dead on the sward, with their blood congealing beneath them. It pleased the Prophet to send me to your aid, fair damsel, said I. Are there any other means by which I can serve you? For a time she could only reply by incoherences, and with profuse thanks, for her mind was bewildered by terror and agitation. Fear nothing, maiden, said I, for a strong hand and a stout heart are at your service. I'm Osman, whose people dwelt by the Kisselbash river. You have heard of me, perhaps? Yes, Aga. Alas, no, Aga am I, but a poor outcast whose sword and bow are his sole inheritance. Yet you have heard of me? Yes, and of your two brothers, Selim and Karoli, for to them and to you the people look as leaders when war is made on the Muscovites. As soon as it must be, maiden, and then I hope to see the ramparts of yonder fortress of Anapo flung into the Euxine. But may I ask your name? Basilia, she replied in a low voice, and drew her veil yet closer. Basilia, the daughter of Abdallah ibn Oba, the rich merchant of Sujakala, who is said to be making pyramids of gold by trading with Tartars of the Crimea, and exporting from Samsun the copper of Tokat and the silks and fruit of Amasya. I am the daughter of Abdallah, and rich though he is, I assure you he is yet poor in his own idea, for neither the Prophet nor the Santons can bound my father's idea of wealth. But convey me to him, and for the good deed of today he will reward you, noble Osman, by the most gorgeous suit of armour, the richest weapons, and the noblest horse a Cherkess warrior ever possessed. I seek no reward. Let the horse and armour be given to some poor patriot who is without them. I seek no reward, Basilia, I continue with enthusiasm, beyond your own approbation, and the memory that I have this day done a kind, and it may be a gallant deed, in rescuing you from the fate which those sons of the devil had in store for you. But how came you into their hands? We had gone on a pilgrimage to the tomb of the Santon C. Rosaries among the mountains when we fell in with these marauders. My father's aged hands were unable to protect me. He was struck to the earth, his reverend beard was spat on, and his turban torn off and flung in his face, while I was dragged from the arms of my terrified attendants. But see, Osman Rioni, they are now approaching us, and behold my father. She uttered a cry of joy, and rushed to meet the old merchant, Abdallah ibn Oba, who now came forward on horseback with rage, alarm, and grief in his eyes, and his great turban awry. He corroborated her story, saying that having a large ship which had long been delayed on her voyage from Stamboul, he had paid a propitiatory visit to the tomb of Sayazores, the most famous and powerful of Circassian Santons, and the object of especial reverence by all merchants, seamen, and dwellers on the coast, for the waves and winds are reputed to be under his subjection, and the storm and the thunderbolt are alike at his disposal. Thus we celebrate his festival in the early days of spring, and when on this mission had Abdallah and his daughter fallen among the Russians. He gave me innumerable promises of remembrance and regard, which he took especial care to forget, and made his horse curvet several times over the dead Russians, which seemed to console him mightily, and smoothing his ruffled beard, he muttered, "Death to them, death to them, the unbelievers, the dogs, the infidels. They shall be destroyed like the wicked people of Noah and of Lot, and like the army of Abraha, lord of the elephant, and their false gods and pretended saints of brass and of silver shall perish with them, unless a fear of the Rus prevent thee, Osman Rioni. I shall be glad to see thee in Sujat where a carpet and pipe with a cup of such coffee as Basilia alone can prepare will be at the service of her preserver, and so God and Marissa take thee into their holy keeping." With these words we separated. The old merchant and his daughter remounted on her own horse, rode slowly away until they disappeared in the deepening shades of evening, while I remained motionless and watching them with a wild, sad beating in my heart, for the face of Basilia seemed yet before me, and her voice was lingering in my ear. She was gone, but my soul went with her. Full, round, and red as a Tartar shield, the moon rose above the Isle of Taimon to light the waters of the Euxine. The mountains flung their black shadows upon each other, the lurid glowworm glittered on the dewy grass, and the snakes began to hiss among the long reeds, while the fierce vultures hovered in the starry sky, with their keen eyes fixed on the grim banquet I had made for them, and I heard their hoarse croak of impatience, for I had lingered long on the spot where Abdallah and his daughter had left me. Several days passed away. Men spoke much of the coming struggle with the Russians. My brave brothers were as usual training their horses, tempering their weapons, casting bullets and pointing arrows. I alone was silent and full of soft, sad thoughts, melancholy, happy, and anxious by turns, for my whole breast was filled by the image of Basilia. I visited her father by stealth, for this old man was one who had temporized with the Russians and paid them a tribute, that he might dwell in peace under the cannon of Sujak. But I found him gloomy, thoughtful, and discontented. His ship had been stranded on the Isle of Serpents in the Black Sea, and sunk with all her crew, and what was of more importance to Abdallah, with her rich bales of Indian silks, of cashmere shawls, of amber pipes, and other valuables with which she was freighted. This isle, the only one in the Euxine, is infested by serpents of enormous size, say our voyagers. These guard its boundless treasures and devour all who attempt to land. Thus Abdallah Ibn Oba abandoned in grief all hope of recovering a vestige of his property. He received me morosely, and after smoking a pipe and drinking with him a cup of coffee which we received from the white, gentle hands of Basilia, who was enveloped as before in her veil of lace, I departed, happy that I had seen but the tips of her dear fingers once again, happy that I had been under the roof of her father, and happy that for one brief hour I had shared a corner of his carpet, and breathed the same atmosphere with one so beautiful and so well beloved as she. Again and again I came to visit Abdallah, for alas, I no longer sighed for the unfurling of our green standard against the Rus. I only counted the days and hours till again I should visit the house of the merchant at Sujak. Secluded as the old man kept Basilia, for he deemed her his last and most valuable estate, a piece of property on which he could at any time realize 1,000 piastres in the Stamboul market. We had nightly interviews, for what of the difficulties that love cannot surmount, I had discovered that her chamber window opened into old Abdallah's garden. Its wall was easily crossed, and then 3 notes on my lute were the signal which brought Basilia to me, but she was beyond arm's length, and I never dared to climb, though had the wealth of Ormuz been mine, I'd given it all to have kissed but once her hand. Yet, until she was bestowed upon me by her father, what hope had I of ever doing so? In the wild and half-civilized countries of the East, a lover invests his mistress with 1,000 imaginary attributes, such as a lover of Europe or the West can never do. The seclusion in which we keep our women, the danger and risk of approaching or even speaking of them to their nearest relations, all enhance the charm, the secrecy, and the romance of an Oriental love, and thus with such a heart as mine it became an all-absorbing and engrossing passion, in which to be without hope was to be without life. Hourly I exclaimed to myself, Bismillah, O Osman, happy thou to win a heart like hers, for Basilia responded as warmly as she dared, or as I could have desired. Nightly we conversed in whispers, and had our interchange of love letters. Not that poor Basilia wrote, or that I then could write, alas, no. Our letters were simply flowers, tied together with a riband, and in this symbolical language we conferred. It is a language lovers easily learn, and the Circassian sooner than all. I ransacked the bazaars of the Armenians and Muscovites for gaudy trinkets and perfumes as presents for Basilia, and fearless of the Rus, I daily caracoled my horse, my Zupi, before her father's house, that she might see me attired in the glittering arms and splendid costume of a Circassian cavalier, and happy was I. Oh, how happy, if but once I saw the muslin-veiled form of my beautiful Basilia. At her feet I laid the shawls of cashmere and the beads of Bokhara. She gave me a waist-belt embroidered by herself in a morocco breast-pocket to hold my cartridges in return. Summoning up courage, I one day put on my most splendid habiliments, my coat of mail, which shone like water in the sun, a helmet of steel damascened by my own hands, and I armed myself with weapons which, like every Cherkess warrior, I had tempered and ornamented with silver and precious stones, all by my own skill. Bathed, perfumed, and anointed, I rode up to the door of Abdallah ibn Abba, and while my heart trembled and died away within me, and my colour came and went like that of a woman under the bowstring, I asked his daughter in marriage. He heard me in ominous silence. May God be with thee, Abdallah, said I. With thee be God, said he, and paused again, on which I timidly rehearsed all I had said. The old merchant, who was seated on a rich carpet, with his legs folded under him, and a split reed, inkhorn, and piles of papers and accounts on one side of him, and his fragrant narguila on the other, heard me without moving a muscle of his solemn visage, and after smoking for some time drew the yellow mouthpiece from his mustachioed lips, and shaking his bushy beard, replied to me slowly, May you be saluted, O Osman Rioni. No, no, Osman, this cannot be. The son of a prince weds a prince's daughter, even as a slave weds the daughter of a slave. Thus the rich give their children in marriage only to the rich, and thou, Osman, art very poor. Remember that this daughter may yet be a mine of wealth to me. I knew what the old wretch meant by these words, the market of Stamboul, and my blood ran cold. Her beauty, he resumed, is a miracle, and her birth was also a miracle. Hence she was born for great purposes, and may yet be a source of delight to him who wears the sword of Omar, our lord, the Sultan Abdul Mejid. Who can tell? She was born of my first wife, Tasha, when she was old, stricken in years, and hopelessly barren. On seeing a hen feed her chickens one day, her heart was moved. She wept and prayed the holy prophet to give her a little child in her old age, whereupon she had Basilia in the fullness of time. So thus I tell thee, she was born for great things. Enough, enough, Osman Rioni, go thy ways, for thou art very poor. True, father, said I, while my heart became chilled with despair. I am poor, and my brothers Shalim and Karoli are also poor, for we have no inheritance but the name of our father, and what we can wrench in combat from the enemies of our country, and for every meal of food we have to fight the convoys of the Rus on the mountain or the wild beasts in the forest. But a time is at hand when I shall have all my father's patrimony again, when the forts of the Kaban shall lie in ruins by its shore, while the wolf shall batten on the bones of their defenders. A time shall come when I may ride from the grassy steppes of Merenskoy to the reedy flow of the Kisselbash river, lord of all the land my father bequeathed to me with this sword, when the Russian bayonets were clashing in his heart. God is great, replied the merchant calmly. When that time comes, return, and seek my daughter, but not till then. He replaced the amber tube of the narguila in his mouth, and waved his hand to indicate that he wished to hear no more on the subject, and dismissed me with a heart swollen by grief and mortification. I felt how low the son of Mustafa was fallen, when a miserable traitor despised his alliance. God of Muhammad, had we come to this? As I rode slowly back to the poor village where with my brothers I dwelt on the hills above Anapa, I resolved 1,000 schemes of daring and conquest, for Basilia was now to me a light, a star, a guide, but between us I saw the dark battalions and the strong ramparts of the horde, Russians, and worse than all, the cunning and the avarice of her selfish father. Could I repel one, or bound the other? When riding slowly on, I saw a raven in my path, and shuddering at the bird of ill omen, turned aside, for I knew it was a sign of coming evil, because there is an old tradition in the countries of the East that Cain, after committing fratricide, became sorely troubled in mind, and bore about with him for many days the dead body of his brother, until heaven taught him how to bury it, by the example of a raven, which, after killing another in his presence, dug a little pit for it by beak and talon, and so scraping a hole with his hands, Cain interred his brother at the foot of a palm, whose branches, heretofore erect, drooped mournfully for ever after. Then the murderous raven, which had perched itself on a branch thereof, flew away to Adam, and croaked huskily in his ear that his youngest born was now slain and buried, and from that hour the raven has been a bird of evil augury to all the world. And now my heart became a prey to the 1,000 dark and gloomy forebodings. The bird had not come to me for naught. I prayed Marissa, the Mother of God, to take Basilia under her protection, for like the Christians we believe in the intercession of a woman, though perhaps her name is but a remnant of the faith that was first preached to the Circassians before the banner of the blessed prophet swept the gods of error from the shores of the Caspian Sea. Night was closing as I ascended the mountain, when suddenly from a gorge there rose that wild and terrible yell which is the war cry of Circassia, and led by Shamel, the conquering, the holy Murid Shamel, a host of mounted warriors, all clad in shirts of shining steel and round helmets, armed with lance and musket, bow and sabre, each with a bag of millet and bottle of scoo slung at his saddle for service, dashed their fleet horses through the narrow way, and above their heads waved the green standard of the confederated princes, with its 3 golden arrows and 12 white stars, the Sanjak Sharif, the sacred banner of our people, for green is the color of the prophet. Selim and Karoli were among them, and they sprang to my side with joy and ardor. A vast Russian army of horse, foot, and artillery, they told me, had just passed the shores of the Kaban and entered among the mountains. Shamel, the holy Murids, who devote themselves to death, and all our confederated princes had summoned the land of battle, and every man between the straits of Yenikale and the Mangrillian frontier was in arms for Circassia. Thus opened the Christian year 1840, so memorable to us by the capture of all the frontier forts of the Russians by our arms, but chiefly those of Mikhailov and Nikhailovska. The excitement, the glory, and the splendor of our mountain host, equipped for war with the hopes of conquest and of triumph, filled my soul with such ardor and exultation that my emotion nearly overcame me. The hope of winning back in this war, if it was successful, the land, the home, and the grave of my forefathers, and with these the flower of the Apician made for my bride, made me pant for the hour of battle with such ardor as never bridegroom awaited the unveiling of his new-made wife. The great dervish Muhammad Mansur from the misty land of Dagestan had foretold our triumph when he died at Namapa, and we never doubted we should be victorious. Over my father's fugitive people a command was assigned me by the confederated princes. My brothers Selim and Karoli rode by my side. All who followed us shared our ardor, and we were brave even to ferocity. Thus pouring down from the snow-capped Alps of the Caucasus towards the hosts of the Rus, then blackening and desolating the banks of the Kaban, while their fleets of 3-deckers and steamers scared the golden dolphins from our shores, we commenced the desperate war of 1840. I was full of delicious hope, and the last words of Basilia, for I had visited her in secret before we marched, were ever in my ears. Hope for everything from heaven, O Osman. The angels of Muhammad will deliver you from the swords of the Russians, and like all my beloved who fight against the spirit, they shall wither and perish. Her prophetic words inspired me with new ardor. Farewell, Basilia, I exclaimed as I grasped the mane of Zupi. We go to teach those Muscovite liars who mark our country in their maps that the Circassians have no master save God and the prophet. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Phantom Regiment, or Story of Hours, by James Grant. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hussars of Tenginski. How we swept the land of Kislev, continued the Circassian captain. How we baffled the foe beneath the towers of Dargo. How Scammel the immortal did prodigies of valor at Sarilla, and destroyed the army of Count Woronzoff, the governor of New Russia, 150,000 in number, whose bones yet lie in the forests of Itskeri. How we fought with desperation, neither asking nor giving quarter, and how we hurled the Russians from the slopes of the Caucasus back upon the shores of the Kaban, where they lay unburied save by the jaws of the wolf and eagle, torn and disemboweled by hungry dogs, all Europe knows full well. And how successive armies, full of barbarous pride, and military and religious enthusiasm, horsemen, artillery, and infantry, hussars and Cossacks, Kurds and Tartar hordes, who had stooped their necks to Russia's iron yoke, entered the valleys of Circassia, valleys which seem but dark chasms or fissures where the branches of the Khoisans roar and leap from rock to rock in northern Dagestan, and there they perish too beneath the bullet and the arrow, the spear and sling of the unconquerable Cherkesses. It was my brother Selim who slew General Voinov. It was Karalee who stormed the redoubts and spiked his cannon, and it was I who hewed off the head of the gallant soldier Pasek, and bore it for 3 days on my spear. In this year of the Christians 1840, I commanded that portion of the Circassian troops which besieged the Russians in the fort of Mikhailov. They defended themselves with the blind fury of men who foresaw their doom was death. Selim pressed them with 3,000 men on one side. Karalee, with the same number, pressed them on the other, while I, with a chosen band of 4,000 archers, slingers, and musketeers, plied them from every quarter with incessant missiles. Selim cut off the sluices which supplied them with water, and Karalee stormed their outworks, tore down their stockades, and beheaded every defender whom they caught by the lasso. But heaven has put much valor into the hearts of these infidels. Hence, though reduced to the verge of starvation, having picked the bones of their last horse and stewed their boot tops and leather shakos, their commander, Ivan Karlovich, colonel of the Tenginski Hussars, resolved to make one gallant effort to escape, for his soldiers had with them several old standards which the Russians regard as almost holy. His garrison was composed of the 37th or Tenginski Grenadiers, the 38th or Novoginsky Regiment, which carried the famous banner of St. George, the same that had been with their predecessors at the passage of the Alps, and which waved on the field of Trebia, where they fought under Suvorov. He had also 2 battalions of the Imperial Guard, whose tattered and shot-riven standards had waved on many a bloody plain, and been clenched in the dying grasp of many a gallant man. Their desire of preserving these trophies was only second to the hope of escape, for the standard is ever the palladium of a regiment, even as the national insignia are the palladium of a free people, and as such should be preserved from degradation. Perceiving that fearless of his cannon, those terrors of the simple Circassians who named them the great pistols of the Tsar, I had made every disposition for an assault, which must have been successful. The valiant Ivan Karlovich led out his shattered garrison among us, sword in hand, and, favored by a dark and tempestuous night, escaped with a few, but a few only, for by sabre and by musket we made a fearful slaughter among the soldiers of the Novoginsky Regiment, and taking their famous banner of St. George, tore it to fragments, and spitting upon these, trampled them to the earth in blood and mire. Thanks to the prophet and to my coat of mail, uncounted balls and bayonets touched me without harm. Above the roar of that red musketry which lit the darkness with its streaky gleams, above the howling of the wind which tore through every mountain gorge, above the cheers of the desperate and the shrieks of the dying, the wild, shrill, and unearthly war cry of the Circassians ascended to the throne of Mohammed, and the approach to the breach was like the bridge of hell as we rushed through the battered gates to take possession of the fortress. But at the moment that the enceinte or interior wall which surrounded the place and was composed of bastions faced with brick was crowded by our flushed and exulting warriors, a tremendous explosion was heard. The earth gaped and rocked and rent. Then it rose beneath our feet. A broad, hot, scorching blaze of fire surrounded me, and blown up by a concealed mine of powder, the whole fort of Mikhailov, with more than 2,000 Circassians, was torn from its foundations and swept on the whirlwind along the mountain slopes. Struck down by a stone in the moment of victory, I became senseless, and remember no more of that night of horrors. Heaven, I've said, has put great valor into the hearts of these unbelievers. Arkhip Osipov, the same grenadier of the Tenginski regiment whom I had wounded by an arrow, and from whom I had rescued Basilia, volunteered to remain behind his comrades, and in order to prevent the fort from being of service to the confederated princes, laid his hands solemnly on the standard of St. George, and promised to Ivan Karlovich that he would fire the magazine, a noble act of self-sacrifice and military enthusiasm. This man, of course, perished with Mikhailov and with our people, but in order to commemorate this act of valor and devotion, the Emperor Nicholas ordained that his name should be continued on the muster roll of the Tenginski Grenadiers, that it should be called daily on parade, and that on the sergeant summoning Arkhip Osipov, the next grenadier on the list should answer, "Dead at Mikhailov for the glory of Russia." When I recovered, I found myself lying on the hillside, many yards from the fort, the site of which resembled the crater of the volcano, for it seemed as if the powder had rent, torn, and blackened the bosom of the earth in its efforts to efface the fort forever. The free, soft wind of the Caucasus was passing over the ruins. Above me the sky was bright and blue and sunny. The birds were twittering among the mangled bodies of the slain, and about those ghastly heaps or between their piles of arms and limbered field pieces, the Russian soldiers whom the flight of our people had left in possession of the locality were laughing and singing as they drained their canteens of sour kvass and prepared to cook their breakfasts and to bury the dead. Around us the scenery was beautiful. There were summer woods and all their heavy foliage, their terraced vineyards of lighter green, screened by the dense and wiry pine, little cottages and pretty mosques with gilded minars shining in the sun, bright streams dancing down the rocks, the sea blue as the sky and rippling gently in the wind, while in the background of all rose hills, piled up on hills, until their steeps reached heaven, and every peak was capped with pure white snow or tipped by a golden gleam. Close by me, a group of Russian officers were seated around one, who by his dark green uniform, his heavy silver epaulets and jackboots, his varnished leather helmet surmounted by an eagle, his enormous mustache and cruel expression of eye, I knew to be Ivan Karlovich, and I lay still and feigning death, believing that my fate would be sealed if life was discovered in me. They were loud in their praises of the Circassian leader, myself, and expressed a great desire to capture me. Others added their less friendly hopes that I had perished in the explosion. "It is fortunate, however," said Karlovich, "that we have taken his two brothers, Selim and Karoli. They, at least, have a long march before them towards the north, and believe me that among the snows there, with a chain to drag and the occasional prick of a Cossack lance in the rear, their hot, rebellious blood will soon be cooled in Siberia and rendered mild as commissariat kvass." Under their shaggy beards the officers laughed at this poor joke, which made my heart almost die within me, for it acquainted me that my two brothers, Selim and Karoli, were captives, and that Siberia would be their doom. A soldier now approached to announce that the body of Arkhip Osipov had been found, shattered, scorched, and sorely mangled, but still recognizable by the medals which he had won in the Polish War. "Then let him be buried apart from all the rest," said Karlovich, "with all honor, and let a cross mark the spot. But first let us put all these fellows who are lying about here underground before the sun attains its noonday heat." While lying there, receiving an occasional kick from the passing soldiers who had long since stripped me of my splendid arms, armor, and ornaments, how terribly were my thoughts when the fierce, rough, and merciless Cossacks proceeded to open a trench beside me and dug it deep to receive the dead. I endeavored to stifle reflection, believing that my last hour had come, and after praying, for prayer is the pillar of religion, even as the sword is the true key of paradise, I bent my thoughts upon Basilia, who was far away at Sujacala, and seated then perhaps in her rose garden, fanning herself with feathers and weeping for the poor Osman she would never again behold on earth. At last the grave was finished, and one by one the dead were flung therein, and laid in rows, head and foot alternately. How heavily they fell, with their lifeless limbs and clanking accoutrements. Suddenly I felt myself seized by the neck and heels, and before I could utter a sound, they flung me into the ghastly trench on the gashed and bloody heap below, and then the shovelled earth flew fast over me. "Stop! Halt!" cried Ivan Karlovitch, who was sitting on the sward close by, smoking a magnificent pipe. "By St. George, that uppermost Tcherkess is alive yet." "A matter easily repaired, my colonel," said a Russian, raising his shovel like a battle-axe to cleave my head. "Beware, I say," thundered Karlovitch, and at his voice the bearded soldiers cowered like slaves before a king. "Fling him out, lay him on the sward, and bring here a canteen of kvass." This sharp, bitter draught revived me, and my native pride coming to my aid, I stood erect and boldly confronted the imperialist. "Who the devil are you?" he asked. I replied proudly, "Osman Rioni, the son of Mustafa." I might have concealed my rank, but I scorned to lie, even unto a race of liars. Joy flashed in the cruel and cunning eyes of Karlovitch at this announcement. His surprise and satisfaction at the importance of his third prisoner were too great to leave space for anger at my speech. He smiled and said, "Tcherkess, your wants and your wounds, if you have any, shall be faithfully and kindly attended to. When in better humor I shall see you again, having a little message to you from the Emperor. Take him away." I was conducted to an ancient tomb, under the dome of which I found a Cossack guard surrounding my two brothers Salim and Karoli, with several other Circassians who were all suffering more or less from wounds or scorches from the explosion. All were dejected, and my appearance among them increased their unhappiness. We communed in whispers and formed our plans for flight on the first opportunity. All that night we remained in the cold and dreary tomb, which before morning some of our poor companions exchanged for an actual grave, for they died of their undressed wounds. But about sunrise we were drawn out by the Cossacks, who truncheoned us with their lances, driving us like a herd of cattle, and then their pioneers proceeded to dig a grave under the dome, which was the resting place of an ancient king, a proceeding which we beheld with horror, for every strict Mussulman deems sacred forever the little spot of earth which forms the last resting place of a departed being. Then the sound of muffled drums rolled upon the wind, and the wail of the Muscovite dead march, as the funeral of Arkhip Osipov approached. The solemnity of this scene impressed us deeply, for we forgot that it was by the mingled treachery and stern devotion of this determined soldier we had lost Mikhailov and our liberty together. 6 grenadiers of the Tenginski regiment bore on their shoulders the coffin, the lid of which was off. A veil of fine linen covered the body, which was dressed in uniform, with cross belts, boots, gloves, epaulettes of red worsted and copper medals. The head was borne forward, not the feet, as in other countries. Then came 4 soldiers bearing the coffin lid, on which lay the leather helmet, the musket, and knapsack of the deceased. Then followed the regiment of Tenginski's grenadiers, marching with their arms reversed, and preceded by a grand military band of brass trumpets and muffled drums. In front of all marched a priest of the Russian Greek Church, attired in magnificent vestments of muslin golden embroidery. His aspect was venerable, his white beard was full and flowing. He chanted as he went and sprinkled frankincense upon the path. A prayer, a roll upon the drums, and a flourish of instruments with 3 volleys closed the ceremony, and there lies Arkhip Osipov in the tomb of a Circassian prince, but his memory as a brave grenadier is still cherished, as I have related, by the orders of the emperor and in the traditions of his comrades. God rest that gallant spirit. He died for his country, even as I would have died for mine. Pining for freedom and for the presence of Basilia, dreading I scarcely knew what, but banishment to Siberia more than anything else, for that had been but a living death and a separation forever from my country and my love. 3 dreary months rolled over me, and with my 2 brothers I still found myself a prisoner with the Russian army of the Caucasus, which marched along the left bank of the Kuban towards the Sea of Azov, and consequently nearer to my home. One day Colonel Karlovitch sent for me, and again his face wore that deep and cunning smile which so closely resembled a leer, for his eyes were cold and snaky, even as his heart was stern and cruel. "I have sent for you, my valiant Tcherkess," said he politely, to make you a tempting offer from our beneficent father the Emperor. It is this: if you will enter the Russian service, all your father's possessions from Marinskoye to the mouth of the Kiselbash River will be restored to you with the title of prince, neither of which can you ever hope to regain by the impious sword you have drawn against the house of Romanov and the cause of Holy Russia. I rejected the offer with the scorn it merited, and reminded the tempter in the words of our Declaration of Independence. How many of our children had been stolen? How many of our princes had thus been lured away? How many sons of nobles taken as hostages and then butchered in cold blood? How many noble houses have been reduced and crushed by Russian treason and by Russian treachery? And lifting up my hands while I turned my face towards Mecca, I was about to take a solemn vow, when, interrupting me, he said with an icy smile, Enough, Osman Rioni, swear not, 'tis needless. Tomorrow you and your brothers will commence the long, long march to Siberia. At these words my soul trembled, and my head fell upon my breast. The Russian officer still smiled and continued to polish the eagle on his helmet with his leather glove while whistling the popular waltz of the Duchess Olga. Siberia, with that name, hope, love, liberty, my country and her cause sank, and snow-covered wastes with chains and stripes, despair and death rose up before me. If once I reached Siberia, I should live the life of the hopeless and die the death of the despairing. And my brothers, my poor brothers, the alternative was terrible, but in the Russian service we should daily have chances of escape to our native mountains, so I accepted his offer in the name of myself, Selim, and Karoli. I knew that you would think better of it, said Karlovich, sitting down in his tent and writing a memorandum. Thenceforward, from this day, you are a captain in the Tenginski Hussars, and your brothers shall be the lieutenants of your troop. Allow me to present you with a horse which was taken at Mikhailov. You shall fight against the Tartars, not your own people, but tomorrow I have a piece of service to propose to you. Come here after morning parade at noon, and I shall tell you all about it. Meantime, adieu. With a heart full of bitterness, I left him, and careless of the Cossacks who still watched me, I took up a handful of gravel and flung it towards his painted tent, spying as Mohammed did at Bedr. A curse upon thee, Muscovite, and a curse be on every hair of the cur that begot thee. May thy face be confounded for ever. Whichever way I turned, his cold smile seemed before me. But when I reached the tent in which my brothers were confined, great was my pleasure to find my favorite charger, Zupi, led up to the door by a hussar, and I kissed and embraced my old friend, for we Mussulmen deem the horse as the noblest of animals next to man, and the Koran says that the beasts which traverse earth and air are creatures like ourselves. They are all written in the book and shall appear at the last day. So when I die, I hope to take my faithful Zupi with me to paradise, even as Ezra took his ass after she had ceased to bray for 100 years. Like myself at the first proposition of taking service under the abhorred Emperor, my brothers were full of fierce scorn, but when I had calmly placed my views before them, showing that we had no alternative but military service, with its chances of escape on one hand, and perpetual slavery with its stripes on the other, they condescended to accept the lieutenancies of my troop, and the next day, oh may it be accursed, saw us attired in the green uniform of the Tenginski Hussars, and our parade with Menchikov's division of the Caucasian army. In camp around us were bivouacked thousands of the Russian infantry in their long greatcoats and flat brown caps, the Cossacks of the Don with their fleet, rough and active horses, and all armed with long lances, the horse regiments of Chernomorsky, glittering with jewels and embroidery, and the Imperial Guard in their magnificent uniform. Around us rang the clank of the armorer's anvil, the springing of ramrods and fixing of flints, the lumbering of artillery and powder wagons, the galloping of aides de camp, the hewing down of palisades, and the platting up of fascines, all of which told us of preparations making for the subjugation of our country, and we were, amid it all, attired in the Russian uniform. At noon I sought the tent of Karlovich. My colonel, said I, veiling my boiling hatred under a calm exterior, as with a solemn salam I raised a hand to the front of my fur hussar cap. You had a duty to propose to me. Yes, my stubborn Cherkess, I'm glad to find that you have so easily learned the task of obedience, as without it an army sinks into a rabble. Well, the duty is this. There is an old fellow at Sujekala who for some time past has traded with the Tartars in various ways and latterly with Turks and salted fish and pretty women, both of which commodities he exports largely to Stamboul, to the ancient city of Trebizond, and to Sinope. My heart began to leap at these words. You mean Abdallah ibn Obah? The same, but you start. Do you know him? Intimately, said I. And your purpose, O son of a slave? I'd almost added. Well, Captain Rioni, this respectable old Circass is now bargaining for the sale of a cargo of slave girls for the Turkish market, and a small Stamboli craft which has long baffled the pursuit of our steam corvettes and the rowboats of our kriposts is now concealed in some creek near Mezip. Unfortunately, all our vessels are over on the Crimean side, otherwise they would soon have found those Turkish swine who come to steal the subjects of our father the Emperor. Karlovich gave another of his cold smiles, for he perceived how my hot Circassian blood revolted on hearing my people called the subjects of his emperor. I asked heartily, Your orders, Colonel Karlovich? You will select 50 of the Tenginski Hussars, and as you and your brother must know the country well, search every creek and cranny of the coast until the Turkish ship is found. She will be safely beached somewhere, and when discovered, burn her, cut the throats of the Turks, and bring the cargo of girls here. You shall have a couple of the prettiest for your trouble. The daughter of old Abdallah is among them, Basilia, commonly known as the flower of the Abyssinians. Arkhip Azapov nearly brought me that girl once before, but some rascal pierced him by an arrow. Take especial care of her, for I am resolved that no great bison of a Turk shall ever call her slave. No, her bright eyes will sparkle all the brighter among the green uniforms and silver epaulets of our Tenginski hussars. See to all this. You march in an hour until you return. Farewell. Taking up a pen, he resumed a dispatch which my arrival had interrupted, and after standing for some time overwhelmed by confusion and the misery of my own thoughts, I withdrew to the foot of a tree and sat down to reflect on the strange duty I had to perform and the startling tidings I had just heard. The image of my beautiful Basilia, for I assure you, gentlemen, that the Circassian maid is the most perfect and lovely creation of God, a prisoner, a slave on board of a slave ship, and consigned a helpless victim of the lust of the licentious Osmanli, filled my soul with a horror so great that I forgot my present situation and my anxiety to discover this secret ship, to free her, and to put to the edge of the sword all who were concerned in a transaction so infamous. I saw the whole affair now. The loss of the rich argosy on the Isle of Serpents had brought the difficulties of Abdallah to a crisis, and to retrieve his broken fortune he had sold his only daughter to the Turks. I invoked the curse of the Prophet and of 12 Imams on his avarice, and now my only fear was great that the Turks might launch their boat and escape me. Thus it was that with an ardor such as I never thought to feel at the head of Russian troops, I rode from the camp at the head of 50 hussars, with my 2 brothers by my side, and we galloped along the seashore with all our brilliant appointments glittering in the splendor of the setting sun of Asia. Basilia, my pure, my beautiful, this night may make thee mine, thought I. One stroke of a sabre may give what thy father would not have sold to me, perhaps, for 1,000,000 of piastres. I am ashamed to own that our Circassian beauties too often exchange with joy the penury of their fathers' cottages and the hardships of their frugal mountain homes for the luxury and delight of the Stambuli kiosks and seraglios. From early childhood their ears are filled and their warm imaginations fired with ideas of the riches and pleasures of these places, and by the stories of their mothers, or more generally their aunts, who have returned when their Osmanli lords grew weary of their faded charms, loaded with magnificent jewels, with purses of sequins, and wardrobes of the richest stuffs the world can produce, and with many a tale to tell of the distinguished part they had played by their native superiority of intellect over the ponderous and dreamy Asiatic. To purchase our girls, the Turkish vessels row by night along the shore, and seek some wooded creek where they lie concealed from the steamers and cruisers of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, and from the squadrons of Cossack rowboats attached to the Kripost. Then the bargain is concluded, and the girls, who are always the most beautiful daughters of serfs and freemen, are embarked after a month perhaps has been spent in bartering and chaffering. between the merchants on one hand and their parents on the other. As the distance increased between us and the Russian camp, my brothers looked with longing eyes towards our native hills, between whose misty peaks a flood of golden light was falling on the waving woods and on the rolling sea. And now they began to whisper and exchange glances of intelligence. Their minds were full of the pledge we had lately made to ourselves, that we would fly the hated yoke of Russia on the first opportunity. But this was no easy task, believe me, watched as we were by our own suspicious soldiers. At this time my whole soul was full of Basilia, and in the hope of freeing, of winning, and of loving her, even Circassia and her wrongs were forgotten for a time. God of the prophet, but only for a time. By a telescope I could see afar off the wild woods in which I had wandered when a boy, and the familiar mountain peaks up which I had clambered when fighting with the Muscovite riflemen, or hunting the boar and jerboa. I could see the bright gleam of steel and the flashing of chain armor between the shady oaks, for there armbands were hovering, and there the Tartar bow, the Albanian gun, the Circassian lance, and the crooked sabre awaited the Muscovite invader, and there the holy banner of the 12 stars waved above the tent of the glorious Scammell. Watched as we were by the very men we led, flight, as I have said, was hopeless, but then I had no thought of flight even when within a cannon shot of Armand. Circassian bands, which we could see with their camels laden with women, children, and household goods, clambering up the hills to avoid the Kalmuk scouts and Cossack foragers. As the night darkened, we saw lurid flames shooting up between the mountain clefts, and while our fierce hussars muttered in guttural roosts and laughed under their matted beards, the hearts of my brothers and myself grew sad, for we knew that the Chernomorsky lances were spreading woe and desolation in the homes of our people. We searched every little bay, inlet, and river as we passed along the beautiful coast from Anapa to Sajakala, a fortress which was then half in ruins, as General Williamoff had left it after storming its defences at the head of 15,000 men. It seemed now so lonely and so silent that no one could imagine the roar of war at once awoke its echoes, for the flowers of the arbutus, the rhododendron, and many other plants, most of them aromatic, filled the air with perfume as they grew in luxuriance on its battered walls, or twining round the old cannon's mouth as it lay half sunk among the stones and grass, or wreathing the bare skulls and white ribs of the dead, on whose unburied bones, bleached by the sunshine and the storm, devouring dogs and mountain wolves had battened. Evening had closed when we bivouacked near the beach, unbitted our horses, lighted our pipes, and sent round our cups of kvass to wash down the black ration. Bread and salt beef boiled among the embers till it was encrusted with ashes and brine. We were just composing ourselves for the night when my sergeant, a cunning and active Cossack, who had crept a mile or two along the shore alone, announced to me that he had seen some suspicious lights in a little creek of the bay of Kut-Lutsi. Mountain march was the order, and favoured by a brilliant moon beneath, whose light the Euxine rolled like a flood of silver at the base of the steep Circassian hills, we rode round the margin of this circular bay and ascended the beautiful vale of Mazip, towards where my sergeant asserted he had seen the lights. Halting our party, he and I dismounted, and taking only our swords and pistols, crept cautiously through a thicket towards where a river entered the bay, and such a place we knew would be the most probable rendezvous of the Turks with the slave merchant. The foliage was dense and dark overhead, for in this district the sturdy oak, the beech, and the chestnut grew to the water's edge, and the cherry tree, the fig, and the wild olive were all in full bloom. It was a savage place. Toads croaked among the reeds, and rearing serpents hissed among the sedges of the river, which brawled over a ledge of rocks and fell into the bay, while the yellow-coated and weasel-like siroke whistled on the branches of the pine, and the fleet jerboa fled before us from its lair like an evil spirit. Suddenly we saw a gleam of light and heard the sound of voices. A few paces more brought us to the brow of a wooded bank, at the base of which we saw a number of Turkish sailors seated round a fire, smoking, drinking raki, and making merry, while one of their number, a little hump-backed fellow with a hooked nose and enormous beard, sang to them and twangled on a lute. They were 16 in number. I counted them carefully, and all fierce-looking fellows with enormous noses and mustachios, large trousers, dirty red tarbooshes, and red shawl girdles stuck full of daggers and pistols. Most of them had cuts and scars or patches on their dusky faces, and all had a savage and sinister aspect. As the red gleams of the pine-wood fire fell on them, the captain was particularly happy, as he believed that if the Sultan Abdul Mejid did but once see Basilia, the fortunes of all who had a share in bringing such loveliness to gladden his sublime eyes would be made for ever. In the background, and drawn far up on the beach, lay their vessel, with its large angular sail stowed on deck, the yard struck, and the mast and rigging covered by green pine branches, the better to elude the observation of scouts, and to blend its outline with the surrounding trees, while heaps of branches with dry leaves spread over all were piled against the sides. But over the gunwale we saw several Circassian girls sitting very quietly, gazing at those rough and noisy guardians, who were to convey them to that brilliant Stamboul, which they had been taught to believe was an earthly paradise. On that little deck, and apart from all the rest, sat one who did not seem to share the placidity of her companions, or to share their joyous anticipations. Her form was enveloped in her veil, and her head was bowed upon her hands. Her eyes were set and fixed on vacancy. My breath came thick and fast. There was a swelling in my throat, as if my heart was there, for I knew that lonely weeper was Basilia. As 30 or 40 girls are usually deemed a good cargo, and only 10 were visible, it was evident to us that the Turks had no intention of putting to sea for some days. Thus my sergeant, who had frequently been on expeditions of this kind, politely suggested, as we had ridden a long way, the expedience of sleeping quietly for that night, and slaughtering the Turks at our leisure in the morning, but my impatience would brook of no delay. Again we mounted. I divided my party into 2 troops, and ascending the valley of Mazip for a mile or so, descended from different points towards the head of the bay. Spur and sabre was the cry. There was a brief but sharp discharge of pistols, a gleaming of knives and flashing of sabres, and in 5 minutes the surrounded Turks were all trampled under hoof, shot and headless beside the fire which had lit the scene of their jollity, not one of them escaping save their deformed messmate, who dashed his loot at the head of Salim, sprung into the sea, and disappeared. The captain I sabred with my own hand, but not before he gave me this wound by a pistol shot, which grazed my left cheek like a hot iron. Inspired anew by love and triumph, I sprang up the side of the vessel, and sought the lonely figure. It was as my heart divined, Basilia. I knelt before her, and took her hand in mine, trembling as I did so, for never until that moment had I touched even the hem of her garment. My soul was in my tongue, and weighed it down with words of love and joy, but one alone found utterance. Basilia! She gave a cry of wonder, and as she gazed at me, her large black eyes dilated and flashed with anger. Basilia, said I, do you not remember me? No, replied she, while trembling. Who are you? Osman, the son of Mustapha, your own Osman, who saved you at Napa. It is false, she answered with eyes full of anger and sorrow. Osman was a brave Circassian warrior, and I loved him, oh, how dearly and how well, but he fell in battle at Mikhailov. Thou art either a base Muscovite, or some fiend in the shape of Osman, a ghoul it may be, a son of Ifrit. Begone, and leave me. I could have wept at these stinging words, which sank like poisoned arrows in my heart, and I feared that grief had disordered her intellects. But I did injustice to Basilia, for her language was the first prompting of honest grief and indignation to find me in the uniform of the Tenginski hussars, and false as she deemed to my country and to her. For so she told me when more composed, and when she heard my story, as we sat side by side under a broad chestnut tree, with the plunder of the Turkish ship around us, and the flames of its burning timbers to light our little bivouac. When we fired it with all the branches and withered leaves that were piled over it, the flames burned bravely and shot above the copsewood as they licked the mast and its well-tarred cordage. I sat at the feet of Basilia. My heart teemed with joy. Half the objects of existence seemed accomplished now, and I could no longer believe that fortune had greater favors in store for me. In the language of our own beloved country, we formed innumerable projects of happiness, or whispered plans of escape from the toils of the Russians, and I had resolved in the night, if possible, to elude my own sentinels, to mount Basilia on Zupi, and to depart by the vale of Mezip towards the wilderness of Mount Shapsuka, when my sergeant, with a dark and singular expression in his eye, came to inform me that my brother Lieutenant Salim was nowhere to be found. Karoli, who was sitting beside us, looked up and gave a deep smile as the Cossack spoke. In short, after seeing the last Turk cut down, Selim, while our dismounted hussars were overhauling the ship, had turned his horse's head towards the mountains and escaped. I rejoiced at this for a time. But, brother Osman, said Karoli, Selim has done us a wrong in this. We should all have fled together, for thou and I will now be watched with double suspicion, and have our simplest actions subjected to the severest scrutiny. Remember, there is the maiden whom I cannot leave behind. So let us rejoice that Circassia has one brave warrior more. Karoli made a gesture of impatience. Circassia, said he, has maidens enough and to spare, but for every warrior on our hills she requires at least 100. This is no time for wedding or acting the lover, for twangling on the lute and kneeling on the verge of a pretty maid's carpet. These were my own words, Karoli, when urged by you and Selim to wed ere Scammell rose in arms. True, brother, true, replied Karoli, and in truth this little maiden is a miracle of beauty. My soul and sword are at her service. Command them, but in the name of Marissa, think not of escape tonight. Another and perhaps more favorable opportunity may soon occur. The night passed quickly away. I watched Basilia while she slept in my mantle. I was sleepless but silent and happy, for my mind was full of love in her. Next day I placed her on Zupi, and we set out for headquarters, amid the maledictions of the 10 rescued slaves, who saw all their anticipated delights of a seraglio life suddenly cut short, and who knew that fate would now consign them to high-cheeked Kalmuks, or the rough, greasy Cossacks, in lieu of the wealthy Osmalis, the luxurious Pashas and turbaned Agas, whom they had hoped to have as masters, and they consoled themselves by reviling me as a renegade, and invoking on my head all the ills that fell on the God-abandoned Thamudites, and on the offspring of Saba, the son of Yarub. On arriving at headquarters, I presented my prisoners and the right ears of 15 Turks to Colonel Karlovich. The ears he flung to his dogs, and the 10 girls, not finding favor in the sight of the officers who crowded about them, were given to Cossacks to make wives or whatever they pleased of them, for such is the law of the Russian military colonies on the Kaban. And to himself, despite my prior claim by love and capture, despite my rage and grief, my entreaties and ill-smothered threatenings, to himself, this accursed Muscovite assigned Basilia as a handmaiden. Here the Circassian, who had related this part of his narrative in short and broken sentences, paused and ground his teeth, while the veins of his fine, pale forehead swelled like rigid cords, and his keen dark eyes became glazed with the ferocity, fire, and grief that filled them. End of chapter 17.